Chapter 72 of Consuelo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Consuelo by George Sand, Chapter 72. Horror-struck, Consuelo jumped down, and joining Joseph, pressed his arm without being observed, as a sign to draw apart from their companions. When the rest had gone on a little, she exclaimed in a low voice, "We are lost if we do not instantly fly. These people are robbers, murderers. The proof is at hand. Let us quicken our pace and make off through the fields, for they have good reasons for deceiving us as they do." Joseph thought that some hideous dream had disturbed his companion's imagination. He scarcely understood what she said. For his own part, he felt oppressed by unusual languor, and the pains which he experienced in his stomach led him to believe that the wine he had drank must have been drugged. Assuredly, he had not so far infringed on sobriety as to feel himself affected to such an extent. "Dear Senor," said he, "you have had the nightmare, and I almost imagine that I am suffering from it in listening to you. Were these honest fellows banditti, as you fancy? What could they hope to gain from seizing us? I know not, but I feel terrified, and if you had seen a murdered man in yonder carriage, as I have done—" Joseph could not help laughing, but this assertion of Consuelo seemed like a dream. "But don't you see," said she earnestly, "that they are leading us to the north, while Passau and the Danube are to the south? Look where the sun is, and see what sort of a desert we are now in place of approaching a great city." The correctness of these remarks struck Joseph and began to dissipate the dreamy security into which he had fallen. "Well," said he, "let us go on, and if they attempt to detain us, we shall then see plainly their intentions. And if we cannot escape all at once, let us be cool, Joseph, do you hear? We must have our wits about us, so as to be always ready to escape in an instant." Then she began to lean on his arm, pretending to limp worse than ever, but gaining ground notwithstanding. But they had not advanced 10 paces before they were called back by Mare, at first in mild terms, then in a sharper tone, and lastly, as they paid no attention, with oaths. Joseph looked back and saw with terror a pistol leveled at their heads. "They are going to kill us," said he to Consuelo, slackening his pace. "Are we beyond pistol range?" said she coolly, pulling him on and beginning to run. "I do not know," said Joseph, trying to stop her. "Do not fly yet. The time is not yet come. They are going to fire." "Halt, or you die!" exclaimed the driver, running faster than they did, and keeping them within his fire. "Now for assurance," said Consuelo, stopping. "Do as I do, Joseph." "By my faith," she exclaimed, turning and laughing with all the self-possession of a finished actor. "If I were not so lame, you would not have had your joke for nothing." And looking at Joseph, who was pale as death, she laughed loud and long, pointing him out to the travelers as they came up. "He believed it all," said she, with a gaiety perfectly acted. "Ah, my poor Beppo, I did not think you were such a coward. Do, Mr. Professor, look at Beppo. You would think he had a ball through him already." Consuelo spoke in the Venetian dialect, and the man with the pistol, not knowing what she said, did not venture to take any step with regard to them. Mare pretended to laugh likewise, and turning to the driver, "What do you mean," said he with a wink that did not escape Consuelo, "by such stupid jokes? Why did you terrify these poor children?" "I wanted to see if they had courage," replied the man, replacing his pistol in his belt. "Ah," said Consuelo, "they will have a poor opinion of you, friend Beppo. For my part, I was not a bit afraid. I appeal to you, Mr. Pistol." "You are a brave fellow," replied Eomer, "and would make a famous drummer at the head of a regiment, with grape-shot whistling round you." "As for that, I do not know," said she. "I dare say I should have shown the white feather if I had thought he really meant to kill us. But we Venetians are too wide awake, and are not to be taken in so." "No matter," replied Eomer. "It was a sorry joke." And addressing the driver, he appeared to scold him a little. But Consuelo was not their dupe, and she saw by the tone of their dialogue that they entered into an explanation, the result of which was that they thought they had been mistaken respecting her intention to fly. Consuelo, in the meantime, had re-entered the carriage with the others. "Confess," said she to Eomer, laughing, "that your driver with his pistols is a very strange fellow. I shall call him henceforth Signor Pistola. You must allow, however, Mr. Professor, that yonder joke had nothing new in it." "It is a piece of German humor," said Eomer. "You have better wit than that at Venice, have you not?" "Oh, do you know what Italians would have done in your place if they had wished to play us a good trick? They would have driven the carriage into the first thicket on the roadside, and would have all hidden themselves. Then, when we turned round, not seeing anything, and thinking that the devil had carried everybody away, should we not have been well caught? I especially, who can hardly drag myself along, and Joseph also, who is as cowardly as any doe of the Burma Wald, and who would have believed himself abandoned in this desert." Eomer laughed at her childish drollery, which he translated as she proceeded to the Signor Pistola, who was not less amused than he at the simplicity of the gondolier. "Oh, you are quite too sharp-sighted," replied Mayor. "No person will try to lay a trap for you again." And Consuelo, who at last saw the deep irony of his false good nature show itself through his jovial and fatherly air, continued on her side to play the part of a fool who considers himself witty, a well-known character in every melodrama. Their adventure was certainly becoming very serious, and even while playing her part with skill, Consuelo felt that she was a prey to fever. Happily, fever only stimulates to action, while stupor, on the contrary, deadens and destroys every faculty. Thenceforth she appeared as gay as she had been hitherto reserved, and Joseph, who had recovered all his faculties, seconded her well. Even while appearing not to doubt that they were approaching Passau, they pretended to lend a favorable ear to the proposition to go to Dresden, which Eomer did not fail to recur to. By this means, they gained his complete confidence, and he only waited for some favorable opportunity to confess frankly that he was carrying them there without their permission. The expedient was soon found. Eomer was by no means a novice in such matters. There commenced a lively dialogue in the strange language between the three individuals, Eomer, Signor Pistola, and the silent man. Then all at once they talked German, and appeared to continue the same subject. "I tell you it is so," cried Eomer. "We have taken the wrong road, a proof of which is that their carriage does not come up. It is more than 2 hours since we left it behind, and though I looked back from the summit of the hill, I could see nothing." "I cannot see it anywhere," said the driver, putting his head out of the carriage and drawing it in again with a disappointed air. Consuelo herself had remarked, after passing the first hill, the disappearance of the carriage in company with which they had left Biberach. "I was sure we had lost our way," observed Joseph, "but I did not wish to say so." "And why the devil did you not say so?" returned the silent man. affecting great displeasure at this discovery. "Because it was so amusing," said Joseph, inspired by Consuelo's innocent deceit. "It is so amusing to lose one's way in a carriage. I thought that happened only to foot travelers." "Well, it amuses me too," said Consuelo. "I wish now we were on the road to Dresden." "If I knew where we were," returned Mare, "I would rejoice with you, my children, for I must confess to you that I did not like going to Passau for the good pleasure of those gentlemen, my friends, and I should be delighted if we had gone far enough astray to excuse our complying with their wishes." "Faith, Mr. Professor," said Joseph, "arrange that as you like. It is your business. If we do not inconvenience you, and you still wish us to go to Dresden, we are ready to follow you to the end of the world. What say you, Bertone?" "I say as you do," replied Consuelo. "We will take our chance." "You are good children," replied Mayor, concealing his joy under an air of pretended vexation. "Still, I should like greatly to know where we are." "No matter where we are, we must stop," said the driver. "The horse is done up. He has eaten nothing since yesterday evening, and he has traveled all night. None of us would be at all the worse for some refreshment. Here is a little grove. We have some provisions left, and I say, halt." They entered the wood. The horse was unharnessed, Joseph and Consuelo earnestly offering their services, which were accepted without distrust. The chaise was let down upon its shafts, and in this movement the position of the invisible prisoner doubtless becoming more painful, Consuelo again heard him groan. Mayor heard it also, and looked steadily at Consuelo to see if she remarked it. But notwithstanding the pity that rent her bosom, she succeeded in appearing deaf and impassible. Mayor went round the carriage, and Consuelo, who had withdrawn a little, saw him open on the outside a little door behind, cast a glance into the interior of the back division, again close it, and replace the key in his pocket. "Is the merchandise damaged?" cried the silent man to Mare. "All is well," replied he, with brutal indifference, and commenced to make preparations for their breakfast. "Now," said Consuelo rapidly to Joseph as she passed, "do as I do, and follow all my movements." She assisted in spreading the provisions on the grass and in uncorking the bottles. Joseph imitated her example, affecting great gaiety, and Mare saw with pleasure these voluntary servants devote themselves to his comfort. He loved his ease, and began to eat and drink as well as his companions, displaying manners even more gluttonous and gross than he had shown the night before. Every minute he reached out his glass to his two new pages, who immediately rose, reseated themselves, and were off again, running now on this side, now on that, watching for the moment of running once for all, but waiting until the wine and the digestion should render those dangerous guardians less clear-sighted. At last Mare stretched himself at full length upon the grass, and unbuttoning his vest, exposed to the sun his broad chest, ornamented with pistols. The driver went to see if the horse was properly fed, and the silent man undertook to search for some place in the miry stream, beside which they had stopped, where the animal could drink. This was the moment for flight. Consuelo pretended to search likewise. Joseph entered the thicket with her, and as soon as they were hidden by the closeness of the foliage, they took to their heels through the wood like two hares. They had nothing to fear from bullets in that thick undergrowth, and when they heard themselves called, they concluded that they had got far enough in advance to pursue their course without danger. "It is better to reply, however," said Consuelo, stopping. "That will avert suspicion and give us time for a fresh race." Joseph therefore called out, "This way! There is water this way!" A spring!" cried Consuelo, and turning instantly to the right to confuse the enemy, they flew onward. Consuelo thought no longer about her swollen and painful feet, and as for Joseph, he had quite recovered from the effects of the narcotic which Irmeer had administered to him the night before. Fear gave them wings. They ran on this way for about 10 minutes in an opposite direction from that which they had taken at first, without pausing to listen to the voices which called them from different sides. When they found the margin of the wood, and before them a steep and turfy slope which descended to the beaten road, bordered with thickets and clumps of trees. "Let us not leave the woods," said Joseph. "They will come this way, and from this elevation they can see us in whatever direction we go." Consuelo paused a moment, explored the country with a rapid eye, and said, "The wood behind us is too small to conceal us for any length of time. Before us there is the road and the chance of meeting someone." "Ah," exclaimed Joseph, "it is the very same road that we were traveling just now. See, it turns to the right toward the spot we left. If one of our pursuers get upon horseback, he will overtake us before we reach the level ground." "That is what we must see," said Consuelo. "We shall run quickly down the hill. I see something below there on the road, which comes this way. We must reach it before we are overtaken. Come, follow me." There was no time to lose in deliberation. Joseph trusted implicitly in Consuelo. The hill was passed in an instant, and they had gained the first clump of trees when they heard the voices of the enemy in the wood. This time they took care not to reply, and ran till they came to a sunk brook which the trees had hidden from their observation. A long plank served as a bridge, and after crossing, they threw it into the water. When they had gained the other side, they continued to descend, always under cover of the dense foliage, and, hearing themselves no longer called, they concluded that their enemies had lost their track, or else were feigning in order to take them by surprise. Here the underwood disappeared, and they paused, fearing to be observed. Joseph thrust his head out cautiously and saw one of the brigands, probably the swift-footed Signor Pistola, at the foot of the hill, not far from the river. While Joseph kept watch, Consuelo had been surveying the road and all at once returned to him. "It is a carriage which is coming toward us," said she. "We are saved. We must get up to it before our pursuers think of crossing the river." They ran straight in the direction of the road, in spite of the exposed nature of the ground. The carriage, in the meantime, approached rapidly. "Oh, heavens!" cried Joseph. "If it were the other conveyance, that of the accomplices." "No," said Consuelo. "It is a barouche with 6 horses, 2 postilions, and 2 outriders. Courage! We are saved, I tell you." It was indeed time for them to reach the road. Pistola had found the print of their feet on the sand of the brook. He had the strength and rapidity of a wild boar. He soon found out where they had crossed, and the props that had sustained the plank. He perceived the trick, swam across the river, found their footsteps on the other side, and, following them, came likewise to the outlet. He saw the fugitives traverse the thicket, but he also saw the carriage, understood their design, and, unable to prevent it, he re-entered the thicket and kept on the watch. At the cries of the young people, who they supposed were mendicants, the barouche did not at first stop. The travelers threw them some pieces of money, and the courier, seeing that in place of picking them up, they ran alongside of the carriage, still exclaiming, quickened their pace to a gallop, in order to free their masters from their importunity. Consuelo, out of breath, and losing her strength as often happens, just at the moment of success, continued her pursuit, clasping her hands with a supplicating gesture, while Joseph, clinging to the steps, at the risk of losing his hold and being crushed under the wheels, cried out with a panting voice, "Help! Help! Robbers! Assassins! We are pursued!" One of the travelers by degrees understood their broken accents and signed to the couriers to stop their horses. Consuelo then, dropping the bridle to which she had clung, although the horse had reined upright and the man had threatened her with the whip, joined Joseph. Her animated countenance struck the travelers, who entered into conversation with them. "What does all this mean?" said one of them. "Is this some new way of asking alms? You have got alms. What do you want more? Can't you speak?" Consuelo felt as if she should expire, and Joseph, breathless, could only gasp out, "Save us! Save us!" And they pointed to the wood and the hill without being able to utter a word. "They look like two foxes hard pressed in the chase," said the other traveler. "Let us wait till they recover breath." And the two gentlemen, who were magnificently attired, smiled with a coolness which contrasted strongly with the agitation of the poor fugitives. At length Joseph succeeded in uttering the words, "Robbers! Assassins!" The nobleman forthwith opened the door and, stepping out, looked around on all sides, astonished to see nothing that could justify such an appeal, for the scoundrels had concealed themselves, and the country appeared silent and deserted. At length Consuelo, recovering herself, spoke as follows, stopping at each word to regain breath. "We are two poor wandering musicians. We have been carried off by some men whom we do not know, and who, under a pretext of doing us a service, made us enter their carriage and travel all night. At daybreak, we found out that they were deceiving us and carrying us northward instead of following the road to Vienna. We endeavored to fly, but they threatened us, pistol in hand. At last they stopped in that wood, and we escaped and ran toward your carriage. If you abandon us here, we are lost. They are only a few paces from the road, one in the thicket and the others in the wood." "How many are there, then?" asked one of the couriers. "My good fellow," said one of the travelers in French, he to whom Consuelo had addressed herself, because he was nearest to her on the footboard, "learn that this does not concern you. How many are there, indeed? A fine question, truly. Your duty is to fight if I command you, and I shall give you no orders to count the enemy." "Do you really wish to amuse yourself with a little sword practice?" returned the other nobleman in French. "Remember, Baron, that will take time." "It will not take long, and the exercise will warm us. Will you be of the party, Count?" "Certainly, if it amuses you." And the Count, with majestic indifference, took his sword in one hand, and in the other two pistols, the handles of which were ornamented with precious stones. "Oh, you do well, gentlemen," cried Consuelo, whose impetuosity made her forget for an instant her humble part, and pressing the Count's arm with both her hands. The Count, surprised at so much familiarity on the part of a little vagabond of that class, looked down at his sleeve with an air of comic disgust, shook it, and raised his eyes with contemptuous deliberation toward Consuelo, who could not help smiling when remembering with what ardor Count Sustiniani and so many other illustrious Venetians had requested in former times the favor of kissing one of those hands whose insolence now appeared so shocking. Whether there was in her countenance at that instant a ray of calm and gentle dignity, which contradicted the poverty of her appearance, or the ease with which she spoke the language then fashionable in Germany, led him to suspect she was some young nobleman in disguise, or whether, lastly, the charm of her sex made itself felt instinctively. The Count suddenly changed his expression, and instead of his former smile of disdain, he looked at her with a kind and benevolent air. The Count was still young and handsome, and his appearance would have dazzled the spectator if the Baron had not surpassed him in youth, in regularity of features, and in nobleness of form. They were the two handsomest men of their age, to use the common phrase, applied to them as well as probably to many others. Consuelo, seeing the expressive looks of the young Baron also fixed upon her, with an appearance of uncertainty, surprise, and interest, turned their attention from her person by saying, "Go, gentlemen, or rather come, for we will act as your guides. Those bandits have in their carriage an unfortunate man, hidden in a concealed partition, and shut up as in a dungeon. He is confined there, with his hands and feet tied, all covered with blood, and closely gagged. Hasten to deliver him. Such a task belongs to noble hearts like yours." "By Jove, a fine boy," cried the Baron. "And I see, my dear Count, that we have not lost our time in listening to him. Perhaps it is some brave gentleman whom we shall rescue from the hands of the bandits." "You say they are there," said the Count, pointing to the wood. "Yes, but they are now scattered," said Joseph, "and if your excellencies would listen to my humble advice, you will divide your attack. You will advance along the highway in your carriage as quickly as possible, and having skirted the hill, you will find just at the entrance of the wood, on the opposite side, the carriage with the prisoner, while I conduct those on horseback directly across. There are only 3 of them, although well armed, but the rascals, seeing themselves between 2 fires, will offer no resistance." "It is good advice," said the Baron. "Do you, Count, remain in the carriage and let your servant accompany you. I will mount his horse. One of these young people will serve you as guide and show you where to stop. I will take the other along with my chasseur. Let us be quick, for if the banditti, as it is probable, have taken the alarm, they will be beforehand with us." "The carriage cannot escape," observed Consuelo, "for their horse is tired out." The Baron mounted one of the servant's horses, while the servant got up behind the carriage. "Jump in," said the Count to Consuelo, making her enter first, without being himself aware of the deference he paid her. Nevertheless, he took the back seat, she the front. Then, leaning over the door as the postilions galloped forward, his eye followed his companion, who rode across the brook, followed by his escort, behind whom was seated Joseph. Consuelo was not without some anxiety for her poor comrade, thus exposed to the first fire. Yet she felt esteem and approbation for his conduct on seeing him bravely face the danger. She saw him ascend the hill, followed by the horsemen, who spurred their horses vigorously and disappeared in the wood. 2 shots were heard, then a third. The barouche turned the hill, and Consuelo, unable to distinguish anything further, prayed fervently, while the Count, anxious for his noble companion, shouted to the postilion with an oath, "Gallop, you scoundrel! Spare neither whip nor spur!" End of chapter 72. Chapter 73 of Consuelo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Consuelo by George Sand, Chapter 73. Signor Pistola, to whom we can give no other name than that bestowed on him by Consuelo, for we are not sufficiently interested in him to institute any inquiries as to his real one, had seen from his place of concealment the carriage stop at the cries of the fugitives. The silent one, to use the cognomen given him also by Consuelo, had made a similar observation from the hill. He forthwith ran to rejoin Mayor, and both consulted on the means of saving themselves, Before the Baron had crossed the stream, Pistola had gained the road and concealed himself in the wood. He allowed them to cross, and then fired both his pistols, one ball of which pierced the Baron's hat, while the other slightly wounded his attendant's horse. The Baron turned sharply round, saw him, and riding up, stretched him on the earth with a pistol bullet. He then left him kicking and swearing among the brambles, and followed Joseph, who reached the carriage of Aymar almost at the same moment as the Count. The latter had already sprung out. Mayor and the Silent One had disappeared with the horse, without taking time to conceal the carriage. The first care of the victors was to force the lock of the recess, where the prisoner was confined. Consuelo joyfully assisted to cut the bonds of this unfortunate man, who no sooner found himself at liberty than he threw himself prostrate on the ground before his liberators, thanking God. But the moment he beheld the Baron, it seemed as if he had fallen from Charybdis into Scylla. "Ah, your Excellency, Baron Trenck," he exclaimed, "do not destroy me. Do not give me up. Mercy for a poor deserter, the father of a family. I am no more a Prussian than you are, sir. I am like yourself an Austrian subject, and I beg of you not to have me arrested. Oh, show mercy." "Oh, pardon him, your Highness," exclaimed Consuelo, without knowing to whom she spoke, nor what it was about. "I pardon you," replied the Baron, "but on one condition, that you engage by the most solemn oaths never to tell who gave you life and liberty." Thus saying, the Baron tied a handkerchief over his own face, leaving only one eye exposed. "Are you wounded?" asked the Count. "No," he replied, pulling his hat over his brows. "But if we meet these pretended robbers, I do not wish to be recognized. I do not stand very well already in my sovereign's graces, and there only need such an affair as this to finish me." "I understand," replied the Count, "but do not fear. I will take all the responsibility upon myself. That may save this deserter from stripes and the gallows, but will not ward off disgrace from me. But whatever comes of it, one should serve one's fellow creatures at every risk. Let us see, my poor fellow. Can you stand up? Not well, I fancy. Are you wounded?" "I have received some hard blows, but I do not feel them now." "Have you strength sufficient to fly?" "Oh, yes, Mr. Aide-de-camp." "Do not call me by that name, you scoundrel. Be off, and Count, let us do the same. I long to get out of these woods. I have given one of these fellows his quietus. If the king knew it, I should be a gone man. But, after all, I care not a jot for his anger," he added, shrugging his shoulders. "Alas," said Consuelo, while Joseph gave the sufferer a drink, "if we leave him here, he will soon be seized again. His feet are swollen, and he can hardly lift his hands. See how pale he is." "Do not let us forsake him," said the Count, whose eyes were fixed on Consuelo. "Franz, get down," said he to his servant, and then turning to the deserter, he added, "Mount this horse. I give him to you, and this also," tossing him his purse. "Will you be able to reach Austria?" "Oh, yes, my lord." "Do you wish to go to Vienna?" "Yes, my lord." "Are you willing to serve again?" "Yes, my lord, except in the Prussian army." "Go then and seek her Majesty, the Empress Queen. She grants audiences to all who wish it once a week. Tell her that Count Hoditz presents her with a handsome grenadier drilled in the Prussian fashion." "I hasten, my lord." "And never mention the Baron's name, or I will get you seized and sent to Prussia." "I would rather die at once. Oh, If the rascals had only left me the use of my hands, I would have killed myself rather than be taken. Be off. Yes, my lord. He took another drink of the contents of the gourd, returned the vessel to Joseph, thanked him without being aware of the far more important service he owed him, and, prostrating himself before the Count and the impatient Baron, he crossed himself, kissed the ground, and mounted with the help of the servants. But he was totally unable to set his feet to the ground. But scarcely was he in the saddle than, regaining vigor and courage, he put spurs to his horse and darted off toward the south like the wind. If they ever find out what I have done, said the Baron, my destruction is certain. No matter, added he, bursting into a fit of laughter, it is a rare idea to present Maria Theresa with one of Frederick's grenadiers. This fellow, whose balls have whistled by the soldiers of the Empress, will now return the compliment to those of the King of Prussia. Most faithful subjects and well-selected troops. The sovereigns are none the worse served for that. And now, what are we going to do with these young creatures? We may say, like the grenadier, replied Consuelo, that if you forsake us, we are lost. Methinks, replied the Count, who affected a chivalrous style in all his sayings and doings, you have had little reason hitherto to doubt our humanity. We will bring you where you will be free from all danger. My servant will mount the box. Then, addressing the Baron, he added in a low voice, would you not prefer these young people inside to a valet, before whom we would be obliged to practice more reserve? Without any doubt, replied the Baron. Artists, however poor, are fit society for anyone. Who knows if in yonder lad we have not picked up a Tartini in embryo? Look with what rapture he seizes on his fiddle again. Come, troubadour, said he to Joseph, who had just succeeded in regaining possession of his bag, his violin, and his music. Come with us. You shall sing this glorious combat in which we could find nobody to kill. You may jest at my expense as much as you please, replied the Count, reclining at the back of the carriage, the young people being seated in front, as they rapidly rolled along toward Austria. You have brought down one gallows bird at any rate. Perhaps he is not killed outright, and may some day or other meet me at King Frederick's door. I will give you the honor of the exploit, therefore, with all my heart. As for me, who never even saw the enemy, replied the Count, I quite envy you. I was in, however, for the adventure, and could have been glad to punish these fellows as they deserve. To seize deserters and carry off recruits on the very borders of Bavaria, the faithful ally of Maria Theresa. It is insolence beyond all bounds. It would be an excellent pretext for going to war if they were not both tired fighting, and if peace at this moment were not much more convenient. I shall therefore feel thankful, Sir Count, if you will be silent on the subject of this adventure, as well on account of my sovereign as on the score of my mission to your Empress. I should find her but ill-disposed to receive me after such an impertinent demonstration on the part of my government. Fear nothing, replied the Count. You know that I am not a zealous subject, because I am not an ambitious courtier. And what scope for ambition could you have, dear Count, crowned as you are at once by love and fortune, whereas how unlike are our respective destinies, analogous as they may at first sight seem. Thus saying, the Baron drew from his bosom a portrait set in diamonds, and began to gaze at it with moistened eyes and deep-drawn sighs. Consuelo felt very much inclined to laugh. She thought so open a display of attachment was not in the best taste, and inwardly ridiculed the person who could be guilty of it. Dear Baron, replied the Count, lowering his voice, while Consuelo did her utmost not to hear him, I entreat you to make no one your confidant but myself, nor ever to display this portrait again. Put it back in its case, and reflect that this child knows French as well as you or I do." "By the way," said the Baron, putting back his portrait, which Consuelo took care not to glance at, "what the devil were they going to do with these little fellows? What did they say to induce you to follow them?" "I never thought of that," said the Count, "nor can I even now understand what they, who seek only to enlist giants, wish to do with a couple of children." Joseph related that Mayer represented himself as a musician, and talked continually about Dresden and an engagement in the Electoral Chapel. "Now I have it," replied the Baron, "and this Mayer, I wager I know him. It must be one N. Formerly a drum major, and now recruiting for the Prussian regimental bands. Our people have no ear or taste, and His Majesty, who even excels his father in the justness of his musical perceptions, is obliged to procure his trumpeters and fifers from Bohemia and Hungary. The professor of rub-a-dub thought to secure in those little musicians a fine present for his master, in addition to the deserter, and it was not a bad idea to promise Dresden and the court to these intelligent young performers. But you would never have seen Dresden, my children, and, with your leave or without your leave, a regiment of infantry would have been your destination for the rest of your days." "Now I know what to think of the fate which awaited us," replied Consuelo. "I have heard of the abominations of this dull, heavy regime, and of their bad faith and cruelty toward recruits. I see from the way they treated the poor grenadier what was in store for us. Oh, the great Frederick!" "No, my young friend," said the Baron, somewhat ironically, "that His Majesty is ignorant of the means, he is only aware of the results." "Of which he unconcernedly takes advantage," replied Consuelo, with irrepressible indignation. "Oh, my Lord Baron, kings are never wrong, and are ignorant of all the evil which is practiced to gratify them." "The rogue is witty," exclaimed the Count, smiling. "But be prudent, my pretty drummer, and do not forget that you speak before the commander of the regiment in which you were perhaps about to enter." "Knowing how to be silent myself, Signor Count, I never doubt the discretion of others." "You hear, Baron, he promises the silence which was not even asked of him. Come, he is a fine fellow. I confide in him with all my heart. Count, you must enroll him and offer him as page to Her Highness." "I agree," said the Count, smiling, "if he consent to the arrangement. Will you accept this arrangement, my child? You will find it much more agreeable than the Prussian service. You will neither have to blow a trumpet, nor to call the reveille before break of day, nor eat powdered brick in place of bread, but simply to bear the train and carry the fan of a gracious lady, live in a fairy palace, preside at sports, and take your part in concerts, quite as good as those of the great Frederick. Are you tempted? You dare not take me for another mayor. And who is this Highness, so gracious and magnificent?" asked Consuelo, smiling. "It is the Dowager Margravine of Brize, Princess of Kulmbach, and my illustrious spouse," replied Count Hoditz, who is now residing at her ancestral castle of Roswald in Moravia. Consuelo had often heard the canoness relate the history and alliances of all the aristocracy, great and small, of Germany, and among others that of Count Hoditz Roswald, a rich Moravian nobleman, banished by his father, justly irritated at his conduct, an adventurer in all the courts of Europe, and latterly grand equerry and lover of the Dowager Margravine of Brize, whom he had secretly married, carried off, and conducted to Vienna, and thence to Moravia, where, Having received his paternal inheritance, he had placed her at the head of a brilliant establishment. The canoness had often recurred to this history, at which she was excessively shocked, because the Margravine was a reigning princess and the count a simple nobleman, and she therefore made it her continual text for inveighing against all misalliances and love matches. Consuelo, on her part, was well pleased to make herself acquainted with aristocratic prejudices, and did not forget these revelations. The first time the name of Count Hoditz was mentioned before her, she had been struck by a sort of vague recollection, but now she remembered clearly all the particulars of the life and romantic marriage of this celebrated adventurer. As to Baron Trenck, who was then at the outset of his remarkable career, and who little foresaw his frightful downfall, she had never heard of him. The Count now proceeded to dilate with some degree of vanity on his recent opulence. Ridiculed and looked down upon by the little courts of Germany, Hoditz had long blushed to be regarded as a poor wretch enriched by his wife. But having succeeded to vast possessions, he maintained from thenceforth regal state in his Moravian domain, and displayed his titles and his consequence before the eyes of petty princes, much poorer than himself. Delicately attentive to the Margravine, he thought himself no otherwise bound to a woman so much older than himself, and whether she shut her eyes through complacence or good taste, or believed that her husband could never be sensible of the decline of her beauty, she never ventured to thwart his fancies. After proceeding a few leagues, the noble travelers found a fresh relay of horses ready harnessed for them. Joseph and Consuelo would have here taken leave of their friends, but they kindly dissuaded them, alleging the possibility of new enterprises on the part of the recruiters, who were spread everywhere over the country. "You do not know," said Trenck, "how skilful and how much to be feared this race of men are. In whatever part of Europe you may happen to set foot, if you are poor and in difficulties and are possessed of any talent, you are exposed to their machinations or violence. They know all the passages of the frontiers, all the mountain paths, every place of ill fame, and all the rascals from whom they may expect assistance or support in case of need. They speak all languages, all dialects, for they have traveled in every country, and have practiced every profession and trade. They can manage a horse to perfection, run, jump, swim, dive, cross valleys and precipices like regular banditti. They are almost all brave, inured to fatigue, liars, dexterous, supple, subtle, cruel. It is from the refuse of the human race that the administration of His late Majesty, the great William, has selected the able purveyors of his forces and the props of his military discipline. They would lay hold of a deserter were he in the depths of Siberia, and would seek him in the midst of the enemy's walls, for the sole pleasure of bringing him back to Prussia and hanging him for an example to others. They have before now torn a priest from the altar because he was 6 feet high. They stole a physician from the electoral princess. They have 10 times reduced the old Margrave of Brize to a state of despair by running off with his army of 20 men without his daring to seek redress openly. They made a soldier of a French gentleman who went to see his wife and children in the neighborhood of Strasbourg. They have taken Russians from the Tsarina Elizabeth, Hulons from Marshal Saxe, Pandors from Maria Theresa, Hungarian magnates, Polish noblemen, Italian singers, women of all nations, Sabines married by force to their soldiers. Nothing comes amiss to them, and besides all the cost and charges of their journeys, they have so much a head, what do I say? So much an inch, so much a line. "Yes," said Consuelo, "they furnish human flesh by the pound. Ah, your great king is nothing but an ogre. But do not be uneasy, Senor Baron. You have done a great deed in restoring liberty to the poor deserter. I would rather undergo all the punishments that were designed for him than utter a word to your prejudice. Trenck, whose fiery character had little regard for prudence, and whose mind was already embittered by the singular severity and incomprehensible injustice of Frederick toward him, experienced a savage satisfaction in revealing to Count Hoditz the misdeeds of a system, of which he had been the witness and the accomplice in prosperous times, when his reflections had not always been so equitable and so severe. Now secretly persecuted, though apparently confided in so far as to be entrusted with an important diplomatic mission to the court of Maria Theresa, he began to hate his master and to display his sentiments much too openly. He related to the Count the slavery, the sufferings, and the despair of this numerous Prussian army, precious in war, but dangerous in peace, and whose power was matured by unexampled severity. He then mentioned the suicidal epidemic which had spread in the army, and the crimes which soldiers, otherwise honest and devout, had committed in order to be condemned to death, and thus escape from the dreadful life they led. You may suppose, said he, that the ranks under inspection are those which are most sought after. You must know that these are composed of foreign recruits, men carried off by force, and young Prussians utterly disgusted and wearied with a military career in which they are doomed to end their days. They are divided into ranks in which they are forced to march, whether in peace or war, before a line of men more submissive and determined, to whom orders are given to fire on those before them, if the latter display the least appearance of flying or resisting. If the ranks charged with this duty neglect it, those placed still further back, who are among the most insensible and ferocious of the hardened and rascally veterans of the army, are bound to fire on the two first, and so on, if the third flinch in their duty. Thus every rank in battle has the enemy before his face, and the enemy behind his back. Friends, brethren, fellow creatures, nowhere. Nothing save violence, death, and terror. Thus does the great Frederick form his invincible soldiers. Well, a place among these first ranks is envied and sought after by the Prussian soldier, and as soon as he obtains it, he throws down his arms, without the least hope of safety, in order to draw on him the balls of his comrades. This despair saves many, who, venturing all on the die, and braving unheard of dangers, succeed in escaping to the enemy. The king is not unaware of the horror which his iron yoke inspires, and you probably know his remark to his nephew, the Duke of Brunswick, who was present at one of his grand reviews, and could not help admiring the fine appearance and superb maneuvers of the troops. An assemblage of so many handsome fellows surprises you, said Frederick. Well, there is one thing that surprises me still more. What is that? Said the young Duke. It is how it happens that you and I are safe in the midst of them, replied the king. Dear Baron, exclaimed Count Hauditz, that is the reverse of the medal. Nothing can be accomplished with men except by natural means. How could Frederick become the first captain of his time if he were as mild as a dove? Hold, say no more. You will force me, his natural enemy, to take his part against you, his aide-de-camp and favorite. From the capricious manner in which he treats his favorites, one may judge how he acts with his slaves. Let us speak no more of him. You are right, because when I think of it, I am seized with a diabolical desire to return to the woods and strangle, with my own hands, his zealous purveyors of human flesh, whom I have through a stupid and cowardly prudence allowed to escape. The generous enthusiasm of the Baron pleased Consuelo. She listened with interest to his animated pictures of military life in Prussia, and not being aware that personal malice mingled somewhat with his courageous indignation, she only saw in it the evidence of a noble character. There was, nevertheless, real greatness in the soul of Trenck. This proud and handsome young man was not born to creep. There was a great difference in this respect between him and his impromptu traveling friend, Count Hoditz. The latter, having been during infancy the terror and despair of his preceptors, had been left to himself, and although he had passed the age of sowing his wild oats, there was something boyish in his manners and demeanor, which contrasted strangely with his Herculean stature and handsome features, somewhat worn indeed by 40 years of dissipation and excess. The superficial information which he sometimes displayed was picked up in romances, popular philosophy, and the theater. He pretended to be an artist, though he was as deficient in discernment and depth in that as in everything else. Nevertheless, his grand air and his exquisite condescension soon impressed the young Hayden, who preferred him to the Baron, perhaps on account of the preference which Consuelo displayed for the latter. The Baron, on the contrary, was well informed, and if the atmosphere of courts and the effervescence of youth had sometimes led him astray, he had nevertheless preserved those independent sentiments and just and noble principles which are developed by a good education, followed by serious study. His lofty character may indeed have been impaired by the caresses and flatteries of power, but his ardent and impetuous temperament had never stooped so low, but that on the least injustice it bounded up fiery and brilliant as ever. Frederick's handsome page had tasted of the poisoned cup, but love, however rash, had animated and exalted his courage and his perseverance. Pierced to the heart, he had not the less raised his head, and braved to his face the tyrant who would have humbled him. At the period of our story he appeared to be about 25 years of age. His dark brown hair, which he would not sacrifice to the childish discipline of Frederick, clustered in thick curls around his lofty brow. His figure was superb, his eyes sparkling, his mustachios black as jet, his hand white as alabaster, although of Herculean strength, and his voice fresh and masculine, as were his countenance, his ideas, and the hopes of his love. Consuelo reflected upon this mysterious attachment which he had every moment on his lips, and which she no longer thought absurd, when she observed by degrees, in his outbursts and in his reserve, the mixture of natural impetuosity and well-founded distrust which made him continually at war with his destiny and with himself. She experienced, in spite of herself, a lively desire to know the queen of this fine young man's affections, and offered deep and romantic vows for the happiness of the lovers. She did not find the journey in the least tedious, though she expected it would prove so face to face with two strangers of a rank so different from her own. She had contracted at Venice the idea, and at Riesenberg the habits, of refined life, those polite and quiet manners, and those choice expressions which constituted the better part of what was then called good society. Keeping herself in the background, and not speaking unless when spoken to, she felt herself much at her ease, as she reflected on all she heard. Neither the Count nor Baron appeared to have seen through her disguise, and, as for the latter, he paid no attention either to her or Joseph. If he occasionally addressed them, it was while speaking to the Count, and being carried away by the subject, he at last was conscious of nothing but his own thoughts. As to the Count, he was by turns grave as a monarch and gay as a French marchioness. He drew his tablets from his pocket, and took notes with the serious air of a philosopher or a diplomatist. Then he read them over in a humming voice, and Consuelo saw that they were little verses, written in a gallant and pleasing French. Sometimes he recited them to the Baron, who declared them admirable without having listened to them. Sometimes he consulted Consuelo with a good-natured air, and asked her with false modesty, "What do you think of that, my little friend? You understand French, do you not?" Consuelo, impatient of this pretended condescension, which appeared to seek to dazzle her, could not resist the temptation of mentioning 2 or 3 faults which he found in a quatrain to beauty. Her mother had taught her to pronounce and enunciate well those languages which she herself sang easily and with a certain elegance, and Consuelo, studious, and seeking in all things harmony, measure, and the neatness which her musical organization rendered easy to her, had found in books the key and rules of these various languages. She had examined prosody especially with care, exercising herself in translating lyric poetry, and in adjusting foreign words to national airs, in order to become mistress of the rhythm and accent. She had also succeeded in comprehending the rules of versification in several languages, and it was not difficult for her to detect the errors of the Moravian poet. Astonished at her learning, but not able to resolve upon doubting his own, Hoditz consulted the Baron, who confidently gave judgment in favor of the little musician. From this moment the Count occupied himself exclusively with her, but without appearing to suspect her real age or sex. He only asked where he had been educated, that he knew the laws of Parnassus so well. "At the charity school of the Singing Academy at Venice," replied she, laconically. "It would appear that the studies of that country are more severe than those of Germany. And your comrade, where did he study?" "At the Cathedral of Vienna," replied Joseph. "My children," resumed the Count, "you have both much intelligence and quickness. At our first resting place I wish to examine you upon music, and if your proficiency corresponds with the promise given by your faces and manners, I will engage you for the orchestra of my theatre at Rosewald. I wish, at any rate, to present you to the princess my spouse. What do you say? Ah, it would be a fortune for children like you." Consuelo had been seized with a strong desire to laugh on hearing the Count propose to examine Haydn and herself in music, and she could only make a respectful inclination, while she used all her efforts to preserve a serious countenance. Joseph, feeling more forcibly the advantageous consequences of a new protection for himself, thanked him and did not refuse. The Count resumed his tablets and read to Consuelo half of a little Italian opera, singularly detestable and full of barbarisms, which he intended to set to music himself, and to have represented on his wife's fête day by the actors of the theatre belonging to his chateau, or rather his residence, for, considering himself a prince in the right of his Margravine, he never used any other phrase. Consuelo pushed Joseph's elbow from time to time, to make him remark the Count's blunders, and, overcome by ennui, thought to herself that to be seduced by such madrigals, the famous beauty of the hereditary Margraviate of Brize, with the appanage of Kulmbach, must be a very stupid person, notwithstanding her titles, her beauty, and her years. While reading and declaiming, the Count kept crunching little comfits to moisten his throat, and incessantly offered them to the young travelers, who, having eaten nothing since the day before, and dying of hunger, accepted, for want of a better, this aliment, fitted rather to deceive than to satisfy their appetite, saying to themselves that the Count's sugar plums and his rhymes were very insipid nourishment. Toward evening, the spires and clock towers of the city of Passau, which Consuelo in the morning thought she would never reach, were visible. This prospect, after so many dangers and disquietudes, was almost as delightful to her as that of Venice had formerly been. And when she had crossed the Danube, she could not help grasping Joseph's hand with pleasure. "Is he your brother?" said the Count. "Yes, my lord," replied Consuelo, answering at random in order to rid herself of his curiosity. "Yet you are not in the least like each other," said the Count. "Oh, there are many children who do not resemble their father," said Joseph gaily. "But you are not brought up together." "No, my lord. In our unsettled profession we are educated how and where we can." "Yet I cannot help thinking," said the Count to Consuelo, lowering his voice, "that you are of gentle birth. Everything in your manner bespeaks a natural elevation." "I do not know how I was born," she answered, laughing. "I must be descended from a long line of musicians, since I love nothing on earth but music." "Why are you in the dress of a Moravian peasant?" "Because, my clothes being worn out, I purchased this suit in one of the fairs." "You have been in Moravia, then? At Roswald, perhaps?" "I have seen it at a distance," replied Consuelo, slyly, but without daring to approach your proud domain. "Your statues, your cascades, your gardens, your mountains, your fairy palace." "You saw it all, then?" exclaimed the Count, astonished, forgetting that Consuelo had heard him describe the beauties of his residence in detail for the last 2 hours. "Oh, you would be delighted to see it again, I assure you." "I am dying to see it once more, since I have had the pleasure of knowing you," said Consuelo, who felt an irresistible desire to revenge herself for the infliction of his opera. She bounded lightly from the bark in which they had crossed the river, exclaiming in a German accent, "I salute thee, O Passau." The barouche conducted them to the dwelling of a rich nobleman, a friend of the Count's, then absent, but whose house was placed at his disposal. The household was expecting them, and supper being ready, it was immediately served up. The Count, who was delighted at the conversation of his little musician, for so he called Consuelo, would have wished to invite them to the table, but the fear of annoying the Baron by this breach of etiquette prevented him. Consuelo and Joseph were well satisfied to sup in the servants' hall, and made no objection to sit down along with the valets. Haydn, indeed, had never held a higher place in the fetes of the nobility to which he had been invited, and although a sense of the dignity of his art gave him sufficient elevation of character to understand the outrage inflicted on him, he recollected, without any feeling of shame, that his mother had been cook to Count Harrach, the lord of his village. In fact, at a later period, when arrived at the very zenith of his genius, Haydn was no better appreciated by his patrons as a man, although his fame as an artist was spread all over Europe. He lived for 25 years in the service of Prince Esterhazy, and when we say service, we do not mean merely as a musician. For Père saw him, a napkin on his arm and a sword by his side, standing behind his master's chair and performing the duties of major domo, or principal domestic. Consuelo had not eaten a meal in company with domestics since her travels in childhood with her mother, the Zagara. She was greatly amused, therefore, with the borrowed airs and graces of these aristocratic lackeys, who felt aggrieved at the company of 2 wandering musicians, and who did not hesitate to thrust them to the foot of the table, and help them to the worst morsels, which, however, thanks to their youth and good appetite, they did not the less enjoy. Their contented air having disarmed their haughty entertainers, the latter proceeded to ask for a little music by way of dessert. Joseph revenged himself by playing the violin very willingly, and Consuelo, now completely recovered from her agitation of the morning, was about to sing, when intelligence was brought that the Count and Baron desired a little music for themselves. It was impossible to refuse, after the generous aid they had received from the two noblemen. Consuelo would have considered any want of complaisance, or any excuse either of fatigue or hoarseness, as the basest ingratitude, since, in fact, her voice had already reached the gentleman's ears. She followed Joseph, who was already prepared to take everything which happened in good part, and when they had entered the saloon, where, lighted by a score of wax tapers, the two noblemen were engaged in finishing their last bottle of Tokay, they stood near the door and began to sing the little Italian duets which they had rehearsed on the mountains. "Attention," said Consuelo slyly to Joseph. "Consider that His Excellency the Count is about to examine us as to our proficiency in music. Let us acquit ourselves to his satisfaction." The Count was much flattered by this observation. As for the Baron, he had placed the portrait of his mysterious Dulcimea on the reverse of his plate, and was gazing at it without heeding what was going on. Consuelo took care not to display the full powers of her voice. Her pretended sex hardly agreed with her liquid and flute-like accents, and her apparent age did not warrant the expectation of any decided talent. She assumed the hoarse and somewhat worn voice of a young lad who has prematurely injured his tone by singing in the open air. It was an amusement for her to counterfeit in this manner the awkward attempts and rude flourishes which she had so often heard the street singers of Venice practice. But though the parody was excellent, still she could not hide her superior taste, and the duet was sung with such force and originality that the Baron, himself an excellent musician and artist, replaced his portrait in his bosom, raised his head, and ended by applauding vociferously, exclaiming that it was the sweetest music he had ever heard. As for Count Hoditz, who was full of Fuchs and Rameau and other classic authors, he had less relish for this kind of performance. In his eyes, the Baron was a sort of barbarian, and the two young people intelligent indeed, but requiring his efforts to raise them from the depths of their ignorance. His ruling idea was to form his own artists, and he said in a sententious manner, shaking his head the while, "It is not so bad, but there is a great deal to mend. Come, come, we will correct all that." He looked upon Joseph and Consuelo, in imagination, as his already, and as forming part of his choir. He then asked Haydn to play the violin, and as the latter had no reason to conceal his abilities, he executed a piece of his own composition to admiration. This time the Count was highly satisfied. "Your position is fixed," said he. "You shall be first violin. But you must also practice on the viola and the viol d'amore. I will teach you the manner of execution." "Is His Highness the Baron also satisfied with my comrade?" said Consuelo to Trenck, who had relapsed into his reverie. "So much so," replied he, "that if I make any stay at Vienna, I will have no other master." "I will teach you the viol d'amore," replied the Count, "and I expect that you will give me the preference." "I prefer the violin and this professor," replied the Baron, with perfect frankness. He took the violin and played from memory with great purity of tone and expression several passages from the piece which Joseph had just performed. "I wish to show you," said he with great modesty, "that I am only fit to be your pupil, but that, with attention and docility, I might learn." Consuelo requested him to continue, and he complied without affectation. He had talent, taste, and skill. Hoditz praised his performance beyond measure. "It is but a poor thing," replied Trenck, "for it is my own. I like it, however, inasmuch as it pleased the princess." The Count made a hideous grimace to warn him of his imprudence. Trenck paid no attention, but, lost in thought, ran the bow over the strings absently. Then, throwing the instrument on the table, he rose and strode up and down the apartment, pressing his hand on his forehead. At last he returned toward the table and said, "Good evening, my dear Count. I am obliged to set out ere daybreak. The carriage which I have ordered is to call for me at 3. Most probably I shall not see you again till we meet in Vienna. I shall be happy to see you there, to thank you for the pleasure I have received in your company, which I never can forget." They pressed each other's hands repeatedly, and as the Baron left the apartment, he slipped some pieces of gold into Joseph's hand, saying, "This is on account of my future lessons in Vienna. You will find me at the Prussian embassy." He nodded to Consuelo as he passed, while he whispered in her ear, "Should I ever find you as drummer or trumpeter in my regiment, we will desert together. Dost understand?" Then, saluting the Count once more, he left the apartment. End of chapter 73. Chapter 74 of Consuelo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Consuelo by George Sand, Chapter 74. As soon as Count Hoditz was alone with his musicians, he felt more at ease, and became quite communicative. His mania was to set up for a chapel master, and to play the impresario. He resolved, therefore, to commence Consuelo's education at once. "Come here," said he, "and sit beside me. We are alone, and need not sit so far apart. And do you also be seated," exclaimed he, turning to Joseph, "and profit by my instructions. You have no notion of a shake," continued he, turning to the great cantatrice. "Listen while I show you." Here he ventured on a commonplace passage, in which he introduced that ornament several times after a very vulgar fashion. Consuelo amused herself by repeating the passage with the shake reversed. "That is not it," roared the Count with the voice of a stentor, as he struck the table. "Why did you not listen to me?" He began again, and Consuelo cut it short this time, still worse than before, preserving her gravity, however, and pretending to be all attention and docility. As for Joseph, he was on the point of suffocating, and pretended to cough in order to avoid a convulsion of laughter. "La la la, tra-la, tra-la, tra-la," sang the Count, imitating his awkward pupil, bounding on his chair with all the symptoms of extreme irritation, which he was far from feeling, but which he thought it right to assume, as being in keeping with his position. Consuelo teased him this way for a good quarter of an hour, and wound up by singing the passage with faultless precision. "Bravo, bravissimo!" exclaimed the Count, falling back in his chair. "It is perfect at last. I knew I should make something of you. Give me but a peasant, and I should do more with him in a day than others in a year. Now sing this once more, and see that you execute the notes trippingly. Better still. Why, nothing could surpass that. We shall make something of you at last." Here the Count wiped his forehead, though there was not a single drop of perspiration on it. "Now," continued he, "let us have a falling cadence, and from the chest." Here he set her an example, with that hackneyed facility with which the most inferior choristers ape the efforts of superior performers, fancying themselves equally skillful, because they succeed in imitating them. Again Consuelo amused herself with putting the Count into one of his cool-blooded passions, when all at once she changed her manner, and finished with a cadence so perfect and so prolonged that he was obliged to cry out, "Enough, enough, now you have it. I was sure I should set you right. Let us go now to the roulade. You learn with wonderful facility, and I wish I had always pupils like you." Consuelo, who began to feel overpowered by sleep and fatigue, abridged the lesson of the roulade considerably. She executed with docility all that the opulent pedagogue prescribed to her, however faulty in taste it might be, and even allowed her exquisite voice to assume its natural tone, no longer fearing to betray herself, since the Count was resolved to attribute to himself all the sudden splendor and celestial purity which it every moment displayed in a greater degree. How much clearer his voice becomes in proportion as I show him how to open his mouth and bring out his tone," said he, turning to Joseph with an air of triumph. "Clearness in teaching, perseverance, and example are the three requisites with which to form, in a brief period, finished singers and declaimers. We shall take another lesson tomorrow, for you must have 10 lessons, at the end of which you will know how to sing. We have the coulet, the flatte, the porte de voix tenue, and the porte de voix enchevée, the chute, the inflection tendre, the métallement gay, the cadence vent, etc., etc. Now go and repose yourselves. I have had apartments prepared for you in the palace. I shall stop here on some business until noon. You will breakfast here, and follow me to Vienna. Consider yourselves from this moment as in my service. To begin, do you, Joseph, go and tell my valet to come and light me to my apartment. Do you," said he to Consuelo, "remain and go over the last roulade again, which I showed you. I am not perfectly satisfied with it." Hardly had Joseph left the room when the Count, taking both Consuelo's hands in his, endeavored to draw her to him. Interrupted in her roulade, Consuelo looked at him with much astonishment, but she quickly drew away her hands and recoiled to the other end of the table. On seeing his inflamed eyes and his libertine smile, "Come, come, do you wish to play the prude?" said the Count, resuming his easy and superb air. "So, so, my sweet one, we have a little lover, eh? He is very ugly, poor fellow, and I hope that you will renounce him from this day forward. Your fortune is made if you do not hesitate, for I do not like delays. You are a charming girl, full of sweetness and intelligence. You please me greatly, and from the first glance I cast upon you, I saw that you were not made to tramp about with that little vagabond. Nevertheless, I will take charge of him also. I will send him to Rosewald and establish him there. As for you, you shall remain at Vienna. I will lodge you properly, and if you are prudent and modest, even bring you forward in the world. When you have learned music, you shall be the prima donna of my theater, and you shall see your little chance friend when I carry you to my residence. Is it agreed?" "Yes, my Lord Count," replied Consuelo, with much gravity, and making a low bow. "It is perfectly agreed." Joseph returned at that moment with the valet de chambre, who carried 2 candles, and the Count retired, giving a little tap on the cheek to Joseph, and addressing a smile of intelligence to Consuelo. "He is perfectly ridiculous," said Joseph to his companion, as he was left alone with her. "More so than you think," replied she thoughtfully. "No matter. He is the best man in the world, and will be very useful to me at Vienna." "Yes, at Vienna, as much as you please, Beppo. But at Passau, not in the least, I assure you. Where are our bundles, Joseph?" "In the kitchen. I will go and carry them to our apartments, which, from what they tell me, must be charming. You will get some rest at last." "My good Joseph," said Consuelo, shrugging her shoulders, "go, get your bundle quickly, and give up your pretty chamber in which you expected to sleep well. We leave this house on the instant. Do you understand me? Be quick, for they will certainly lock the doors." Hayden thought she must be dreaming. "What?" cried he. "Is it possible? Are these great lords kidnappers too?" "I fear Hodits even more than Mayor," replied Consuelo impatiently. "Come, run. Do not hesitate, or I shall leave you and go alone." There was so much resolution and energy in Consuelo's tone and features that Hayden, surprised and distracted, obeyed her hurriedly. He returned in a few minutes with the bag which contained their music and clothes, and 3 minutes afterward they had left the place, without having been remarked by anyone, and reached the suburb at the extremity of the city. They entered a small inn and hired 2 apartments, which they paid for in advance, in order to be able to leave as early as they wished without being detained. "Will you not at least tell me the occasion of this fresh alarm?" asked Hayden, as he bade Consuelo good night on the threshold of her chamber. "Sleep in peace," replied she, "and know in 2 words that we have not much to fear now. His lordship the Count divined with his eagle eye that I am not of his sex, and did me the honor to make me a declaration, which has singularly flattered my self-love. Good night, friend Beppo. We must be off before daylight. I will knock at your door to rouse you." On the next day the rising sun saluted our young travelers as they were floating on the bosom of the Danube, and descending its rapid stream with a satisfaction as pure and hearts as light as the waves of that lovely river. They had paid for their passage in the bark of an old boatman who was carrying merchandise to Linz. He was an honest man, with whom they were well satisfied, and who did not interfere in their conversation. He did not understand a word of Italian, and, his boat being sufficiently loaded, he took no other passengers, which gave them at last that security and repose of body and mind which they required in order to enjoy in its full extent the magnificent spectacle presented to their eyes every moment of their voyage. The weather was lovely. There was a remarkably clean little cabin in the boat, into which Consuelo could retire to rest her eyes from the glare of the water. But she had become so accustomed during the preceding days to the open air and beaming sun that she preferred to pass almost the whole time lying upon the bales, delightfully occupied in watching the rocks and trees on the bank as they seemed to glide away behind her. She practiced music at her leisure with Hayden, and the droll recollection of the music-mad Hodits, whom Joseph called the maestro-maniac, mingled much gaiety with their warblings. Joseph mimicked him to the life, and felt a malicious joy at the idea of his disappointment. Their laughter and their songs cheered and charmed the old mariner, who, like every German peasant, was passionately fond of music. He sang to them in his turn some airs which possessed a sort of aquatic character, and which Consuelo learned from him with the words. They completely gained his heart by feasting him as well as they could at the first landing place, where they laid in their own provisions for the day, the most peaceful and the most agreeable they had yet spent since the commencement of their journey. "Excellent Baron de Trenck," said Joseph, changing for silver one of the shining pieces of gold which that nobleman had given him. "It is to him that I owe the power of, at last, relieving the divine Porporina from fatigue, from famine, from danger, from all the ills which misery brings in its train. Yet I did not like him at first, that noble and benevolent baron." "Yes," said Consuelo, "you preferred the Count. I am glad now that the latter confined himself to promises, and did not soil our hands with his gifts." "After all, we owe him nothing," resumed Joseph, who first entertained the thought of fighting the recruiter. "It was the Baron. The Count did not care, and only followed his companion through complaisance and for fashion's sake. Who ran all the risk and received a ball through his hat, very close to the skull? Again the Baron. Who wounded and perhaps killed that infamous Pistola? The Baron. Who saved the deserter at his own expense perhaps, by exposing himself to the anger of a terrible master. Lastly, who respected you, and did not appear to recognize your sex, who comprehended the beauty of your Italian airs, and the good taste of your style. And the genius of Master Joseph Haydn, added Consuelo, smiling. The Baron, always the Baron. Doubtless, returned Haydn, retorting the roguish insinuation, and it is perhaps very fortunate for a certain noble and dearly beloved absent one, of whom I have heard mention, that the declaration of love to the divine Porporina proceeded from the ridiculous Count instead of the brave and fascinating Baron. Beppo, replied Consuelo, with a melancholy smile. The absent never suffer wrong except in mean and ungrateful hearts. That is why the Baron, who is generous and sincere, and who loves a mysterious beauty, could not think of paying court to me. I ask you yourself, would you so easily sacrifice the love of your betrothed and the fidelity of your heart to the first chance caprice? Beppo sighed deeply. You cannot be the first chance caprice for anyone, said he, and the Baron would have been very excusable had he forgotten all his loves, past and present, at the sight of you. You grow gallant and complimentary, Beppo. I see that you have profited by the society of his lordship, the Count. But may you never wed a Magravine, nor learn how love is treated when one marries for money. They reached Linz in the evening, and slept at last without terror and without care for the morrow. As soon as Joseph awoke, he hastened to buy shoes, linen, and many little niceties of masculine attire for himself, and especially for Consuelo, who could thus make herself look like a smart and handsome young man, as she jestingly said, in order to walk about the city and vicinity. The old boatman had told him that if he could find a freight for Molk, he would take them on board the following day, and would carry them 20 leagues further down the Danube. They spent that day, therefore, at Linz, amusing themselves by climbing the hill and examining the fortification below and that above, from which latter they could contemplate the majestic windings of the river through the fertile plains of Austria. Thence they also saw a spectacle which makes them very merry. This was Count Hoditz's Berlin, which entered the city in triumph. They recognized the carriage and the livery, and being too far off to be perceived by him, amused themselves with making low salutations down to the very ground. At last, toward evening, on returning to the river's edge, they found their boat laden with merchandise for Molk, and joyfully made a fresh bargain with their old pilot. They embarked before daybreak, and saw the stars shining above their heads, while their reflection glistened in long lines of silver upon the rippled surface of the stream. This day passed no less agreeably than the preceding. Joseph had but one source of grief, which was the thought that he approached Vienna, and that this journey, of which he forgot all the sufferings and the dangers to recall its delightful moments, would soon be brought to a close. At Molk, they were obliged to leave their honest pilot, which they did not do without regret. They could not find in the vessels which offered for a continuation of their voyage the same conditions of privacy and security. Consuelo, who now felt herself rested, refreshed, and strengthened against all accidents, proposed to Joseph to resume their journey on foot until some more favorable opportunity. They had still 20 leagues to travel, and this manner of journeying was not very expeditious. The truth is that Consuelo, even while persuading herself that she was impatient to resume the dress of her sex and the proprieties of her position, was, it must be confessed, at the bottom of her heart, as little desirous as Joseph to arrive at the end of the expedition. She was too much of an artist in every fiber of her organization not to love the liberty, the danger, the deeds of courage and address, the constant and varied aspect of that nature, which the pedestrian alone enjoys in its full extent. In short, all the romantic activity of wandering and solitary life. I call it solitary, dear reader, in order to express a secret and mysterious charm, which you can more easily comprehend than I define. It is a state of mind, I think, which has no name in our language, but which you must have experienced if you have ever traveled on foot to any distance, either alone or with another self, or, like Consuelo, with an accommodating companion, at once cheerful, obliging, and sympathizing. In such moments, if you were free from all immediate anxiety, from all disturbing thoughts, you have, I doubt not, felt a kind of strange delight, a little selfish perhaps, as you said to yourself, "At this instant no person is troubled about me, and no person troubles me. No one knows where I am. Those who rule over my life would search for me in vain. They cannot discover me in this situation, unknown to all, new even to myself, in which I have taken refuge. Those over whom I exercise an influence no longer feel the agitating effects of my presence, and I, in my turn, feel relieved at ceasing to impose it. I belong solely to myself, both as master and as slave. For there is not one of us, O reader, who is not, with regard to a certain group of individuals, at the same time somewhat of a slave and somewhat of a master, independently of his own will, and often even without his own knowledge. No one knows where I am. That is indeed a thought of loneliness which has its charm, an inexpressible charm, rude and repulsive at first sight, but in reality gentle and legitimate. We are created for a life of reciprocity. The road of duty is long, rough, and bounded by no horizon but death, which is perhaps only the repose of a single night. Let us march onward then, boldly, and without sparing our feet. But if, by a rare and happy chance which may render repose and solitude blameless, some green and flowery bypath opens before us, let us profit by it to wander apart for a season from our fellow men, and give ourselves up to silence and contemplation. These calm and peaceful moments are indispensable for the active and energetic man to recover his strength. And just in proportion as you are a zealous worshiper in the temple of God, and consequently a lover of your fellow man, will you feel the sanctifying effects of these periods of reflection and self-examination. The selfish man is alone always and everywhere. His soul is never fatigued by loving, suffering, and persevering. It is inert and cold, and has no more need of sleep and silence than a corpse. He who loves is rarely alone, and even when he is so, he is happy. His soul then enjoys a suspension of activity, which is as a deep sleep to a vigorous body. That sleep is an evidence of past fatigues, and the precursor of the new labors for which he is preparing. I can scarcely believe in the real grief of those who do not seek a refuge from their thoughts, nor in the absolute devotedness of those who have no need of rest. In the one case, their grief is a sort of torpor, which reveals that their spirit is broken and dead within them, and possesses no longer the power of loving. In the other, their devotedness, knowing no cessation or pause, generally conceals some low and unworthy motive. These observations, though perhaps a little too long, are not out of place in a history of the life of Consuelo, an active and devoted spirit, if ever there was one, but who, notwithstanding, might otherwise have been accused of selfishness and frivolity by those who were unable to understand her. End of chapter 74. Chapter 75 of Consuelo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Consuelo by George Sand, Chapter 75. On the first day of their new journey, as our young travelers were crossing a small river by means of a wooden bridge, they saw a poor beggar woman who held a little girl in her arms, seated upon the parapet and extending her hand to the passers-by for alms. The child was pale and ill, the woman wan and shaking with fever. Consuelo was seized with a deep feeling of sympathy and pity for those unfortunates, who recalled to her mind her mother and her own childhood. "That is the condition we were in sometimes," said she to Joseph, who immediately understood her, and stopped with her to look at and question the beggar woman. "Alas," said the latter, "only a few days ago I was very happy. I am a peasant from the neighborhood of Harmonitz in Bohemia. I was married 5 years since to a tall and handsome cousin of mine, who was the most industrious of workmen and the best of husbands. About a year after our marriage, my poor Karl, who had gone to cut wood on the mountain, disappeared suddenly, without anyone knowing what had become of him. I sank into poverty and grief. I thought that my husband had fallen from some precipice, or that the wolves had devoured him. Although I had an opportunity of being married again, the uncertainty of his fate and the affection I felt for him prevented my thinking of it. Ah, I was well rewarded, my children. Last year, some person knocked at my door one evening. I opened it and fell on my knees on seeing my husband before me. But in what a condition, good God! He looked like a specter. He was withered up, sallow, his eyes haggard, his hair stiffened with ice, his feet all bleeding. His poor feet, which had traveled I know not how many hundreds of miles over the most horrible roads and in the most severe weather. But he was so happy at once more finding his wife and his poor little daughter that he soon recovered his courage, his health, his strength, and his good looks. He told me that he had been kidnapped by banditti, who had carried him far, very far away, even to the sea, and had sold him to the King of Prussia for a soldier. He had lived for 3 years in that most gloomy of all countries, suffering severe hardships and receiving blows from morning to night. At last he succeeded in escaping, deserting my good children. In fighting desperately against those who pursued him, he had killed one and put out the eye of another with a stone. Then, traveling day and night, hiding in the swamps and in the woods like a wild beast, he had crossed Saxony and Bohemia. He was saved. He was restored to me. Ah, how happy we were during the whole winter, in spite of our poverty and the rigor of the season. We had but one anxiety, that of again seeing in our neighborhood those birds of prey who had caused all our sufferings. We formed the project of going to Vienna, presenting ourselves to the Empress, and relating our misfortunes to her, in order to obtain her protection, military service for my husband, and some subsistence for myself and child. But I felt ill in consequence of the shock I had experienced at again seeing my poor Karl, and we were obliged to pass the whole winter and all the summer in our mountains, always waiting for the moment when I could undertake the journey, always on our guard and sleeping with watchful eyes. At last this happy moment arrived. I felt myself strong enough to walk, and our little girl, who was also suffering, was to make the journey in her father's arms. But an evil destiny awaited us on leaving the mountains. We were walking tranquilly and leisurely by the side of a much frequented road, without paying attention to a carriage which, for a quarter of an hour, had been slowly ascending in the same direction with ourselves. Suddenly the carriage stopped, and 3 men got out. "Is that he?" cried one. "Yes," replied another, who was blind of an eye. "That is he. Quick, quick!" My husband turned at these words. "Ah," said he, "those are Prussians. That is the man whose eye I put out. I recognize him. Run, run," said I. "Save yourself." He commenced to fly, when one of those abominable men rushed upon me, threw me down, and presented one pistol at my head and another at my child's. But for that diabolical idea, my husband would have been saved, for he ran better than the ruffians and had the start of them. But at the shriek which escaped me on seeing my child under the muzzle of the pistol, Carl turned, uttered loud cries to prevent him from firing, and retraced his steps. When the villain who had his foot on my body saw Carl within reach, "Yield," cried he, "or I kill them. Make but an attempt to fly, and it is done." I yield, here I am," replied my poor man, running toward them with greater speed than he had fled, notwithstanding the prayers and signs I made that he should let us die. When the tigers had him in their grasp, they overwhelmed him with blows and left him covered with blood. I endeavored to defend him. They maltreated me also. On seeing him bound before my eyes, I shrieked. I filled the air with my cries. They told me they would kill my little one if I did not keep still, and they had already torn her from my arms, when Carl said to me, "Silence, wife, I command you. Think of our child." I obeyed, but the effort was so violent that I fell as if dead upon the road. When I opened my eyes, it was night. My poor child was lying upon me, and was sobbing so bitterly that it nearly broke my heart. There was no trace of what had occurred but my husband's blood on the road, and the mark of the wheels which had carried him away. I remained there an hour or two more, trying to console and warm Maria, who was benumbed and half dead with fear. At last, when my senses returned, I thought that the best plan was not to run after the kidnappers, whom I could not overtake, but to go and make my declaration to the officers of Wiesenbach, the nearest city. I did so, and then I resolved to continue my journey to Vienna, throw myself at the feet of the Empress, and beseech her to prevent the King of Prussia from having the sentence of death executed upon my husband. Her Majesty could claim him as her subject, in case the recruiter should not be overtaken. Aided by some alms which had been given me in the territory of the Bishop of Passau, where I related my disaster, I succeeded in reaching the Danube, and thence I descended in a boat to the city of Molk. People to whom I tell my story are not willing to believe me, and suspecting me to be an impostor, give me so little that I must continue my journey on foot, happy if I can arrive in 5 or 6 days without dying of fatigue, for illness and despair have exhausted me. Now, my dear children, if you have the means of giving me some little assistance, do so immediately, for I cannot remain here any longer. I must travel on, like the wandering Jew, until I have obtained justice." "Oh, my good woman, my poor woman," cried Consuelo, clasping the poor creature in her arms, and weeping with joy and compassion. "Courage, courage, take hope and comfort. Your husband is delivered. He is galloping toward Vienna on a good horse, with a well-lined purse in his pocket." "What do you say?" cried the deserter's wife, her eyes becoming red as blood, and her lips trembling with a convulsive movement. "Are you certain you have seen him? Oh, my God! Oh, God of goodness! If you should inspire her with false hopes, if the deserter whom we assisted to save should be another than her husband? Alas, what have you done?" said Joseph to Consuelo. "It is himself, Joseph. I tell you, it is he. Remember the man with the one eye. Remember Pistola's style of proceeding. Remember that the deserter said he was the father of a family and an Austrian subject. Besides, we can easily ascertain exactly what sort of a man is your husband. Red-haired, with gray eyes, a large face, 6 feet and an inch high, his nose a little flattened, his forehead low. A superb man. That is he, said Consuelo, smiling. And his dress? A green frock, much worn, brown breeches, and gray stockings. That is he again. And the recruiters, did you remark them? Do you ask me if I remarked them? Holy Virgin, their horrible faces will never leave my memory. The poor woman then gave, with much exactness, a description of Pistola, the one-eyed, and the silent man. There was also a fourth, continued she, who remained by the horse, and took no part in the deed. He had a great unmeaning face, which seemed to me even more cruel than the others, for while I was weeping, and they were beating my husband, and tying him with cord like an assassin, that brute sang, and made a noise with his mouth, as if he were sounding a charge on the trumpet. Broom, 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 broom. Ah, he had a heart of iron. Ha! That must have been Mayor, said Consuelo to Joseph. Do you still doubt? Has he not that trick of singing and playing the trumpet with his mouth every moment? It is true, said Joseph. Then it was Carl whom we saw delivered. Thank heaven. Oh, yes, thanks to the good God before all, said the poor woman, throwing herself upon her knees. Maria, said she to her little girl, kiss the earth with me to thank the guardian angels and the Holy Virgin. Your father is found, and we shall soon see him again. Tell me, my good woman, observed Consuelo, has Carl also the custom of kissing the ground when he is well pleased? Yes, my child, he never fails to do so. When he returned after having deserted, he would not pass the door on our house until he had kissed the threshold. Is that the custom of your country? No, it is a manner of his own, which he taught us and which has always brought us luck. Then it was certainly he whom we saw, returned Consuelo, for we saw him kiss the earth to thank those who had delivered him. You remember that, Beppo? Perfectly. It was he. There's no longer any doubt of it. Oh, let me press you to my heart, cried the wife of Carl. Angels of paradise, who bring me such good news, but tell me all about it. Joseph related all that had happened, and when the poor woman had breathed forth all her transports of joy and gratitude toward heaven, and thanked Joseph and Consuelo over and over again, whom she rightly considered as the primary cause of her husband's deliverance, she asked them what she must do to find him again. I think, said Consuelo, that the best thing you can do is to continue your journey. You will find him at Vienna, if you do not meet him on the road. His first care will be to make his declaration to his sovereign, and to request of the officers of the administration that you may be informed in whatever place you happen to be. He will not fail to make the same declaration in every important town through which he passes, and obtain information of the route you have taken. If you reach Vienna before him, do not fail to communicate to the administration the place where you lodge. That notice may be given to Carl as soon as he presents himself. But what offices? What administration? I know nothing of these customs. In such a great city, I shall lose myself, I, a poor peasant. Oh, said Joseph, we have never had an opportunity of knowing any more than yourself. But ask the first person you meet to show you the Prussian embassy. Ask for his lordship, the Baron. Take care what you are about to say, Beppo, said Consuelo, in a low voice to Joseph, as a hint that he must not compromise the Baron in this adventure. Well, Count Hoditz, returned Joseph. Yes, the Count. He will do from vanity that which the other would have done from charity. Ask for the dwelling of the Margravine Princess of Brize, and present to her husband the note I am going to give you. Consuelo tore a blank leaf out of Joseph's memorandum book and wrote the following words on it with a pencil. Consuelo Porporina, prima donna of the San Samuel Theatre at Venice, ex Signor Bertoni, and wandering singer at Passau, recommends to the noble heart of the Count Hoditz Roswald, the wife of Karl, the deserter, whom his lordship rescued from the hands of the recruiters and covered with benefits. The Purpurina promises to thank his lordship the Count for his protection in presence of Madame the Margravine, if his lordship will permit her the honor of singing in the private apartments of her highness. Consuelo wrote the address with care, and then looked at Joseph, who understood her, and drew out his purse. Without any further consultation and by a spontaneous movement, they gave the poor woman the 2 gold pieces which remained of Trink's present, in order that she might pursue her journey in some vehicle, and they then conducted her to the neighboring village, where they assisted her to make a bargain with an honest vetturino. After they had made her eat something, and bought her some clothes, an expense which was defrayed from the remainder of their little fortune, they sent off the poor creature, whom they had just restored to life. Consuelo then asked, laughingly, how much remained at the bottom of their purse. Joseph took his violin, shook it at his ear, and replied, "Nothing but sound." Consuelo tried her voice in the open air with a brilliant roulade and cried, "There's still a good deal of sound remaining." Then she joyously stretched out her hand to her companion and clasped his heartily, saying, "You are a brave lad, Beppo." "And you also," replied Joseph, wiping away a tear, and bursting into a loud shout of laughter. End of chapter 75. Chapter 76 of Consuelo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Consuelo by George Sand, Chapter 76. It is not a very alarming predicament to find oneself without money when near the end of a journey. But even though our young artists had still been very far from their destination, they would not have felt less gay than they were on finding themselves entirely penniless. One must thus be without resources in an unknown country. Joseph was almost as much a stranger at this distance from Vienna as Consuelo. To know what a marvelous sense of security, what an inventive and enterprising genius is revealed as if by magic in the artist who has just spent his last farthing. Until then, it is a species of agony, a constant fear of want, a gloomy apprehension of sufferings, embarrassments, and humiliations, which disappear as soon as you have heard the ring of your last piece of money. Then, for romantic spirits, a new world begins, a holy confidence in the charity of others, and numberless charming illusions, but also an aptitude for labor and feeling of complacency, which soon enabled them to triumph over the first obstacles. Consuelo, who experienced a feeling of romantic pleasure in this return to the indigence of her earlier days, and who felt happy at having done good by the exercise of self-denial, immediately found an expedient to ensure their supper and night's lodging. "This is Sunday," said she to Joseph. "You shall play some dancing tunes in passing through the first village we come to. We shall find people who want to dance before we have gone through 2 streets, and we shall be the minstrels. Do you know how to make an oaten pipe? I can soon learn to use it, and if I can draw some sounds from it, it will serve very well as an accompaniment to you." "Do I know how to make a pipe?" replied Joseph. "You shall see." They soon found a fine reed growing at the river's side, and having pierced it carefully, it sounded wonderfully well. A perfect unison was obtained. The rehearsal followed, and then our young people marched off very tranquilly until they reached a small hamlet 3 miles off, into which they made their entrance to the sound of their instruments, and crying before each door, "Who wishes to dance? Who wishes to dance? Here is the music. The ball is going to begin. They reached a little square planted with lofty trees, escorted by a troop of children, who followed them, marching, shouting, and clapping their hands. In a short time, some joyous couples came to raise the first dust by opening the dance. And before the soil was well trodden, the whole population assembled and made a circle around the rustic ball. Got up impromptu, without preparation or delay. After the first waltzes, Joseph put his violin under his arm, and Consuelo, mounting upon her chair, made a speech to the company to prove to them that fasting artists had weak fingers and short breath. 5 minutes afterward, they had as much as they wished of bread and cheese, beer and cakes. As to the salary, that was soon agreed upon. A collection was to be made, and each was to give what he chose. After having eaten, they mounted upon a hogshead which had been rolled triumphantly into the middle of the square, and the dance began afresh. But after the lapse of 2 hours, they were interrupted by a piece of news which made everybody anxious, and passed from mouth to mouth until it reached the minstrels. The shoemaker of the place, while hurriedly finishing a pair of shoes for an impatient customer, had just stuck his awl into his thumb. "It is a serious matter, a great misfortune," said an old man, who was leaning against the hogshead which served them as a pedestal. "Gottlieb, the shoemaker, is the organist of our village, and tomorrow is the fête day of our patron saint. Oh, what a grand fête! What a beautiful fête! There is nothing like it for 10 leagues round. Our mass especially is a wonder, and people come a great distance to hear it. Gottlieb is a real chapel master. He plays the organ. He makes the children sing. He sings himself. There is nothing he does not do, especially on that day. He is the soul of everything. Without him, all is lost. And what will the canon say? The canon of St. Stephen's, who comes himself to officiate at the Mass, and who is always so well pleased with our music. For he is music mad, the good canon, and it is a great honor for us to see him at our altar. He who hardly ever leaves his benefice, and does not put himself out of his way for a trifle." "Well," said Consuelo, "there is one means of arranging all this. Either my comrade or myself will take charge of the organ, of the direction, in a word, of the Mass. And if the canon is not satisfied, you shall give us nothing for our pains." "Oh-ho," said the old man, "you talk very much at your ease, young man. Our Mass cannot be played with a violin and a flute. Oh, no, it is a serious matter, and you do not understand our scores." "We will understand them this very evening," said Joseph, affecting an air of disdainful superiority which imposed upon the audience grouped around him. "Come," said Consuelo, "conduct us to the church. Let someone blow the organ, and if you are not satisfied with our style of playing, you shall be at liberty to refuse our aid." "But the score, Gottlieb's masterpiece of arrangement." "We will go and see Gottlieb, and if he does not declare himself satisfied with us, we renounce our pretensions. Besides, a wound in his finger will not prevent Gottlieb from directing the choir and singing his part." The elders of the village, who were assembled around them, took counsel together and determined to make the trial. The ball was abandoned. The canon's mass was quite a different amusement, quite another affair from dancing. Hayden and Consuelo, after playing the organ alternately and singing together and separately, were pronounced to be very passable musicians for want of better. Some mechanics even dared to hint that their playing was preferable to Gottlieb's, and that the fragments of Scarlatti, of Pergolese, and of Bach, which they produced, were at least as fine as the music of Holzbauer, which Gottlieb always stuck to. The curate, who hastened to listen to them, went so far as to say that the canon would much prefer these airs to those with which they usually regaled him. The sacristan, who was by no means pleased with this opinion, shook his head sorrowfully, and not to make his parishioners discontented, the curate consented that the two virtuosi sent by heaven should come to an understanding, if possible, with Gottlieb to accompany the Mass. They proceeded in a body to the shoemaker's house. He was obliged to display his inflamed hand to everyone in order that they might see plainly he could not fill his post of organist. The impossibility was only too apparent. Gottlieb had a certain amount of musical capacity and played the organ passably, but spoiled by the praises of his fellow citizens and the somewhat mocking flatteries of the canon, he displayed an inconceivable amount of conceit in his execution and management. He lost temper when they proposed to replace him by two birds of passage. He would have preferred that there had been no fete at all, and that the canon had gone without music, rather than share the honors and triumph. Nevertheless, he had to yield the point. He pretended for a long time to search for the different parts, and it was only when the curate threatened to give up the entire choice of the music to the two young artists that he at last found them. Consuelo and Joseph had to prove their requirements by reading at sight the most difficult passages in that one of the 26 masses of Holzbauer, which was to be performed next day. This music, although devoid of genius and originality, was at least well written and easy to comprehend, especially for Consuelo, who had surmounted much more difficult trials. The auditors were enraptured, and Gottlieb, who grew more and more out of sorts, declared he had caught fever, and that he was going to bed, delighted that everybody was content. As soon as the voices and instruments were assembled in the church, our two little chapel masters directed the rehearsal. All went on well. The brewer, the weaver, the schoolmaster, and the baker of the village played the 4 violins. The children, with their parents, all good-natured, attentive, and phlegmatic artisans and peasants, made up the choir. Joseph had already heard Holzbauer's music at Vienna, where it was in vogue. They set to work, and Consuelo, taking up the air alternately in the different parts, led the choristers so well that they surpassed themselves. There were 2 solos, which the son and niece of Gottlieb, his favorite pupils, and the first singers in the parish were to perform. But the neophytes did not appear, alleging as a reason that they were already sure of their parts. Joseph and Consuelo went to sup at the parsonage, where an apartment had been prepared for them. The good curate was delighted from his heart, and it was clear that he set great store by the beauty of his Mass, in the hopes of thereby pleasing his reverend superior. Next day all the village was astir. The bells were chiming, and the roads were covered with the faithful from the surrounding country, flocking in to be present at the solemnity. The canon's carriage approached at a slow and majestic pace. The church was decked out in its richest ornaments, and Consuelo was much amused with the self-importance of everyone around her. It almost put her in mind of the vanities and rivalries of the theater. Only here, matters were conducted with more openness, and there was more to occasion laughter than arouse indignation. Half an hour before the Mass commenced, the sacristan came in a dreadful state of consternation to disclose a plot of the jealous and perfidious Gottlieb. Having learned that the rehearsal had been excellent, and that the parish was quite enraptured with the newcomers, he had pretended to be very ill, and forbid his son and niece, the 2 principal performers, to leave his bedside for a moment. So they must want Gottlieb's presence to set things a-going, as well as the solos, which were the most beautiful morceaux in the Mass. The assistants were so discouraged that the precise and bustling sacristan had great difficulty to get them to meet in the church in order to hold a council of war. Joseph and Consuelo ran to find them, made them repeat over the more intricate passages, sustained the flagging, and gave confidence and courage to all. As for the solos, they quickly arranged to perform them themselves. Consuelo consulted her memory and recollected a religious solo by Porpora, suitable to the air and words of the part. She wrote it out on her knee and rehearsed it hastily with Joseph, so as to enable him to accompany her. She also turned to account a fragment of Sebastian Bach, which he knew, and which they arranged as they best could to suit the occasion. The bell tolled for Mass while they were yet rehearsing, and almost drowned their voices with its din. When the canon, clothed in all his robes of state, appeared at the altar, the choir had already commenced, and was getting through a German fugue in very good style. Consuelo was delighted in listening to these good German peasants, with their grave faces, their voices in perfect tune, their accurate time, and their earnestness, well sustained because always kept within proper bounds. "See," said she to Joseph during a pause, "those are the people to perform this music. If they had the fire which the composer was deficient in, all would go wrong. But they have it not, and his forced and mechanical ideas are repeated as if by mechanism. How does it happen that the illustrious Count Hoditz-Roswald is not here to conduct these machines? He would have taken a world of trouble, been of no use whatever, and remained the best satisfied person in the world." The male solo was awaited with much anxiety and some uneasiness. Joseph got well through his part, but when it came to Consuelo's turn, her Italian manner first astonished the audience, then shocked them a little, and at last ended by delighting them. The cantatrice sung in her best style, and her magnificent voice transported Joseph to the seventh heaven. "I cannot imagine," said he, "that you ever sang better than at this poor village mass today, at least with more enthusiasm and delight. This sort of audience sympathizes more than that of a theater. In the meantime, let me see if the canon be satisfied. Ah, the good man seems in a state of placid rapture, and from the way in which everyone looks to his countenance for approbation and reward, it is easy to perceive that heaven is the last thing thought of by any present, except yourself, Consuelo. Faith and divine love could alone inspire excellence like yours." When the two virtuosi left the church after Mass was over, the people could scarcely be dissuaded from bearing them off in triumph. The curate presented them to the canon, who was profuse in his eulogiums upon them, and requested to hear Porpora's solo again. But Consuelo, who was surprised, and with good reason, that no one had discovered her female voice, and who feared the canon's eye, excused herself on the plea that the rehearsal and the different parts she sang in the choir had fatigued her. The excuse was overruled, and they found themselves obliged to accept the curate's invitation to breakfast with the canon. The canon was a man about 50 years of age, with a benevolent expression and handsome features, and remarkably well made, although somewhat inclined to corpulence. His manners were distinguished, even noble, and he told everyone in confidence that he had royal blood in his veins, being one of the numerous illegitimate descendants of Augustus II, Elector of Saxony and King of Poland. He was gracious and affable, as a man of the world and a dignified ecclesiastic should be. Joseph observed along with him a layman, who he appeared to treat at once with consideration and familiarity. Joseph thought he had seen this person at Vienna, but he could not recollect his name. "Well, my children," said the canon, "you refused me a second hearing of Porpora's composition. Here is one of my friends, 100 times a better musician and judge than I am, who was equally struck with your execution of the piece. Since you are tired, added he, addressing Joseph, I shall not torment you further, but have the goodness to inform me what is your name, and where you have studied music. Joseph perceived that he got the credit of Consuelo's performance, and he saw at a glance that he was not to correct the canon's mistake. My name is Joseph, replied he briefly, and I studied at the Free School of St. Stephen's. And I also, replied the stranger. I studied with the elder Rottger, as you probably with the younger. Yes, sir. But you have had other lessons. You have studied in Italy. No, sir. It was you who played the organ. Sometimes I played it and sometimes my companion. But who sang? We both sang. Yes, but I mean Porphyry's theme, was it not you? Said the unknown, glancing at Consuelo. Bah, it was that child, said the canon, also looking at Consuelo. He is too young to be able to sing in that style. True, sir. It was not I, but he, she replied quickly, looking at Joseph. She was anxious to get rid of these questions, and turned impatiently toward the door. Why do you tell fibs, my child, said the curate. I saw and heard you sing yesterday, and I at once recognized your companion's voice in Bach's solo. Come, you are deceived, Mr. Curate, continued the stranger, with a knowing smile, or else this young man is unusually modest. However it may be, you are both entitled to high praise. Then, drawing the curate aside, he said, You have an accurate ear, but your eyes are far from being equally so. It speaks well for the purity of your thoughts, but I must not the less inform you that this little Hungarian peasant is a most able Italian prima donna. A woman in disguise, cried the curate, endeavoring to repress an exclamation of surprise. He looked attentively at Consuelo, while she stood ready to reply to the canon's questions, and whether from pleasure or indignation, the good curate reddened from his skull cap to his hands. The fact is, as I have informed you, replied the unknown. I cannot imagine who she is, and as to her disguise and precarious situation, I can only ascribe them to madness or to some love affair. But such things concern us not, Mr. Curate. A love affair? Exclaimed the excited curate. A runaway match? An intrigue with this youth? Oh, it is shocking to be so taken in. I who received them in my abode. Fortunately, however, from the precautions which I took, no scandal can occur here. But what an adventure! How the freethinkers of my parish, and I know several, sir, would laugh at my expense if they knew the truth. If your parishioners have not recognized her woman's voice, neither have they, it is probable, detected her features or her form. But what pretty hands, what silken hair, and what little feet in spite of the clumsy shoes which disfigure them. Do not speak of them, exclaimed the curate, losing all command of himself. It is an abomination to dress in man's attire. There is a verse in the Holy Scriptures which condemns every man and woman to death who quits the apparel of their sex. You understand me, sir, to death. That indicates what a heinous sin it is, and yet she dared to enter the church and to sing the praises of the Lord, sullied with such a crime. Yes, and sang divinely. Tears flowed from my eyes. Never did I hear anything like it. Strange mystery. Who can she be? Those whom I should be inclined to guess are all much older. But she is a mere child, quite a young girl, replied the curate, who could not help looking at Consuelo with a heartfelt interest which his severe principles combated. What a little serpent! See with what a sweet and modest air she replies to the canon. Ah, I am a lost man if anyone finds it out. I shall have to fly the country. What? Have neither you nor any of your parishioners detected a woman's voice? Why, you must be very simple. What would you have? We thought there was certainly something strange in it. But Gottlieb said it was an Italian voice, one from the Sistine Chapel, and that he had often heard the like. I do not know what he meant by that. I know no music except what is contained in my ritual, and I never suspected. What am I to do, sir? What am I to do? If nobody suspects, I would have you say nothing about it. Get rid of them as soon as you can. I will take charge of them if you choose. Oh, yes, you will do me a great service. Stay, here is money. How much shall I give them? Oh, that is not my business. Besides, you know we pay artists liberally. Your parish is not rich, and the church is not bound to act like the theater. I will act handsomely. I will give them 6 florins. I will go at once. But what would the canon say? He seems to suspect nothing. Look at him speaking to her in so fatherly a manner. What a pious man he is. Frankly, do you think he would be much scandalized? How should he be otherwise? But I am more afraid of his raillery than of his reproaches. Oh, you do not know how dearly he loves a joke. He is so witty. Oh, how he would ridicule my simplicity. But if he shares your error, as he seems to do, he will not be able to ridicule you. Come, appear to know nothing, and seize a favorable moment to withdraw your musicians. They left the recess of the window where they had been conversing, and the curate, gliding up to Joseph, who appeared to occupy the canon's attention much less than Signor Bertoni, slipped the 6 florins into his hands. As soon as he received this modest sum, Joseph signed to Consuelo to disengage herself and follow him out. But the canon called Joseph back, still believing, after his answers in the affirmative, that it was he who had the female voice. Tell me then, said he, why did you choose this piece of Porpora's in preference to Holzbauer's solo? We were not acquainted with it, said Joseph. I sang the only thing which I remembered perfectly. The curate hastened to relate Gottlieb's ill-natured trick, whose pedantic jealousy made the canon laugh heartily. Well, said the unknown, your good shoemaker has rendered us an essential service. Instead of a poor solo, we have had a masterpiece by a great composer. You have displayed your taste, said he, addressing Consuelo. I do not think, replied Joseph, that Holzbauer's solo was bad. What we sang of his was not without merit. Merit is not genius, said the unknown, sighing. Then, seemingly anxious to address Consuelo, he added, what do you think, my little friend? Do you think they are the same? No, sir, I do not, she answered briefly and coldly, for this man's look irritated and annoyed her more and more. But nevertheless you found pleasure in singing this mass of Holzbauer's, resumed the canon. It is well written, is it not? I neither felt pleasure nor the reverse, said Consuelo, whose increasing impatience rendered her incapable of concealing her real sentiments. That is to say that it is neither good nor bad, replied the unknown, laughing. It is well answered, and I am quite of your opinion. The canon burst out laughing. The curate seemed very much embarrassed, and Consuelo, following Joseph, disappeared without heeding in the least this musical discussion. Well, Mr. Canon, said the unknown maliciously, how do you like these young people? They are charming, admirable. Excuse me for saying so after the rebuff which the little one dealt you just now. Excuse you? Why, I was lost in admiration of the lad. What precious talents! It is truly wonderful. How powerful and how early developed are these Italian natures. I cannot speak of the talent of one more than the other, replied the canon, with a very natural air, for I could not distinguish your young friend's voice in the choruses. It is his companion who is the wonder, and he is of our own country. No offense to your Italian mania. Oh, said the unknown, winking at the curate, then it is the eldest who sang from Porpora? I think so, replied the curate. quite agitated at the falsehood into which he was led. "I'm sure of it," replied the canon. "He told me so himself." "And the other solo," said the unknown, "was that by one of your parishioners?" "Probably," replied the curate, attempting to sustain the imposture. Both looked at the canon to see whether he was their dupe or whether he was mocking them. He did not appear even to dream of such a thing. His tranquillity reassured the curate. They began to talk of something else, but at the end of a quarter of an hour the canon returned to the subject of music and requested to see Joseph and Consuelo in order to bring them to his country seat and hear them at his leisure. The terrified curate stammered out some unintelligible objections, while the canon asked him, laughing, if he had popped his little musicians in the stewpan to add to the magnificence of the breakfast, which seemed sufficiently splendid without that. The curate was on the tenterhooks when the unknown came to his assistance. "I shall find them for you," said he to the canon, and he left the room, signing to the good curate to trust his discovering some expedient. But there was no occasion to employ his inventive powers. He learned from the domestic that the young people had set off through the fields, after generously handing over to him one of the florins they had just received. "How? Set out?" exclaimed the canon, with the utmost mortification. "You must run after them. I positively must hear them and see them again." They pretended to obey, but took care not to follow them. They had besides flown like birds, anxious to escape the curiosity which threatened them. The canon evinced great regret and even some degree of ill temper. "Heaven be praised, he suspects nothing," said the curate to the unknown. "Mr. Curate," replied the latter, "do you recollect the story of the bishop who, inadvertently eating meat one Friday, was informed of it by his vicar general?" "The wretch!" exclaimed the bishop. "Could he not have held his tongue till after dinner?" We should perhaps have let the canon undeceive himself at his leisure. End of chapter 76. Chapter 77 of Consuelo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Consuelo by George Sand, Chapter 77. The evening was calm and serene. The moon shone full in the heavens, and 9 o'clock had just sounded with a clear, deep tone from the clock of an ancient priory, when Joseph and Consuelo, having sought in vain for a bell at the gate of the enclosure, made the circuit of the silent habitation, in the hope of being heard by some hospitable inmate. But in vain. All the gates were locked. Not the barking of a dog was heard, nor could the least light be seen at the windows of the gloomy edifice. "This is the Palace of Silence," said Hayden, laughing. And if that clock had not twice repeated, with its slow and solemn voice, the 4 quarters in ut and in C, and the 9 strokes of the hour in sol below, I should think the place abandoned to owls and ghosts. The surrounding country was a desert. Consuelo felt much fatigued, and moreover this mysterious priory had an attraction for her poetic imagination. "Even if we have to sleep in some chapel," said she to Beppo, "I long to pass the night here. Let us endeavor to get in at any rate, even if we are obliged to scale the wall, which does not seem a very difficult task." "Come," said Joseph, "I will make a short ladder for you, and when you are on the top I will pass quickly to the other side, to serve you as steps in descending." No sooner said than done. The wall was extremely low, and 2 minutes afterward our young sacrilegious adventurers were walking calmly within the sacred precincts. It was a beautiful kitchen garden cultivated with the nicest care. The fruit trees, trained along the wall in a fan-like shape, open to all comers, their long arms loaded with rosy apples and golden pears. From the graceful trellises of vines hung, like so many chandeliers, enormous bunches of juicy grapes. The large square beds of vegetables had likewise their peculiar beauty. The asparagus, with its graceful stalks and silky foliage, brilliant with the evening dew, resembled forest of Lilliputian firs covered with a silvery gauze. The peas, spread in light garlands upon their branches, formed long alleys and narrow and mysterious lanes, in which the little birds, hardly yet asleep, murmured with low, quavering voices. The sunflowers, huge leviathans of this sea of verdure, displayed great masses of orange on their broad and dark green leaves. The little artichokes, like tributary crowned heads, grouped themselves round their chief, which grew from the central stem, and the melons, like lazy Chinese mandarins in their palanquins, hid coyly beneath their shades, each of whose crystal domes, reflected in the light of the moon's rays, seemed an enormous sapphire, against which the dazzled beetles dashed their heads with a low and prolonged hum. A hedge of roses separated the kitchen garden from the parterre, and surrounded the building as with a girdle of flowers. This inner enclosure was a species of elysium. Rare and magnificent shrubs shaded exotic plants of exquisite perfume. The flowers were so close together as to completely hide the soil, and each plot resembled an immense vase. How singular the influence of outward objects on the mind and body! Consuelo had no sooner breathed the perfumed air and cast a glance upon the sweet and tranquil spot than she felt herself refreshed, as if she had already slept the sound and dreamless sleep of the monks. "Well, is it not wonderful, Beppo?" said she. "In looking at this garden, I have already forgotten the stony road and my tired and swollen feet. It seems to me that I am refreshed through the medium of my eyes. I have always hated well-kept, orderly gardens, and every place surrounded with walls. And yet, after so much dust and so long a march upon the parched and withered soil, this appears to me a paradise. I was dying with thirst just now, but by looking upon these sweet plants, open to the dew of night, it seems as if I drank along with them, and my thirst is already quenched. Look, Joseph, is it not charming to see these flowers display their beauties beneath the light of the moon? Ah, look at them, but smile not at those great white stars nestling in the velvet grass. I am not quite sure of their name. Sweet by night, I think it is. Oh, they are well named. They are indeed bright and beautiful as the stars of heaven. They nod their graceful heads with the slightest breath, and seem as if they laughed and sported like a crowd of young girls all clad in white. They recall to my mind my companions of the scuola, when on Sundays, dressed in the costume of novices, they tripped past the long walls of the church. Now see how they pause, motionless, and turn toward the moon. It would almost seem as if they were looking at and admiring her. And the moon, too, seems to look at them and hover over them like some huge bird of the night. Do you think, Beppo, that these creatures are insensible? I cannot think that a beautiful flower should stupidly vegetate without experiencing some delightful feelings. I do not speak of those poor little thistles which one sees along the hedgerows, dusty, sickly-looking, browsed upon by all the herds that pass. They seem like poor beggars sighing for a drop of water, which never comes to them. For the parched and thirsty soil drinks all up without heeding their supplicating looks. But these garden flowers, so cared for, so tended, they are proud and happy as queens. They pass their time coquettishly waving on their stems, and when the moon, their sweet friend, visits them, then they are already half asleep and rocked by gentle dreams. Perhaps they ask if there be flowers in the moon, as we ourselves ask whether there be men. Come now, Joseph, you are mocking me, and yet the pleasure which these snow-white flowers impart is no illusion. There is, in the air which they purify and refresh, a sovereign balm, and I feel as if there were an intimate relation between my life and that of all which breathes around me. How? Mock you? Replied Joseph, sighing. Your words pass into my soul and vibrate in my heart, as on the strings of some instrument. But behold this dwelling, Consuelo, and explain to me, if you can, the sweet yet deep-seated melancholy with which it inspires me. Consuelo looked at the priory. It was a little building dating from the 12th century, formerly fortified with battlements, which had given place to pointed roofs of gray slate. The machicolated turrets, which had been left as an ornament, resembled large baskets. Luxuriant masses of ivy gracefully relieved the monotony of the walls, and upon the uncovered portions of the facade, now lighted by the moon, the breath of night cast the slender and uncertain shadow of the young poplars. Huge festoons of vine and jessamine encircled the doors and twined themselves around the windows. The dwelling is calm and melancholy, said Consuelo, but it does not inspire me with the same sympathy as the garden. Plants are made to vegetate, men to move and stir about. If I were a flower, I should wish to grow here, for here a flower were happy. But being a woman, I should not wish to live in a cell and be cased in stone. Would you be a monk then, Beppo? Heaven forbid, but I should love to work without having to look after either dwelling or food. I should like to lead a peaceful, retired life, tolerably comfortable, without the cares of poverty. In short, an easy existence, were it even dependent, provided always my mind were free, with no other duty, no other care, than to study and compose. Well, my dear comrade, you would compose calm and tranquil music by dint of being calm and tranquil yourself. And why not? What is more delightful than tranquility? The heavens are calm. The moon is calm. These flowers also, whose peaceful habits you admire. I like their immobility, because it succeeds the undulations which the breeze gives them. The serenity of the heavens strikes us because we so often see them clouded by the storm. The moon is never so sublime as when she shines amid the dark clouds that sweep across her. Can repose be sweet without fatigue? In that case, it is no longer repose, but only a species of immobility. It is nonentity. It is death. Ah, if you had lived with me for months together in the castle of the giants, you would have seen that tranquility is not life. But what would you call tranquil music? Music too correct and too cold. Avoid such, if you would avoid the pains and fatigue of this world. Thus conversing, they approached close to the priory. A fountain of the purest water gushed from a globe of marble, surmounted by a golden cross, and fell from basin to basin till it reached a granite reservoir, hollowed into a shell, where a number of those little gold and silver fish with which children amuse themselves frisked about. Consuelo and Beppo, who were still children, entertained themselves by casting in grains of sand to deceive their gluttony and to enable them to admire their rapid movements, when all at once there advanced toward them a tall figure dressed in white and carrying a pitcher. As she approached the fountain, she bore no bad resemblance to one of the midnight washers who have formed part of the fanciful superstitions of most countries. The absence of mind or indifference with which she filled her vessel without testifying either terror or surprise on seeing them, had in truth something strange and solemn in it. But the shriek which she uttered, as she let her pitcher fall to the bottom of the water, soon showed that there was nothing supernatural in her character. The good woman's sight was simply dim with years, and as soon as she perceived them, she fled toward the house, invoking the Virgin Mary and all the saints. "What is the matter now, Dame Bridget?" exclaimed a man's voice from the interior. "Have you seen an evil spirit?" "Two devils, or rather two robbers, are there beside the fountain," replied Dame Bridget, joining her interlocutor, who stood for some moments uncertain and incredulous on the threshold. "It must be one of your panic terrors, Dame. Would robbers, think you, come at this hour?" "I swear by my salvation that there are two dark, motionless figures there. Don't you see them from this?" "I do see something," said the man, affecting to raise his voice. "But I will ring for the gardener and his boys, and will soon bring these rascals to reason. They must have come over the wall, for I closed the doors." "Meanwhile, let us close this one also," said the old lady, "and then we shall sound the alarm bell." The door was closed, and the wanderers remained standing outside, not knowing well what to do. To fly were to confirm this bad opinion of them. To remain were to expose them to an attack. While they consulted together, they saw a ray of light stream through the shutters of a window on the first story. The light increased, and a curtain of crimson damask, behind which shone a lamp, was gently raised, and a hand, to which the light of the full moon imparted a white and plump appearance, was visible on the border of the curtain, the fringes of which he carefully grasped, while a hidden eye probably examined objects outside. "Sing," said Consuelo to her companion. "That is what we had better do. Follow me. Let me lead. But no, take your violin and play me a ritornella, the first key you happen on." Joseph having obeyed, Consuelo began to sing with a clear, full voice, improvising, between music and prose, the following species of recitative in German. "We are two poor children of 15, no larger and yet no worse than the nightingales, whose gentle strains we copy." "Come, Joseph," said she in a low tone, "something to sustain the recitative." Then she went on. "Worn with fatigue and woe begone in the dreary night, we saw this house afar off, which seemed a solitude, and we ventured over the wall." "A chord in La minor, Joseph." "We have reached the enchanted garden, filled with fruits worthy of the promised land. We die of hunger, we die of thirst, yet if one apple be wanting from the espalier, if one grape be missing from the vine, let us be expelled, undeserving as we should then prove. A modulation to return to ut major, Joseph." "But they suspect, they threaten us, and yet we would not flee. We do not seek to hide ourselves, because we have done no harm, unless indeed it be wrong to enter the house of God over walls, though, were it to scale a paradise, all roads are surely good." Consuelo finished her recitative by one of those pretty hymns in mock Latin, called at Venice Latino di Patti, and which people sing at eve before the Madonna. Hardly had she finished when the two white hands, at first scarcely visible, applauded with transport, and a voice not altogether strange sounded in her ears. "Disciples of the Muses, you are welcome. Enter quickly. Hospitality invites and awaits you." The minstrels approached, and in an instant after, a domestic in red and violet livery courteously threw open the door. "We took you for robbers. 1,000 pardons, my dear young friends," he laughingly said. "It is your own fault. Why did you not sing sooner? With such a passport you would never fail of a welcome from my master. But enter. It appears he knows you already." Thus saying, the civil domestic preceded them a dozen steps up an easy stair, covered with a beautiful Turkey carpet. Before Joseph had time to inquire his master's name, he had opened a folding door, which fell back of its own accord without noise, and after having crossed a comfortable antechamber, he introduced them to an apartment where the gracious patron of this happy abode, seated before a roast pheasant, flanked by 2 flasks of mellow wine, began his first course, keeping a majestic and anxious eye at the same time on the second. On returning from his morning's excursion, he had caused his valet to arrange his toilette, and had reclined for some time in order to restore his looks. His gray locks curled softly under the sweetly smelling hair powder of orris root, while his white hands rested on his black satin breeches, secured by silver buckles. His well-turned leg, of which he was somewhat vain, and over which a violet-covered stocking was tightly stretched, reposed on a velvet cushion, while his corpulent frame, attired in a puce-colored silk dressing-gown, was luxuriously buried in a huge tapestried chair, so stuffed and rounded that the elbow never incurred the risk of meeting an angle. Seated beside the hearth, where the fire glowed and sparkled before her master's chair, Dame Bridget, the old housekeeper, prepared the coffee with deep care and anxiety. And a second valet, not less urbane in his manner and appearance than the first, carved the wing of the fowl which the holy man waited for without either impatience or disquietude. Joseph and Consuelo bowed on recognizing in their benevolent host the canon major of the cathedral chapter of St. Stephen, before whom they had sung that very morning. End of chapter 77. Chapter 78 of Consuelo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Consuelo by George Sand, Chapter 78. The canon was perhaps one of the most comfortable men in the world. When he was 7 years old, he had, thanks to royal patronage, been pronounced of age, conformably to the laws of the Church, which admit the very liberal principle that, though at that early period of life a man may not be exactly a sage, he at least possesses all the wisdom requisite to receive and consume the fruits of a benefice. In virtue of this decision, the tonsured child, although the illegitimate offspring of a prince, had been created a canon, still, however, strictly in accordance with the rules of the Church, which tolerantly take for granted the legitimacy of such juvenile churchmen as owe their benefices to the patronage of sovereigns, although, under other circumstances, these same rules require that every aspirant to ecclesiastical distinction should be the offspring of lawful marriage, failing in proof of which he might be declared disqualified, nay, even unworthy and infamous if necessary. There are indeed many ways of managing these affairs. It was provided for by the canonical laws that a foundling might be considered legitimate for the cogent reason that, in cases of mysterious parentage, we should charitably suppose good rather than evil. The little canon came into possession of a rich prebendary under the title of Canon Major, and toward the age of 50, after 40 years' service in the chapter, he was recognized as an extra or retired canon, free to reside where he pleased, and required to perform no duty in return for the immunities, revenues, and privileges of his benefice. It is true, indeed, that the worthy canon had, from the earliest years of his clerical life, rendered considerable service to the chapter, He was declared absent, which, according to the laws of the church, includes permission to reside away from the chapter, under pretext more or less specious, without subjecting the non-resident placeman to the loss of the emoluments attached to the discharge of ministerial duties. The breaking out of plague, for example, in a priest's dwelling, is an admissible plea for absence. Delicate health also affords a convenient excuse, but the best founded and best received of the various reasons for the absence of a canon from his benefice is that furnished by study. For instance, some important work is undertaken and announced on a case of conscience on the Fathers, the sacraments, or better still, the constitution and foundation of the chapter, the honorary and actual advantages connected with it, its superiority over other chapters, the grounds of a lawsuit with some rival community about an estate or a right of patronage. These and similar subtleties being much more interesting to ecclesiastical bodies than commentaries on creed or doctrine, so that, if it should appear requisite for a distinguished member of the chapter to institute researches, collate deeds, register acts and protests, or enter libels against rich adversaries, the lucrative and agreeable option of resuming a private life and spending his income, whether in traveling about or at his own fireside, is readily conceded. Thus did our canon. A wit, a fluent speaker, and an elegant writer, he had long promised and would probably continue to promise all his life to write a book on the laws, privileges, and immunities of his chapter. Surrounded by dusty quartos, which he had never opened, he had not as yet produced his own, and it was obvious never would do so. His two secretaries, whom he had engaged at the expense of the chapter, had only to perfume his person and prepare his meals. They talked a great deal about this famous book. They expected it, and based upon its powerful arguments 1,000 dreams of revenge, glory, and profit. This book, which had no existence, had procured for its author a reputation for learning, perseverance, and eloquence, of which he was in no haste to produce proofs. Not that he was by any means incapable of justifying the good opinion of his brethren, but merely because life was short, meals were long, the toilette indispensable, and the far niente delicious. And then our canon indulged in two passions, innocent indeed, but insatiable. He loved horticulture, and he doted on music. With so much to do, how could he have found leisure to write a book? Then it is so pleasant for a man to talk of a book that he has not written, and so disagreeable, on the contrary, to speak of one that he has. The benefice of this saintly personage consisted of a tract of productive soil, attached to the secular priory where he resided for some 8 or 9 months of the year, absorbed in the culture of his flowers and his appetite. His mansion was spacious and romantic, and he had made it comfortable and even luxurious. Abandoning to gradual decay those portions which had in former times been inhabited by the old monks, he preserved with care and adorned with taste those suited to his own tastes and habits. Alterations and improvements had transformed the ancient monastery into a snug chateau, where the canon lived as became a gentleman. He was a good-natured son of the church, tolerant, liberal on occasion, orthodox with those of his own calling, cheerful, full of anecdote, and accessible to men of the world, affable, cordial, and generous toward artists. His domestics, sharing his good cheer, aided him with all their power. His housekeeper, indeed, would now and then cross him a little, but then she made such delicious pastry, and was so excellent a hand at preserves, that he bore her ill humor calmly, saying that a man might put up with the faults of others, but that it would not be so easy a matter to do without a nice dessert and good coffee. Our young artists were accordingly most graciously received. "Ah," said he, "you are dear creatures, full of wit and cleverness, and I love you with all my heart. Besides, you possess infinite talent, and there is one of you, I don't know which, who has the sweetest, the most touching, the most thrilling voice I have ever heard. That gift is a prodigy, a treasure, and I was quite melancholy this evening after you left the curate's, fearing that I should perhaps never see you, never hear you again. I assure you I quite lost my appetite on your departure, and I was out of sorts all the rest of the evening. That sweet music and sweeter voice would not leave my mind or my ears. But Providence, and perhaps also your good hearts, my children, have sent you to me, for you must have known that I comprehended and appreciated you." "We are forced to admit, Reverend Canon," replied Joseph, "that chance alone brought us here, and that we were far from reckoning on this good fortune." "The good fortune is mine," said the amiable Canon, "for you are going to sing for me. But no, it would be selfish in me to press you. You are tired, hungry perhaps. You shall first sup, next have a good night's rest, and then tomorrow for music. And then such music! We shall have it all day long. Andre, you will conduct these young people to the housekeeper's room and pay them every attention. But no, let them remain and sup with me. Lay 2 covers at the foot of the table." Andre zealously obeyed, and even evinced the utmost satisfaction. But Dame Bridget displayed quite an opposite feeling. She shook her head, shrugged her shoulders, and deprecatingly muttered between her teeth, "Pretty people to eat at your table. Strange companions, truly, for a man of your rank." "Hold your peace, Bridget," replied the canon calmly. "You are never satisfied with anyone, and when you see others enjoying a little pleasure, you become quite violent." "You are at a loss how to pass your time," said she, without heeding his reproaches. "By flattering you and tickling your ears, you are as easily led as a child." "Be silent," repeated the canon, raising his voice a little, but without losing his good humor. "You are cross as a weasel, and if you go on scolding, you will lose your wits and spoil the coffee. Great pleasure and great honor, forsooth, to make coffee for such guests. Oh, you must have great people, must you? You love grandeur, it would seem. Nothing short of princes and bishops and canonesses, with 16 quarterings in their coats of arms, will serve your turn. To me, all that sort of nonsense is not worth a song well sung." Consuelo was astonished to hear so exalted a personage disputing, with a kind of childish pleasure, with his housekeeper, and during the whole evening she was surprised at the puerile nature of his pursuits. He incessantly uttered silly remarks upon every subject, just to pass the time, and to keep himself in good humor. He kept calling to the servants continually, now seriously discussing with them the merits of a fish sauce, anon the arrangement of a piece of furniture. He gave contradictory orders, entering into the most trifling details with a gravity worthy of more serious affairs, listening to one, reproving another, holding his ground against the unruly Bridget, yet never without a pleasant word for question or reply. One would have thought that, reduced by his secluded and simple habits of life to the society of his domestics, he tried to keep his wit alive and to promote his digestion by a moderate exercise of thought. The supper was exquisite, and the profusion of the viands unparalleled. Between the removes the cook was summoned, praised for some of his dishes, and gently reprimanded and learnedly instructed with respect to others. The travelers felt as if they had fallen from the clouds, and looked at each other as though all they saw around them were an amusing dream, so incomprehensible did such refinements appear. "Come, come, it is not so bad," said the good canon, dismissing the culinary artist. "I see I shall make something of you, if you only show a desire to please and attend to your duty." One would fancy, thought Consuelo, that all this was paternal advice or religious exhortation. At the dessert, after the canon had given the housekeeper her share of praise and admonition, he at length turned from these grave matters and began to talk of music. His young guests then saw him in a more favorable point of view. On this subject he was well informed. His studies were solid, his ideas just, and his taste was refined. He was a good organist, and having seated himself at the harpsichord after the removal of the cloth, played for them fragments from the old German masters, which he executed with purity and precision of style. Consuelo listened with interest, and having found upon the harpsichord a collection of this ancient music, she began to turn over the leaves, and forgetting the lateness of the hour, she requested the canon to play in his own free and peculiar style several pieces which had arrested her attention. The canon felt extremely flattered by this compliment to his performance, the music with which he was acquainted being long out of fashion. He really found an audience to his mind. He therefore took an extraordinary liking to Consuelo in particular, for Joseph, tired out, had fallen asleep in a huge armchair, which, deliciously alluring, invited to repose. "Truly," exclaimed the canon in a moment of enthusiasm, "you are a most wonderful child, and your precocious genius promises a brilliant career. For the first time in my life I now regret the celibacy which my profession imposes on me." This compliment made Consuelo blush and tremble lest her sex should have been discovered, but she quickly regained her self-possession when the canon naively added, "Yes, I regret that I have no children, for heaven might perhaps have given me a son like you, who would have been the happiness of my life, even if Bridget had been his mother. But tell me, my friend, what do you think of that Sebastian Bach, with whose compositions our professors are so much enraptured nowadays? Do you also think him a wonderful genius? I have a large book of his works which I collected and had bound, because, you know, one is expected to have everything of that kind. They may be beautiful for aught I know, but there is great difficulty in reading them, and I confess to you that the first attempt having repelled me, I have been so lazy as not to renew it. Moreover, I have so little time to spare. I can only indulge in music at rare intervals, snatched from more serious avocations. You have seen me much occupied with the management of my household, but you must not conclude from that I am free and happy. On the contrary, I am enslaved by an enormous, a frightful task, which I have imposed upon myself. I am writing a book on which I have been at work for 30 years, and which another would not have completed in 60. A book which requires incredible study, midnight watchings, indomitable patience, and profound reflection. I think it is a book that will make some noise in the world." "But is it nearly finished?" asked Consuelo. "Why, not exactly," replied the canon, desirous to conceal from himself the fact that he had not commenced it. "But we were observing just now that the music of Bach is terribly difficult, and that, for my own part, I consider it peculiar. If you could overcome your repugnance, I think you would perceive that his is a genius which embraces, unites, and animates all the science of the past and the present." "Well," returned the canon, If it be so, we three will tomorrow endeavor to decipher something of it. It is now time for you to take some rest, and for me to betake myself to my studies. But tomorrow you will pass the day with me. That is the understanding, is it not? The whole day? That is asking too much, sir. We must hasten to reach Vienna, but for the morning we are at your service. The canon protested, nay, insisted, and Consuelo pretended to yield, promising herself that she would hurry the adagios of the great Bach a little and leave the priory about 11 o'clock, or by noon at furthest. When they intimated a wish to retire, an earnest discussion arose on the staircase between Dame Bridget and the principal valet de chambre. The zealous Andre, desirous of pleasing his master, had prepared for the young musicians 2 pretty cells situated in the newly restored building, occupied by the canon and his suite. Bridget, on the contrary, insisted on sending them to sleep in the desolate and forsaken rooms of the old priory, because that part of the mansion was separated from the new one by good doors and solid bolts. "What," said she, elevating her shrill voice on the echoing staircase, "do you mean to lodge these vagabonds next door to us? Do you not see from their looks, their manners, and their profession, that they are gypsies, adventurers, wicked little rogues, who will make off before morning with our knives and forks? Who knows but they may even cut our throats?" "Cut our throats, those children," returned Andre, laughing. "You are a fool, Bridget, old and feeble as you are. You would yourself put them to flight, merely by showing your teeth." "Old and worn out indeed. Keep such language for yourself," cried the old woman in a fury. "I tell you, they shall not sleep here. I will not have them. Sleep indeed. I should not close my eyes the whole night." "Don't be so silly. I am sure that those children have no more intention than I have to disturb your respectable slumbers. Come, let us have an end of this nonsense. My master ordered me to treat his guests well, and I am not going to shut them up in that old ruin, swarming with rats and open to every breeze. Would you have them sleep in the courtyard? I would have had the gardener make up 2 good beds of straw for them there. Do you imagine that those barefooted urchins are accustomed to beds of down? They shall have them tonight at least, since it is my master's desire. I obey no orders but his, Dame Bridget. Let me go about my business, and recollect that it is your duty as well as mine to obey, and not to command." "Well said, Andre," exclaimed the canon, who, from the half-open door of the antechamber, had, much to his amusement, heard the whole dispute. "Go get my slippers, Bridget, and have mercy on our ears. Good night, my little friends. Follow Andre. Pleasant dreams to you both. Long live music, and hey for tomorrow." Long, however, after our travelers had taken possession of their snug bedrooms, they heard the scolding of the housekeeper, shrill as the whistling of the wintry wind, along the corridors. When the movement which announced the ceremony of the canon's retiring to bed had ceased, Dame Bridget stole on tiptoe to the doors of his young guests, and, quickly turning the key in each lock, shut them in. Joseph, buried to the ears in the most luxurious bed he had ever met with in his life, had already fallen asleep, and Consuelo followed his example after having laughed heartily to herself at Bridget's terrors. She, who had trembled almost every night during her journey, now made others tremble in their turn. She might have applied to herself the fable of the hare and the frogs, but I cannot positively assert that Consuelo was acquainted with La Fontaine's fables. Their merit was disputed at that epoch by the most noted wits of the universe. Voltaire laughed at them, and the great Frederick, to ape his philosopher, despised them profoundly. End of chapter 78. Chapter 79 of Consuelo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Consuelo by George Sand, Chapter 79. At break of day, Consuelo, seeing the sun shining and feeling invited to a walk by the joyous warblings of 1,000 birds, which were already making good cheer in the garden, endeavored to leave her chamber. But the embargo was not yet raised, and Dame Bridget still held her prisoners under lock and key. Consuelo at first thought that it was perhaps an ingenious idea of the canons, who wished to secure the musical enjoyment of the day, and had thought it prudent, in the first place, to make certain of the persons of the musicians. The young girl, rendered hardy and agile by her masculine costume, examined the window, and saw that the descent was rendered easy by a large vine supported by a massive trellis which covered the whole wall. Descending slowly and carefully, so as not to injure the magnificent grapes of the priory, she reached the ground and buried herself in the recesses of the garden, laughing inwardly at Bridget's surprise and disappointment when she should find her precautions frustrated. Consuelo now saw the superb flowers and magnificent fruits, which she had admired by moonlight under another aspect. The breath of morning and the oblique rays of the rosy and smiling sun invested these beautiful productions of the earth with a new poetry. A robe of velvet-like satin enveloped the fruits. The dew hung in pearls of crystal from every branch, and the turf, frosted with silver, exhaled that light vapor which seems the breath of earth aspiring once more to ascend to heaven and unite itself with the blue and cloudless firmament. But nothing could exceed the freshness and beauty of the flowers, still loaded as they were with the moisture of the night. At this mysterious and shadowy hour of dawn, when they open as if to display those treasures of purity, and to shed those sweetest perfumes, which the earliest and purest of the sun's rays are alone worthy to behold, and to possess for an instant. The canon's garden was in truth a paradise for a lover of horticulture. To Consuelo's eyes, indeed, it seemed somewhat too symmetrical and too carefully tended, but the 50 species of roses which adorned its parterres, the rare and charming hibiscus, the purple sage, the geraniums varied almost to infinity, the perfumed daturas, with their deep opal cups, impregnated with nectar worthy of the gods, the graceful asclepiades, in whose subtle poison the insect finds a voluptuous death, the splendid cactuses, displaying their scarlet effulgence on their strangely rugged stems, 1,000 curious and superb plants, which Consuelo had never seen, and of whose names and origin she was alike ignorant, long riveted her attention. Examining their various attitudes and the sentiments which their several peculiarities seemed to convey, she endeavored to seize and define the analogy existing between music and flowers, and sought to explain their joint influence on the temperament of her host. The harmony of sounds had long appeared to her related in some way to the harmony of colors, but the harmony of both these harmonies seemed to her perfume. Plunged at this instant in a soft and dreamy reverie, she fancied she heard a voice issue from each of these painted chalices, and tell her their poetic mysteries in a language hitherto unknown. The rose spoke of her burning loves, the lily of her chaste delight. The superb magnolia told of pure enjoyments and lofty pride, and the lovely little hepatica related all the pleasures of a simple and retired existence. Some flowers spoke with strong and powerful voices, which proclaimed in accents trumpet-tongued, "I am beautiful and I rule." Others murmured in tones scarcely audible, but exquisitely soft and sweet, "I am little and I am beloved." And they all waved gracefully together in the breath of morning and united their voices in an aerial choir which died away gently amid the listening herbs and beneath the foliage that drank in with greedy ears its mystic meaning. All at once, amid these ideal harmonies and ecstatic reveries, Consuelo heard piercing cries proceed from behind the trees which hid the wall. To these cries, which died away in the silence of the surrounding country, succeeded the rolling of carriage wheels. Then the carriage appeared to stop, and blows were heard on the iron railing which enclosed the garden on that side. But whether it was that all the household was still asleep, or that no person cared to reply, they knocked in vain, and the shrill exclamation of a female voice, joined to the oaths of a man calling for help, fell upon the walls of the priory without awaking in the senseless stones any more echo than in the hearts of those whom they sheltered. All the windows which looked out on this side of the building were so firmly closed in order to protect the cannon's repose that no noise could penetrate the oaken window shutters garnished with leather and stuffed with hair. The servants, busied in the green behind the house, did not hear the application for admittance, and there were no dogs in the priory, as the canon had no fancy for those importunate guardians, who, under the pretext of keeping thieves at a distance, ruffled the repose of their masters. Consuelo endeavored to obtain an entrance into the house, in order to acquaint the inmates that there were travelers in distress. But every door was carefully shut, so, yielding to the impulse of the moment, she ran to the wicket whence the noise proceeded. A traveling carriage, loaded with packages and covered with dust from the journey, had drawn up at the principal entrance of the garden. The postilions had alighted and vainly tried to shake the inhospitable gate, while groans and cries issued from the carriage. "Open!" cried they to Consuelo. "If you are Christians, there is a lady dying here." "Open!" cried a woman, leaning out of the door, whose features were unknown to Consuelo, but whose Venetian accents impressed her vividly. "My mistress will die if you do not immediately grant her hospitality. Open, if you are men." Consuelo, without reflecting on the consequences of her first impulse, endeavored to open the gate, but it was closed by an enormous padlock, the key of which was probably in Dame Bridget's pocket. The bell was also fastened by a secret spring. In that quiet and honest country such precautions had not been taken against evildoers, but merely against the noise and inconvenience of unseasonable visitors. It was impossible for Consuelo to gratify her kind wishes on the poor woman's behalf, and she listened in melancholy silence to the reproaches of the maid, who, speaking Venetian to her mistress, cried with impatience, "The stupid creature! The awkward little fellow! He does not know how to open the gate." The German postilions, more patient and phlegmatic, were endeavoring to assist Consuelo, but without success, when the suffering lady, appearing in her turn at the window of the carriage, cried with a commanding voice in bad German, "Go this minute, you miserable little wretch, and find some person to open the gate." This energetic apostrophe reassured Consuelo respecting the imminent danger of the lady. "If she be near dying," thought she, "it is at least by a violent death," and addressing herself in Venetian to the traveler, whose accent was as plainly marked as the maid's. "I do not belong to this house," said she. "I was merely received as a guest here last night. I will go and try to awaken the inmates, which will be neither a quick nor an easy matter. Are you in such danger, madame, that you cannot wait here a little while without despairing?" "I expect my confinement immediately, you stupid creature," cried the traveler. "I have not a moment to wait. Run, shout, break everything. Bring somebody and procure me admittance. You shall be well paid for your trouble." She again commenced to utter loud cries. Consuelo felt her knees tremble. That face, that voice were not unknown to her. "What is the name of your mistress?" cried she to the maid. "What concern is it of yours?" replied the agitated soubrette. "Run, you miserable being. If you lose any time, I warn you, you will not get a farthing." "I want nothing from you," replied Consuelo warmly, "but I wish to know who you are. If your mistress be a musician, she will be received at once, and if I am not mistaken, she is a celebrated singer." "Run, my little fellow," said the lady, who between her attacks regained all her coolness and energy. "You are not mistaken. Tell the inhabitants of this house that the celebrated Carilla is at the point of death. If some Christian soul do not take pity on her situation, I shall pay them. Say that I shall pay them handsomely. Alas, Sophia," said she to her maid, "lay me upon the ground. I shall suffer less than in this infernal conveyance." Consuelo hurried toward the priory, determined to rouse everyone in the house, and at all hazards to reach the canon. She had already forgotten the strange concurrence of circumstances which had led her rival and the cause of all her sufferings to this spot. She only thought of lending her every assistance. But she had no need to make a noise. On her way, she met Bridget, who, at length aroused by the cries, had left the house escorted by the gardener and the canon's valet. "A fine story," she replied harshly, when Consuelo had explained the case. "Don't go a step further, Andre. Don't stir from this spot, gardener. Don't you see that it is a scheme got up by banditti to rob and murder us? I expected no less. A surprise, a pretense, a band of robbers prowling about the house, while those to whom we have given shelter endeavor to gain them admission on some false pretext. Run for your muskets, my lads, and be ready to shoot this pretended lady who is on the point of being confined. Mary, come up. A nice story. But were it even so, I wonder, does she take this house for a hospital? I know nothing about such matters myself, and the canon does not like to hear such screaming sounding in his ears. How could any lady undertake a journey under such circumstances? If she have done so, who is to blame? Can we prevent her from suffering? Let her stay in her carriage. She will be just as well off as here, where there is no provision for such an occurrence." This tirade, commenced with Consuelo's edification, and crawled out along the whole length of the alley, was finished at the gate for the benefit of Carilla's maid, while the travelers, having pleaded in vain, exchanged reproaches, exclamations, and even abuse with the intractable housekeeper. Consuelo, hoping something from the canon's good nature and passionate love of art, had regained the house. In vain she sought his suite of apartments. She only lost herself in the intricacies of the vast dwelling. At last she met Hayden, who was in search of her, and who told her he had just seen the canon enter his conservatory. They repaired there together, and met their worthy host advancing to meet them under an arch of jessamine, with the countenance fresh and smiling as the morning, which was one of the sweetest and loveliest of autumn. Looking at the good man as, folded in his soft quilted dressing-gown, he daintily picked his steps along the freshly raked and sanded paths, where not the smallest pebble appeared to hurt his delicate foot. Consuelo never doubted but that a being so happy, so serene and agreeable, would be delighted to do a good action. She was commencing to prefer a plea for the poor suffering Carilla, when Bridget, suddenly appearing, cut her short in the following words. "There is a stroller yonder at your gate, a singer of the theater, who says she is a celebrated performer, and who has the voice and manner of a profligate. She says she is momentarily expecting her confinement, screams and swears like 30 demons, and requests permission to await her recovery here. Would that suit your convenience?" The canon made a gesture expressive of refusal and disgust. "Reverend sir," said Consuelo, "whatever this woman may be, she is suffering. Her life, as well as that of the innocent creature whom God calls into existence, and whom religion requires you to foster, is endangered. You will not abandon this unhappy being. You will not suffer her to groan and languish at your doors." "Is she married?" inquired the canon coldly, after a moment's reflection. "I am not aware. Probably she is. But what matters it? Has not God granted her the happiness of being a mother? He alone has the right to judge her." "She mentioned her name," interrupted Bridget violently, "and you must be acquainted with it as you know all the play actors of Vienna. She is called Carilla." "Carilla!" exclaimed the canon. "She has already been in Vienna once before. I have heard much of her. It is said she has a fine voice." "For the sake of her sweet voice, then, open your doors to her," said Consuelo. "She lies stretched on the dusty road." "But she is an ill-conducted person," replied the canon. "She scandalized all Vienna some 2 years ago." "There are many who are jealous of your benefice, reverend sir. You understand me," screamed Dame Bridget. "A woman of a regular life awaiting her confinement in your house. That would scarcely seem a matter of chance, and still less a work of charity. You know that the Canon Herbert has pretensions to your succession, and that he has already unseated a brother, under pretext that he neglected his duty and led an irregular life. A benefice like yours is more easily lost than gained." These words made a sudden and decisive impression upon the canon. He prudently noted them in his secret thoughts, though he did not appear even to have heard them. "There is an inn some 200 paces from this," said he. "Let the lady be conducted there. She will receive the needful attentions, and be more fitly accommodated than with me. Go and tell her so, Bridget, but civilly. Mark me, civilly. Point out the inn to the postilions. Come, my children," said he to Consuelo and Joseph. "Let us try a fugue of Bach's while breakfast is being served up." "Reverend Canon," said Consuelo, agitated, "will you abandon?" "Ah," said the canon with a terrified air, "there is my most beautiful Volcameria, withered. I often told the gardener that he did not water it, a plant the rarest and most wonderful of all my garden. But it was faded, Bridget, you see. Call the gardener till I scold him soundly." "I must first chase the celebrated Carilla from your gate," replied Bridget, moving off. "And you consent? You order it, sir?" exclaimed the indignant Consuelo. "It is impossible to do otherwise," replied he, in a calm but inflexible tone of voice. "I request that I may not be spoken to further on the subject. Come, begin. I await you." "There is no more music for us here," exclaimed Consuelo with energy. "You would not be capable of understanding Bach. You who are without pity or compassion. Ah, perish your fruits and flowers. May frost destroy the bloom of your jessamines and blight the promise of your most precious trees. May this fruitful soil, which yields its bounties in such profusion, produce only thorns and thistles. For you have no heart. You rob heaven of its gifts in refusing to share them with your suffering neighbor." So saying, Consuelo left the astounded canon, who gazed vacantly around him, as if he feared this withering malediction had already fallen on his precious Volcamerias and cherished anemones. She ran to the wicket, which was still closed, and promptly climbed it, in order to follow Carilla's conveyance toward the wretched wayside cabaret, which the canon had dignified with the title of an inn. End of chapter 79. Chapter 80 of Consuelo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Consuelo by George Sand, Chapter 80. Hayden, by this time accustomed to obey implicitly the sudden resolutions of his friend, but endowed with a more calm and thoughtful temperament, rejoined her after having secured his traveling bag, his music, and above all, his precious violin, his breadwinner, and the delight and comfort of his travels. Carilla was laid on one of those wretched German beds, which are so short that the occupier must project outside either his feet or his head. Unluckily, there was not a woman on the spot, the mistress having set out on a pilgrimage to a shrine 6 leagues off, and the female servant having gone to drive the cow to the pasture. An old man and a child looked after the house meanwhile, and, more frightened than satisfied at having to lodge their distinguished guest, they allowed their household gods to be invaded, without thinking how they should turn it to account. The old man was deaf, and the child proceeded to seek the village midwife, who lived at least 3 miles off. The postilions were much more uneasy about their horses, who had nothing to eat, than about their charge, and the latter, left without any assistance but that of her femme de chambre, who was completely bewildered, and made almost as much noise as her mistress, filled the air with her shrieks and lamentations. Consuelo, seized with terror and pity, resolved not to abandon the unhappy creature. Joseph, said she to her companion, return to the priory, even if you were to be badly received. We must not be proud when we are asking for others. Tell the canon to send linen, soup, some good wine, a mattress, a coverlet, in short, everything necessary for a sick person. Speak mildly but firmly. Promise, if necessary, that we will return and perform, provided he sends succor to this unfortunate woman. Joseph set out, and poor Consuelo, half hidden in the background, watched with pitying gaze this wretched woman without faith or feeling, who suffered with imprecations and outcries the sacred martyrdom of maternity. The chaste and pious girl shuddered on beholding tortures which nothing could allay, since in place of joy and hope, anger and displeasure consumed Carilla's heart. She never left off cursing her hard fate, her journey, the canon and his housekeeper, and even the child unborn. She heaped volumes of abuse on her servant, and rendered her incapable of doing anything. "Leave my sight," cried she. "You only irritate and annoy me." Sophia, angry and wretched, left the house weeping, and Consuelo, left alone with the unfortunate creature, tried to comfort and soothe her. In a short time Sophia returned, and a quarter of an hour afterward the child saw the light. The maid snatched from a trunk the first garment that came to hand, which happened to be a theatrical mantle of faded satin, adorned with tinsel, and wrapping the infant in the strange swaddling cloth, placed it in Consuelo's arms. "Come, madam, be consoled," said the poor waiting woman, with an accent of simple and heartfelt kindness. "You are happily delivered, and you have a lovely little girl." "Girl, old boy, I no longer suffer," replied Carilla, raising herself on her elbow. "Give me a glass of wine." Joseph had just brought some from the priory, and it was of the best. The canon had behaved generously, and the patient soon had a plenteous supply of all that her situation required. Carilla raised with a firm hand the silver goblet which was presented to her, and emptied it with the steadiness of a toper. Then, throwing herself back upon the cannon's comfortable cushions, she immediately fell asleep with that carelessness which is the result of an iron frame and an unfeeling heart. During her slumber, the child was properly clothed, and Consuelo went to the neighboring field for a ewe, which served as its first nurse. When the mother woke, she caused herself to be raised by Sophia, and having swallowed another glass of wine, she seemed collecting her strength with some effort. Consuelo held the child toward her, expecting some expression of maternal tenderness. But Carilla had a very different idea in her thoughts. She pitched her voice in ut major, and gravely went through a gamut of 2 octaves. Then she clapped her hands and cried, "Brava, Carilla! You have not lost a note of your voice." And bursting into a shout of laughter, she embraced Sophia, and put upon her finger a diamond which she took from her own, saying, "That is to console you for the insults I heaped upon you. Where is my little monkey?" "Ah, heavens!" cried she, looking at her child. "It is fair. It resembles him. So much the worse. Do not unpack so many trunks, Sophia. What are you thinking of? Do you imagine I wish to stay here all my life? Come, come, you are foolish. You do not yet know what life is. Tomorrow I mean to be on the road again. Ah, my little Zingara, you hold the baby just as if you were a woman. How much do you want for your care and your trouble? Do you know, Sophia, that I never was better nursed and tended? So you are from Venice, my little friend. Did you ever hear me sing?" Consuelo made no reply to these questions, and indeed her answers would not have been listened to. Carilla horrified her. She committed the child to the care of the servant, who had just entered and who appeared a good creature. Then calling Joseph, she returned with him to the priory. "I did not promise to the canon to bring you back," said he as they walked along. He appeared ashamed of his conduct, though he affected much ease and cheerfulness of manner. Notwithstanding his selfishness, he is not an ill-disposed man. He appeared really happy in sending Carilla all that could be useful to her. "There are some minds so frightfully hard and unfeeling," replied Consuelo, "that weak ones ought to cause us more pity than horror. I wish to make amends for my anger against the poor canon, and since Carilla is not dead, since, to use the common phrase, both mother and child are as well as can be expected, since our canon has contributed to that result as much as he could without risking the possession of his dear benefice, I wish to thank him. Besides, I have reasons for remaining at the priory until after Carilla's departure. Tomorrow I will tell you what they are." Bridget had gone to pay a visit to a neighboring farmhouse, and Consuelo, who had expected to confront that griffin, was agreeably disappointed at being received by the gentle and prepossessing Andre. "Come along, my little friends," cried he, leading the way to his master's apartments. "The canon is dreadfully melancholy. He hardly eat anything at breakfast, and his noonday siesta was repeatedly interrupted. He has met with 2 great misfortunes today. He has lost his most splendid vocamaria, as well as the hope of hearing some good music. Happily you are returned, and one at least of his sufferings will be allayed." "Does he mock his master or us?" said Consuelo to Joseph. "Both," replied Hayden. "In case the canon be not in a pouting mood, we shall have some rare sport." Far from finding fault, the canon received them with open arms. Consuelo made him admire and understand the admirable preludes of Bach, and to complete his satisfaction, she sang her most beautiful songs, without trying to disguise her voice, and without troubling herself much whether he discovered her age and sex or not. The canon was determined to discover nothing, and to enjoy to the uttermost what he heard. He was passionately fond of music, and his transport seemed so sincere and heartfelt that Consuelo could not help being touched. "Ah, my dear, good, noble child," cried the worthy man, with tears in his eyes, "this is the happiest day of my life. But what is henceforth to become of me? No, I can never bear the loss of such an enjoyment. I shall be eaten up with weariness. I can no longer take pleasure in music of my own performance. My soul is filled with an ideal which I never can attain, and which I shall regret forever. I shall no longer love anything, not even my flowers." "You are very wrong to say so," said Consuelo, "for your flowers sing better than I do." "What say you? My flowers sing? I never heard them." "That is because you never listened. But I heard them this morning. I heard their mystic melodies and understood their meaning." "You are a strange child, a true child of genius," exclaimed the canon, stroking Consuelo's brown locks with fatherly regard. "You wear the livery of poverty, while you should be borne aloft in triumph. But who are you? Tell me. Where have you learned what you know?" "Nature, chance, were my teachers." "Ah, you deceive me," said the canon, laughing good-humoredly. "You are some relation of Farinelli or Caffarelli. But listen, my children," he added, with a serious yet cheerful air. "You must leave me no more. I shall take charge of you. Remain with me. I have some means. They shall be yours. I shall be to you what Gravina was to Metastasio. It shall be my honor and my glory. Stay with me. It will only be necessary for you to enter into secondary orders. You shall have a handsome benefice, and after my death you will inherit some pretty little savings, which I do not intend to leave to that harpy Bridget." As the canon spoke thus, the harpy herself entered suddenly, and heard his last words. Choking with rage and tears, she exclaimed, "And I, for my part, I do not intend to serve you any longer. It is a pretty thing to sacrifice my youth and my reputation to an ungrateful master." "Your reputation? Your youth?" replied the canon, mockingly. "Ah, you flatter yourself, my poor old woman. What you are pleased to term the one protects the other." "Yes, yes," said she. "Jest on, but prepare to see me no more. I leave a house where I can no longer preserve order or decency. I would prevent you from making a fool of yourself, from squandering your means and degrading your office. But I perceive that it is all in vain. Your feeble character and your declining star impel you on to your ruin, and the first mountebanks that fall in your way so turn your head that you are ready to sacrifice everything to them. Well, well, the canon Herbert has long wished me to enter his service, and offers me a better salary than you can afford. I am weary of all I see here. Pay me my wages. I will not pass another night under your roof." "Oh, is that the way?" said the canon calmly. "Well then, Bridget, you do me a great favor, and I hope most fervently you will keep to your word. I have never dismissed anyone from my service, and I think, if the devil himself were in my employment, I would not put him out. Such is my easy temper. But if he left me of his own accord, I would wish him a good journey, and sing a Magnificat at his departure. Make up your packages, Bridget, and as to your wages, take them yourself, whatever you wish, all that I possess, if you will, so that you rid me of your presence quickly." "Ah, Reverend Canon," said Hayden, moved at this domestic scene, "you will regret an old domestic who seems warmly attached to you." "She is attached to my benefice," replied the canon, "and I only regret her coffee." You will accustom yourself to do without good coffee, said the austere Consuelo, firmly, and you will do well. Hold your tongue, Joseph, and do not intercede for her. I mean to speak openly before her, because it is the truth. She is ill-natured, and she is hurtful to her master. He is good. Nature has made him noble and generous. But this woman renders him selfish. She stifles all the good impulses of his soul. And if he keeps her in his service, he will become at last as hard and inhuman as herself. Pardon me, Reverend Canon, for thus addressing you. You have made me sing so much, and have so intoxicated me in displaying your own enthusiasm and delight, that I am hardly myself. If this be so, you are to blame. But be assured that truth reigns supreme in such moments of enthusiasm, because they are noble in their nature and develop in us the loftiest qualities of our being. It is then that our heart is on our lips, and it is my heart which now speaks to you. When I am calm, I shall be more respectful, but not more sincere. Believe me, I do not want your fortune. I have no desire for it and no need. Did I wish for fortune, I might have more than you, and the life of an artist is subjected to so many risks that you may possibly survive me. It would then be for me to inscribe your name in my will, in grateful recollection of what you have wished to do for me. Tomorrow we shall leave this, most probably never to meet again. But we shall leave you, with hearts overflowing with joy, respect, and gratitude, if you get rid of this Madame Bridget, whose pardon I sincerely ask for, thus thinking of her. Consuelo spoke with so much fire, and the frankness of her disposition depicted itself so strongly on her features, that her words made an electric impression on the canon. "Begone, Bridget," said he, with a firm and dignified air to his housekeeper. "Truth speaks by the mouth of children, and this youth has a great soul. Begone, for you have this day made me do a base action, and you would make me do others, because I am weak and at times timid. Begone, because you make my life unhappy, and that is not necessary to your salvation. Begone," he added, smiling, "because you begin to scorch the coffee and sour the cream." This last reproach touched Bridget more than all the rest, and her pride, wounded in the most sensitive point, closed her mouth completely. She rose, cast a look of pity, almost of scorn, on the canon, and left the apartment with a theatrical air. 2 hours afterward, this dethroned queen left the priory, which she did not fail to pillage a little. The canon took no notice of it, and from the happiness that shone on his countenance, Hayden saw that Consuelo had rendered him a real service. After dinner, the latter, to prevent him from feeling any regret, made coffee for him after the Venetian fashion, which is by far the best in the world. Andre took lessons under her directions, and the canon declared that he had never tasted better coffee in his life. They had more music in the evening, first, however, sending to inquire for Corilla, who, the messenger brought word, was already seated in the armchair which the canon had sent her. In the evening, which was one of the loveliest of the season, they took a long stroll through the garden by moonlight, during which the canon, leaning on Consuelo's arm, continually entreated her to enter into secondary orders, and to be to him as his adopted son. "Take care," said Joseph, when they were about to retire to their several apartments. "This good canon is wonderfully taken with you." "Nothing ought to put one out when traveling," replied she. "But do not be afraid. I shall not be an abbé any more than a trumpeter. Herr Mayor, Count Hoditz, and the canon have all reckoned without their host." End of chapter 80. Chapter 81 of Consuelo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Consuelo by George Sand, Chapter 81. Nevertheless, Consuelo bade good evening to Joseph and retired to her apartment, without giving him, as he expected, the signal for departure next morning at daybreak. She had her own reasons for not hastening, and Joseph waited patiently until she should disclose them, enchanted meanwhile to spend a few hours with her in this lovely abode, and to lead for a short time longer this canonical and comfortable life, which by no means displeased him. Consuelo slept until late next morning, and did not make her appearance till the canon's second breakfast. The worthy ecclesiastic's usual practice was to rise early, take a light, pleasant repast, and stroll through his garden and enclosures, breviary in hand, to examine his plants, and afterward to take a second sleep, pending the preparation of a more substantial breakfast. "Our neighbor is getting on well this morning," said he to his young guests, the moment they appeared. "I have sent Andre to prepare her breakfast. She expresses much gratitude for your attentions, and as she proposes, very imprudently I admit, to set out today for Vienna, she wishes to see you before she leaves, in order to recompense you in some measure for the kind and zealous assistance you gave her. Therefore breakfast quickly, my children, and go to her. Doubtless she has some handsome present for you." "We shall breakfast as slowly as you choose, sir," replied Consuelo, "and we shall not go to see the sick woman. She has no longer occasion for our services, and we shall never accept her presence." "Strange child," said the astonished canon. "Your romantic disinterestedness, your enthusiastic generosity, gain my heart so completely that never, no never, shall I be able to part with you." Consuelo smiled, and they sat down to table. The repast was exquisite, and lasted fully 2 hours, but the dessert was different from what the canon expected. "Reverend sir," said Andre, appearing at the door, "here is Bertha from the cabaret, bringing you a basket from the lady." "It is the silver things which I lent her," said the canon. "Take them from her, Andre. That is your business. The lady is positively going, then?" "Reverend sir, she is gone." "Already? She is mad. She will kill herself outright." "No, sir," said Consuelo. "She will not kill herself, and she does not wish to kill herself." "Well, Andre, why do you stand there with such an air of ceremony?" said the canon to his valet. "Reverend sir, Mother Bertha refuses to give me the basket. She says she will only give it to you, and that she has something to say to you." "Nonsense! It is some scruple of the old woman's about trusting you with the plate. However, let her come in and let us have done with it." The old woman was introduced, and after many courtesies, laid a large covered basket on the table. Consuelo immediately glanced at the contents, while the canon's head was turned toward Bertha, and then, replacing the covering, she said in a low tone to Joseph, "It is what I expected, and this is why I remained. Oh yes, I was sure that Carilla would act thus." Joseph, who had not had time to examine the contents of the basket, looked at his companion with astonishment. "Well, Mother Bertha," said the canon, "so you return the little things which I lent you. Ah, very good. It is quite unnecessary to examine them. I am sure they are all correct." "Reverend sir," replied the old woman, "my servant has brought back everything. I gave them to your officers. Nothing is wanting, and I am quite easy on that score. But this basket, the lady made me swear I would give it into your own hands. The contents you know as well as I do." "May I be hanged if I do," said the canon, advancing his hand carelessly toward the basket. But his hand was paralyzed as if with catalepsy, and his mouth remained half opened with surprise, when the covering, moving apparently of itself, fell aside, and disclosed to view a rosy little hand, which seemed as if endeavoring to seize the canon's finger. "Yes, Reverend Sir," replied the old woman, with a confident and satisfied smile. "There it is, safe and sound, the little darling, wide awake and likely to do well." The amazed canon could not utter a word. The old woman continued, "You know you requested its mother to allow you to adopt and bring it up. The poor lady, indeed, found it somewhat hard to part with it, but we told her baby could not be in better hands, and she recommended it to Providence in giving it to us to bring to you. Tell this worthy canon, this holy man," she exclaimed, as she got into her carriage, "that I shall not long take advantage of his charitable zeal. I shall soon return for my daughter, and pay whatever expenses he may incur. Since he is absolutely determined to procure a good nurse, be kind enough to hand him this purse, which I request he may divide between the nurse and the little musician, if he be still there, who took such good care of me yesterday. As for myself, Reverend Sir, she has paid me well. I am quite content." "Ah, you are content, are you?" exclaimed the canon, with a tragic comic air. "I am delighted to hear it. But be kind enough to take this purse and this infant away with you. Spend the money, rear the child. It is no concern of mine." "Rear the child? Oh, by no means, Reverend Sir. I am too old to take charge of a newborn babe. It would cry all night long, and my poor old man, although he be deaf, would not put up with that very well." "It seems that I must put up with it, then. Many thanks. Do you imagine that is likely?" "Since your reverence asked it from its mother." "I beg? Who the deuce told you so?" "Why, since your reverence wrote this morning." "I write? Where is my letter, if you please? Who was the bearer of it?" "Oh, faith, I did not see it, and even if I had, I could not have read it. But Mr. Andre came to her on the part of your reverence, and she told us that he had brought a letter from you. We are honest, unsuspecting people, and we believed it. Who would not?" "It is an abominable lie, some gypsy trick. You were concerned in the plot. Come, take this infant away. Give it back to its mother. Keep it. Arrange it as you please. I wash my hands of the transaction. If you want money, you shall have it. I never refuse charity, even to scoundrels and impostors. It is the only way to get rid of them. But to take a baby into my house? Many thanks. Be off out of my sight." "As to taking the child," replied the old woman in a decided tone, "I positively will not. No offense to your reverence. I did not take charge of the child on my own account. I know how all these matters end. They dazzle you with a little gold at first, and promise you marvels for the future, and then you hear no more of it. The child remains with you for good and all. But such creatures never turn out well. They are idle and proud by nature. One does not know what to do with them. If boys, they turn out robbers. If girls, it is still worse. By my faith, no. Neither the old man nor myself will have anything to do with the child. We were told your reverence wanted it, and we believed it. That is all. There is the money, and now we are quits. As to being in the plot, we know nothing of those sorts of tricks, and I ask pardon of your reverence, but you must be jesting with us when you speak of such a thing. I must now return home. We have some pilgrims stopping with us, who are returning from their vow, and thirsty souls they are. Your reverence's humble servant." And the old woman made many curtsies and retired. Then coming back, "I forgot one thing," said she. "The child is to be called Angela in Italian." "Ah, by my faith, I forget the word." "Angiolina, Anzaletta," said Consuelo. "That's it precisely," said the old woman, and again saluting the canon, she calmly retired. "Well, what do you think of this trick?" said the stupefied canon, turning toward his guests. "I think it worthy of her who imagined it," replied Consuelo, taking the child, who began to be uneasy, from the basket, and gently making it swallow some spoonfuls of the milk which was left from breakfast, and which was still smoking in the canon's china ewer. "This Carilla must be a heartless wretch, then," resumed the canon. "Do you know her?" "Only by reputation, but now I know her thoroughly, and so do you, reverend sir. It is an acquaintance I could very well have dispensed with. But what shall we do with this poor little deserted one?" added he, casting a look of pity on the child. "I will carry it," replied Consuelo, "to your gardener's wife, whom I saw yesterday nursing a fine boy 5 or 6 months old." "Do so then," said the canon, "or rather ring, and let her be sent for to come here and receive it. She will be able to tell us of a nurse in some neighboring farmhouse. Not too near, though, for God knows the injury that might be done to a man of the church by the least mark of interest shown toward a child, fallen thus from the clouds as if it were into his house. In your place, sir, I would raise myself above such paltry considerations. I would neither anticipate nor fear the absurd and malicious efforts of slander. I would disregard such foolish reports as if they did not exist. I would always act as if it were impossible they could affect or harm me. Of what use would be a life of innocence and dignity if it did not secure us calmness of conscience and the liberty of doing good? See, this child is confided to you, reverend sir. If it suffers for want of care, far from your sight, if it languishes and dies, you will reproach yourself forever." "What do you say? This infant confided to me? Have I accepted the trust, and can the caprice or craftiness of another impose such duties upon us? You are excited, my child, and you reason falsely." "No, my dear and reverend sir," returned Consuelo, becoming more and more animated. "I do not reason falsely. The wicked mother who abandons her infant here has no right and has no power to impose any duties upon you. But he who has the right to command you, he who decrees the destinies of the newborn babe, he to whom you will be eternally responsible, is God. Yes, it is God who has had the especial views of mercy towards this innocent little creature, in inspiring its mother with the bold idea of entrusting it to you. It is He who, by a strange concurrence of circumstances, brings it into your house and casts it into your arms in spite of your prudence. Ah, sir, remember the example of St. Vincent de Paul, who went about collecting poor distressed orphans from the doorsteps of houses, and do not reject this little one, which Providence brings to your bosom. I do indeed believe that were you to do so, it would bring you misfortune, and the world, which has a kind of instinct of justice even in its wickedness, would say, with some appearance of truth, that you had good reasons for removing it from you, instead of which, if you keep it, no motives can be supposed other than the true ones, viz., your pity and your charity." "You do not know," said the canon, a good deal shaken and undecided how to act, "what the world is. You are a child, severe in rectitude and virtue. You do not know especially what the clergy are, and Bridget, the wicked Bridget, knew well what she said yesterday when she asserted that certain people were jealous of my position and was striving to ruin me. I hold my benefices by the protection of the late Emperor Charles, who befriended me and was the means of my obtaining them. The Empress Maria Theresa has also protected me and permitted me to pass as jubilary before the usual age. Well, what we imagine we hold from the Church is never positively assured to us. Above us, as well as above the sovereigns who favor us, we have always a master, the Church, as she declares us capable when she pleases, even when we are not so. She also declares us incapable when it suits her, even when we have rendered her the greatest services. The ordinary, that is to say, the diocesan bishop and his council, if they are unfriendly or irritated against us, can accuse us, bring us to their bar, judge us, and deprive us of our benefices, under pretext of misconduct, of irregularity of morals or scandalous examples, in order to confer upon their new creatures the gifts which they had formerly granted us. Heaven is my witness that my life has been as pure as that of this child, born yesterday. Well, without extreme prudence in all my proceedings, my virtue would not have been sufficient to defend me from evil interpretations. I am not much of a courtier toward the prelates. My indolence, and perhaps a little pride of birth, have always prevented me. There are those in the chapter who envy me, but you have on your side Maria Theresa, who is a high-souled monarch, a noble woman and tender mother, returned Consuelo. If she were then to judge you, and you should say to her with that accent, which truth alone possesses, "Gracious Queen, I hesitated an instant between the fear of placing weapons against me in the hands of my enemies, and the necessity of practicing the first virtue of my calling, charity. I saw on one side calumnies and intrigues under which I might fall, on the other a poor creature abandoned by heaven and by men, who had no refuge but in my pity, no protection but in my care, and I chose to risk my reputation, my repose, and my fortune to do the works of faith and mercy. Ah, I do not doubt if you spoke thus to Maria Theresa, that mighty princess, who is all-powerful, instead of a priory, would give you a palace, instead of a canon, would create you a bishop. Has she not overwhelmed the Abbe Mestasio with honors and riches for having made rhymes? What would she not do for virtue, if she thus rewards talent? Come, dear and reverend sir, you will keep this poor Angiolina in your house. Your gardener's wife will nurse her, and afterward you will educate her in religion and virtue. Her mother would have made her a fallen spirit, fit for punishment. You will make her an angel for heaven." "You do with me as you please," said the canon, deeply touched, and allowing his favorite to place the child on his knees. "Well, we will baptize Angela tomorrow, and you shall be godfather. If Bridget was still here, she would be godmother with you, and her rage at being selected for the office would amuse us. Ring, and let the nurse be sent for, and may God's will be done. As to the purse which Carilla left us, 50 Venetian sequins, I see. We will have nothing to do with it. I take upon myself the present expenses of the infant, and her future lot, if she be not claimed. Take this gold, therefore. It is indeed your due for the singular virtue and the noble spirit you have manifested in the whole affair." "Gold to pay for my virtue and the goodness of my heart?" cried Consuelo, rejecting the purse with disgust. "And the gold of Carilla, the price of falsehood. Ah, sir, it sullies even the sight. Distribute it among the poor. That will bring good fortune to our poor Angela." End of chapter 81. Chapter 82 of Consuelo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Consuelo by George Sand, Chapter 82. For the first time in his life, perhaps, the canon that night scarcely closed his eyes. He left agitated by a strange emotion. His brain was flooded with chords, melodies, and modulations, which a light slumber interrupted every instant, and which, in every interval of awakening, he strove, in spite of himself, and even with a kind of vexation, to recall and connect without being able to succeed. He had retained by heart the most striking passages of the pieces which Consuelo had sung to him. He heard them still resounding in his brain, in his heart. And then suddenly, the thread of the musical idea was broken in his memory at the most beautiful place, and he recommenced it mentally 100 times in succession, without being able to proceed a single note further. In vain, fatigued by these imaginary melodies, did he try to drive them away. They returned always to haunt his ear, and it seemed to him that even the light of his fire danced, in time to the music, upon his curtains of crimson satin. The faint hissings which issued from the burning wood seemed also to be singing those cursed airs, the termination of which remained ever an impenetrable secret to the canon's fatigued imagination. If he could have only completed one, it seemed to him that he would have been delivered from this plague of faithless reminiscences. But the musical memory is so constituted that it torments and persecutes us, until we have satisfied it with that for which it thirsted. Never had music made such an impression upon the canon, although he had been a distinguished dilettante all his life. Never had human voice so completely taken possession of his heart as that of Consuelo. Never had features and expression, never had language and manners, exercised upon his soul a fascination in the least to be compared with that which Consuelo's had exercised upon him during the last 36 hours. Did the canon guess, or did he not, the sex of the pretended Bertoni? Yes and no. How shall I explain this to you? You must know that at 50, the canon's thoughts and habits were as pure and blameless as those of a child. His independent position had allowed him to cultivate friendship, tolerance, and the arts. But love was forbidden him, and he had banished love from his heart, as the most dangerous enemy of his repose and his fortune. Still, as love is of a divine origin, and immortal in its nature, when we believe we have annihilated it, we have done nothing more than bury it alive in our hearts. It may sleep there silently for long years, until the day when it is destined to be reanimated. Consuelo appeared in the autumn of the canon's life, and his long apathy of soul was changed at once into a tender languor, more profound and tenacious than could have been foreseen. That apathetic heart knew not how to bound and palpitate for a beloved object, but it could melt as ice before the sun, give itself up to the abandonment of self, to patient submission, and that kind of passive self-denial which one is sometimes surprised to find in the most selfish, when love has taken possession of their hearts. He loved then, this poor canon. At 50, he loved for the first time, and he loved one who could never respond to his love. He was only too sensible of this, and this was why he wished to persuade himself, in spite of all probability, that it was not love which he experienced, since it was not a woman who inspired it. In this respect he deceived himself completely, and in all the simplicity of his heart he took Consuelo for a boy. while performing canonical duties at the Cathedral of Vienna. He had seen many young and handsome boys at the foundation. He had heard voices clear, silvery, and almost female in their purity and flexibility. True, Bertoni's was purer and more flexible 1,000 times, but it was an Italian voice, he thought. And then Bertoni was an exception to the usual routine of nature, one of those precocious children whose faculties, genius, and aptitude proclaimed them prodigies. And, proud and enthusiastic at having discovered this treasure on the highway, the canon, giving way to the transports of a fatherly affection and benevolent pride, already dreamed of making him known to the world, of bringing him forward, and of contributing to his fortune and his future fame. No one would have imagined the existence of such simple-minded and romantic ideas in a man of the canon's character, satirical, jocular, and well acquainted with the usages of society and the springs of human character. There was, nevertheless, a whole world of ideas, instincts, and feelings formerly unknown, now thronging his breast. He had fallen asleep in the joy of his heart, planning 1,000 projects for his young protege, promising himself that he would pass his life in the midst of a perfect atmosphere of delicious music, and feeling his heart moved at the idea of cultivating, while he tempered them a little, the virtues which shone in that generous and ardent soul, but awakened every hour of the night by a singular emotion, pursued by the image of that wonderful child, now affrighted at the idea of seeing him escape from his already jealous tenderness, now impatient for the morrow to reiterate seriously the offers, promises, and prayers which Bertoni had appeared to take in jest. The canon, astonished at what passed in his mind, lost himself in 1,000 fanciful conjectures. Was I then destined by nature to have children, and to love them passionately? Asked he with an honest simplicity, since the mere thought of adopting one throws me now into such a state of agitation. Yet it is the first time in my life that this feeling has been revealed to my heart, and now, in a single day, admiration attaches me to one, sympathy to another, pity to a third. Bertoni, Beppo, Angiolina. Here have I a family all of a sudden. I who pitied the trouble of parents, and who thank God for being destined by my calling to solitude and repose. Can it be the quantity and excellence of the music I have heard today which so excites my ideas? It is rather that delicious Venetian coffee, of which I took 2 cups instead of 1, out of pure gluttony. My brain has been so excited all day that I have hardly once thought of my Volcameria, withered from the effects of Peter's carelessness. Il mio cor si divide. Ah, there again that cursed phrase recurs to me. Plague take my memory. What shall I do in order to sleep? 4 o'clock in the morning, it is unheard of. I shall make myself ill. A bright idea came at last to the rescue of the good canon. He rose, took his writing desk, and resolved to set to work on that famous book, so long since undertaken, but not yet begun. He was obliged, however, to consult the Dictionary of Canonical Law, in order to refresh his memory on the subject, but he had not read 2 pages before his ideas became confused. His eyes closed. The book slid gently down from the eiderdown cushion to the floor. The taper was extinguished by a sleepy sigh, and the worthy canon at last slept the sleep of the just until 10 o'clock next morning. Alas! How bitter was his awakening, when with a nerveless and careless hand he opened the following note, deposited by Andre upon the taper stand along with his cup of chocolate. We depart, Reverend and dear sir. An imperious duty calls us to Vienna, and we feared lest we might not be able to resist your generous entreaties. We fly as if we were ungrateful, But we are not so, and never shall we lose the recollection of your hospitality toward us, and of your noble and Christian charity for the deserted infant. We shall come back to thank you for it. Before a week, you will see us again. Please defer till then the baptism of Angela, and depend upon the respectful and tender affection of your humble protégés, Bertoni, Beppo. The canon turned pale, sighed, and rang his bell. Then they have gone, said he to Andre. Before daybreak, your reverence. And what did they say on departing? I hope they breakfasted at least. Did they mention the day on which they would return? Nobody saw them go, sir. They went as they came, over the wall. When I awoke, I found their chambers empty. The note which you hold in your hand was on their table, and all the doors of the house and enclosure were locked as I left them last night. They have not taken the value of a pin. They have not plucked even an apple, poor children. I can readily believe it, cried the canon, his eyes filling with tears. To dissipate his melancholy, Andre tried to induce him to consult the bill of fare and order dinner. Give me what you please, Andre, replied the canon, in a heart-rending voice, and fell back moaning on the pillow. On the evening of the same day, Consuelo and Joseph entered Vienna under cover of the darkness. The honest hairdresser, Keller, was admitted to their confidence, received them with open arms, and lodged his distinguished guest as well as his circumstances would permit. Consuelo was all amiability toward Joseph's betrothed, although secretly disappointed at finding her neither graceful nor handsome. On the morrow, Keller braided Consuelo's flowing tresses, and his daughter assisted her to resume the garments of her sex, and served her as a guide to Porpora's dwelling. End of chapter 82. Chapter 83 of Consuelo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Consuelo by George Sand, Chapter 83. To the joy which Consuelo experienced on once more pressing in her arms her master and benefactor, succeeded a painful feeling which she had some difficulty in concealing. A year had scarcely elapsed since she left Porpora, and yet that year of uncertainty, vexation, and sorrow had imprinted on the gloomy brow of the maestro deep traces of suffering and old age. He had acquired that unhealthy embonpoint, which inaction and languor of mind produce on a failing frame. His look had lost the fire which formerly animated it, and a certain bloated coloring of his features betrayed the fatal attempt to seek in wine the forgetfulness of his misfortunes, or the renewal of his inspiration, chilled by age and discouragement. The unfortunate composer had flattered himself that he should find at Vienna fresh chances of success and fortune, but he was received there with cold esteem, and he found his happy arrivals in possession of the imperial favor and the admiration of the public. Metastasio had written dramas and oratorios for Caldara, for Pradieri, for Fuchs, for Reuter, and for Haas. Metastasio, the court poet, Poeto Cesario, the fashionable author, the new Albano, the favorite of the muses and the ladies, the charming, the incomparable, the harmonious, the flowing, the divine Metastasio. In a word, he, of all the dramatic cooks, whose dishes had the most agreeable flavor and easiest digestion, had not written anything for Porpora, and had refused to promise him anything. The maestro had still ideas, perhaps. He had at least his science, his admirable knowledge of the voice, his sound Neapolitan traditions, his severe taste, his broad style, and his bold and masculine recitatives. the grandeur and beauty of which had never been equaled. But he had no public, and he asked in vain for a poem. He was neither a flatterer nor an intriguer. His rough frankness created him enemies, and his ill humor repulsed everybody. He displayed this feeling even in the warm and affectionate welcome which he gave Consuelo. "And wherefore did you leave Bohemia so soon?" said he, after having embraced her with paternal emotion. "What are you going to do here, unhappy girl? There are no ears to listen, no hearts to comprehend you. This is no place for you, my child. Your old master has fallen into disgrace, and if you wish to succeed, you would do well to follow the example of those who feign to despise or not to know him, while they owe to him their skill, their fortune, and their glory." "What? Do you suspect me too?" said Consuelo, whose eyes filled with tears. "Would you deny my affection and devotion, and visit upon me the suspicion and contempt with which others have inspired you? Oh, my dear master, you will find that I do not deserve this cruel reproach. It is all I can say." Porpora knit his brow, turned away, and walked up and down the apartment. Then returning to Consuelo, and seeing that she wept, but not finding anything mild or gentle to say to her, he took the handkerchief from her hands, and drying her eyes somewhat roughly, said, "Come, come now." Consuelo observed that he was pale, and that deep sighs burst from his ample chest. But he suppressed his emotion, and drawing his chair beside her, "Come," said he, "tell me about your sojourn in Bohemia, and wherefore you have returned so quickly. Speak," he added, somewhat impatiently. "Have you not 1,000 things to say to me? Were you weary there? Or did the Rudolstadts not act well by you? Yes, they also are capable of having wounded and tormented you. God knows they were the only people in the world whom I still trusted. God also knows that all men are capable of every wickedness." "Do not say so, my friend," said Consuelo. "The Rudolstadts are angels, and I ought never to speak of them but on my knees. But I thought it right to leave them, and to fly without even giving them warning or bidding them adieu. What does all this mean? Have you aught to reproach yourself with? Must I blush for you, and reproach myself for having sent you to these excellent people? Ah, no, heaven be praised, my dear master. I have no reason to blame myself, nor you to blush for me. In that case, what is it?" Consuelo, who knew how necessary it was to give brief and prompt replies to Porpora when he was anxious to learn a fact or an idea, informed him in a few words that Count Albert had wished to marry her, but that she could not give him a decided answer before consulting her adoptive father. Porpora made an angry and sarcastic grimace. "Count Albert!" he exclaimed. "The heir of the Rudolstadts, the descendant of the kings of Bohemia, the future lord of Riesenberg? He wants to marry you, you little gypsy. You, the ugly pupil of the squalor, the friendless orphan, the penniless actress. You who, barefoot, have begged your bread in the thoroughfares of Venice? Yes, even me, your pupil, your adopted daughter. Yes, me, the Porporina," replied Consuelo with gentle pride. "An honorable distinction and most brilliant condition," said the maestro, bitterly. "Yes, I had forgotten those in the catalogue, the last and only pupil of a master without a school, the heiress of his rags and of his shame, the preserver of a name already blotted out from the memory of men. Yes, this is indeed something to be proud of, something to fascinate and bewilder the scions of the most illustrious families." "Apparently, my dear master," said Consuelo, with a melancholy and caressing smile, "we have not fallen so low in the estimation of the world as it pleases you to imagine, since it is certain that the Count wished to marry me, and that I came here to ask your consent to the marriage, or your assistance and advice to enable me to avoid it." Consuelo, replied Porpora, in a cold and severe tone, I like not such folly. You ought to be aware that I hate the romances of schoolgirls, or the adventures of coquettes. I should never have believed you capable of entertaining such absurd ideas, and I am really ashamed to hear you speak of them. It is possible that the young Count of Rudolstadt may have taken a fancy to you, and that wearied by the tedium of solitude, or carried away by his enthusiasm for music, he may have paid you some trifling attention. But how could you be so presumptuous as to take the affair seriously, and give yourself on the strength of it the airs of a heroine of romance? I can feel only pity for such conduct, and still more so, if the old Count, the Canoness, or the Baroness Amelia should be informed of your pretensions. I tell you again that I blush for you. Consuelo knew that it would be of no avail to contradict or interrupt Porpora when he had launched out into one of his splenetic tirades. She therefore allowed him full scope to vent his indignation, and when he had said everything that he could think was most calculated to vex and annoy her, she related to him word for word, with the most scrupulous exactness, all that had taken place at the castle of the giants between herself, Count Albert, Count Christian, the Canoness, Amelia, and Anzoletto. Porpora, who, after having vented all his spleen, knew also how to listen and to understand, lent the most serious attention to her narrative, and when she had finished, put several questions to her respecting details, so as to enter completely into the private life and the sentiments of the family. In that case, said he at last, you have acted well, Consuelo. You have been prudent, straightforward, courageous, as I would have expected you to be. It is well, heaven has protected you, and will recompense you by delivering you once for all from this infamous Anzoletto. As for the young Count, you must not think of him. I positively forbid you. Such a union does not suit you. Never would Count Christian, be assured, permit you to become an artist again. I know better than you the unconquerable pride of the nobles. Unless you absurdly and childishly deceive yourself, you cannot hesitate for an instant between the career of the great and that of art. What think you? Speak, Corporal di Baccio. One would think you did not hear me. I hear you very well, my dear master, but I see that you do not in the least understand what I have said to you. How? Not understand? Then I am no longer capable of understanding anything, I suppose. Is that what you mean? And the little jet-black eyes of the master sparkled with anger. Consuelo, who knew him thoroughly, saw that she must put a bold face on the matter, if she wished to be heard at all. Sir, you do not understand me, she replied firmly, for you ascribe to me an ambition very different from that which I entertain. Be assured I do not envy the position of the great, and do not imagine, dear master, that any such considerations weighed with me for a moment. I despise those worldly advantages which are not the result of merit. These are the principles which you have instilled into me, and I shall never belie them. But there is in life something besides vanity and gold, and this something will always suffice to counterbalance the intoxication of glory and joys of public applause. It is the affection of such a man as Albert. It is domestic happiness. It is family joys. The public is a capricious, tyrannical, and ungrateful master, but a good husband is a friend, a support, a second self. If ever I love Albert as he loves me, I should think of fame no more, and probably should be much happier. What sort of babble is this? Exclaimed the maestro. Are you mad? Or have you merely been initiated into the mysteries of German sentimentalism? Good heavens! How much you have come to despise art of late, my lady countess. You tell me that your Albert, as you permit yourself to call him, inspires you with more fear than love. That you, feel ready to expire with cold and terror at his side, and 1,000 other things which, no offense to you, I did not pay much attention to. And now, free from his solicitations and completely at liberty, the only happiness, the only condition necessary to the development of the artist, you ask me if you must not again tie the stone about your neck and throw yourself into the well which your visionary lover inhabits. Go, in heaven's name, if it seems good to you. I shall have nothing more to do with you, nothing more to say in the matter. I shall not lose my time talking to a person who does not know what she says, nor whom she wants. You have not common sense. I am your obedient, humble servant. Thus saying, Porpora proceeded to the harpsichord, and with a firm yet cold hand improvised several elaborate modulations, during which Consuelo, despairing of bringing him to examine the matter more closely, reflected on the best means of restoring his equanimity. She accomplished her purpose in singing some ancient national airs which he had learned in Bohemia, and which, from their originality and genius, delighted the old maestro. She then induced him to show her his recent compositions, and she sang them at sight with such perfection that he instantly regained all his enthusiasm and all his tenderness for her. The unhappy man, having no longer an able pupil beside him, and distrusting all who approached him, had long ceased to enjoy the pleasure of hearing his ideas rendered by a fine voice, and understood by a lofty intellect. He was so moved by hearing himself thus rendered by his own docile Porporina, that he shed tears of joy, and pressing her to his bosom, he exclaimed, "Ah, you are the first singer in the world. Your voice has doubled in volume and extent, and you have made as much progress as if I had given you lessons every day for a year. Repeat this theme once more, my daughter. This is the first moment of happiness I have enjoyed for months." They dined together, poorly enough, at a little table near the window. Porpora was badly lodged, his gloomy and neglected chamber looking out upon the angle of a narrow and deserted street. Consuelo, seeing him in a good temper, ventured to speak of Joseph Haydn. The only thing she had concealed from him was the long pedestrian excursion with this youth, and the strange occurrences which had created so close an intimacy between them. She knew that her master would, according to custom, rebel at praises given to any aspirant after fame. She therefore related with an air of indifference that she had met on her way to Vienna with a poor little fellow who had spoken with such respect and enthusiasm of the school of Porpora, that she had promised to intercede in his behalf with the maestro herself. "Well, what is he, this young man?" asked the maestro, "and what is his aim in life? To become an artist, without doubt, since he is a poor devil." "Oh, I thank him for his patronage. I mean to teach singing henceforth only to young noblemen. They pay, learn nothing, and are proud of our lessons, because they flatter themselves they know something on leaving our hands. But artists? All mean, all ungrateful, all traitors and liars. Do not speak to me of them. I never wish to see one pass the threshold of this apartment. If one of them should show his face here, look you, I would throw him from the window that very instant." Consuelo endeavored to overcome his prejudices, but she found him so obstinate that she gave up the attempt, and leaning from the window, at a moment when her master had his back turned, she made one sign with her fingers, and afterwards a second, to Joseph, who was prowling about the street awaiting this previously arranged signal, and who understood from the first movement of the fingers that he must renounce all hope of being admitted by Porpora as a pupil, while the second gave him notice not to appear for half an hour. Consuelo talked of something else to make Porpora forget what she had just said, and when the half-hour had elapsed, Joseph knocked at the door. Consuelo hastened to open it, pretended not to know him, and returned to announce to the maestro that it was a domestic who wished to enter his service. "Let me see your face," cried Porpora to the trembling young man. "Approach. Who told you that I wanted a servant? I do not want one." "If you had no need of a servant," answered Joseph, a little confused, but keeping a good countenance that Consuelo had recommended, "it is very unfortunate for me, sir, for I have great need of a master." "One would imagine that nobody but I could give you the means of earning your livelihood," replied Porpora. "Here, look at my apartment and my furniture. Do you think I require a lackey to arrange all that?" "Oh, certainly, sir. You must require one," returned Hayden, affecting a confiding simplicity, "for it is in very bad order." Saying so, he went immediately to work, and began to arrange the chamber with a diligence and businesslike coolness which highly amused Porpora. Joseph staked all upon the hazard, for if his zeal had not diverted the maestro, he ran the risk of being recompensed for his services by a few blows of his cane. "This is a droll rascal who wishes to serve me in spite of myself," said Porpora, as he watched his proceedings. "I tell you, idiot, I have no means of paying a servant. Why will you continue to be so zealous?" "No matter for that, sir, provided you give me your old clothes and a bit of bread every day. I shall be satisfied. I am so poor that I should consider myself fortunate not to be obliged to beg my bread." "But why do you not enter some rich person's service?" "Impossible, sir. They consider me too little and too ugly. Besides, I know nothing of music, and you are aware that all the great lords nowadays wish their domestics to know a little of the violin or the flute, in order to take a part in chamber concerts. But, for my part, I have never been able to beat a note of music into my head." "Ah, you know nothing of music. Well, you are the very man to suit me. If you are satisfied with your food and my old clothes, I will take you. For, now I think of it, here is my daughter who will require a faithful lad to run her errands. Let us see. What can you do? Brush clothes, black shoes, sweep the house, open and shut the door. Yes, sir, I know how to do all that. Well, begin. Brush that coat which you see lying on my bed yonder, for I am going in an hour to the ambassador's. You will accompany me, Consuelo. I wish to present you to Signor Corner, whom you know already, and who has just arrived from the baths of Ems with the Signora. There is a little apartment below which shall be yours. Go and arrange your dress a little, while I also make some preparations." Consuelo obeyed, crossed the antechamber, and entering the little gloomy cabinet which was to be her apartment, dressed herself in her eternal black gown and her faithful white neckerchief, which had made the journey on Joseph's shoulder. "This is not a very magnificent toilette for the ambassadors," thought she, "but they saw me make my debut thus at Venice, and it did not prevent my singing well, and being listened to with pleasure." When she was ready, she again passed into the antechamber, and there found Hayden gravely curling Porpora's wig, which he had hung upon a stick. On looking at each other, they both stifled a burst of laughter. "Ha! How do you manage to arrange that beautiful wig?" said she to him, in a low voice, so as not to be heard by Porpora, who was dressing in the next chamber. "Bah!" replied Joseph, "it is easy enough. I have often seen Keller at work. And besides, he gave me a lesson this morning, and will give me more, so that in time I may reach the perfection of the lace and the crepe." "Take courage, my poor lad," said Consuelo, clasping his hand. "The maestro will at last be disarmed. The paths of art are strewed with thorns, but from among them you may pluck the fairest flowers." "Thanks for the metaphor, dear sister Consuelo. Be sure that I shall not be discouraged, and if, in passing me on the stairs or in the kitchen, you will say a word or two of encouragement and friendship to me from time to time, I shall bear all with pleasure." "And I will assist you to fulfill your duties," replied Consuelo, smiling. "Do you imagine that I also did not commence like you? When I was little, I was often Porpora's servant. I have more than once run his errands, made his chocolate, and ironed his bands. Here now to begin, I will show you how to brush this coat, for you know nothing about it. You break the buttons and spoil the facing." And she took the brush from his hands and set him an example with address and dexterity. But hearing Porpora approach, she hastily handed the brush to him and resumed a grave air as she said, "Come, come, my little fellow, make haste." End of chapter 83. Chapter 84 of Consuelo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Consuelo by George Sand, Chapter 84. It was not to the Embassy of Venice, but to the ambassador's private residence, that Porpora conducted Consuelo. Wilhelmina, who did the honors of the mansion, was a beautiful creature, infatuated with music, and whose whole pleasure and ambition was to assemble at her house those artists and dilettanti whom she could attract there, without compromising by too much ostentation the diplomatic dignity of Signor Corner. At the appearance of Consuelo, there was at first a moment of surprise and doubt, then a cry of joy and cordiality. As soon as the company ascertained that it was indeed the Zingarella who had made such a sensation the preceding year at San Samuel. Wilhelmina, who had seen her, when quite a child, trotting to her house behind Porpora, carrying his music and following him like a little dog, had cooled considerably toward her on seeing her afterward receive so much applause and homage in the saloons of the nobility, and so many wreaths upon the stage. It was not that this handsome creature was ill-natured, or that she deigned to be jealous of a girl so long considered frightfully ugly. But Wilhelmina liked to play the great lady, as all those do who are not so. She had sung grand pieces with Porpora, who, treating her as an amateur, had let her try everything, while poor Consuelo was still studying that famous little manuscript in which the master had concentrated all his method, and to which he kept his real pupils for 5 or 6 years. Wilhelmina did not imagine, therefore, that she could feel for the Zingarella any other sentiment than that of a charitable interest. But because she had formerly given her some sugar plums, or put into her hands a picture book to prevent her from being wearied when waiting in her antechamber, she concluded that she had been one of the most efficient patronesses of the youthful songstress. She had therefore considered it very extraordinary and improper that Consuelo, having reached at one bound the highest pinnacle of triumph, had not shown herself humble, zealous, and grateful toward her. She had expected that whenever she happened to have a select and recherché party, Consuelo would graciously and gratuitously provide the entertainment of the evening, by singing for her, and with her, as often and as long as she desired, and that she could present her to her friends with all the prestige of having been mainly instrumental to her success, and having almost formed her taste for music. Matters had happened otherwise. Porpora, who had much more at heart the raising of his pupil Consuelo to the rank which belonged to her in the hierarchy of art, than that of pleasing his protectress, Wilhelmina, laughed in his sleeve at the pretensions of the latter, and forbade Consuelo to accept the invitations, at first rather too familiar, afterward rather too imperious, of Madame the Ambassadress of the left hand. He found 1,000 pretexts to excuse himself from taking her there, and Wilhelmina had thereupon taken a strange dislike to the debutante, even going so far as to say that she was not handsome enough ever to have undisputed success, that her voice, agreeable indeed in a saloon, wanted power and effect in the theater, and she did not fulfill upon the stage all the promise of her childhood, and 1,000 other malicious remarks of the same kind, known in every age and country. But the enthusiastic clamor of the public soon smothered these little insinuations, and Wilhelmina, who piqued herself on being a good judge, a scientific pupil of Porpora, and a generous soul, did not venture to pursue this underhand war against the maestro's most brilliant pupil, and the idol of the public. She joined her voice to those of the true dilettante to exalt Consuelo, and if she still slandered her a little for the pride and ambition she had shown in not placing her voice at the disposal of Madame the Ambassadress, it was in a very low voice, and only to a very few particular friends that she thus blamed her. On this occasion, when she saw Consuelo appear in her modest toilette of former days, and when Porpora presented her officially, which she had never done before, Wilhelmina, vain and frivolous as she was, forgave all, and took credit to herself for acting a great and generous part, as she kissed the Zingarella on both cheeks. She is ruined, thought she. She has committed some folly, or lost her voice perhaps, for we have heard nothing of her for a long while. She returns to us unconditionally. Now is the proper moment to pity her, to protect her, and to put her talents to the proof, or to use them for my own profit. Consuelo had so gentle and conciliating an air that Wilhelmina, not finding in her that tone of haughty prosperity which he supposed her to have assumed at Venice, felt herself quite at ease with her, and paid her marked attention. Some Italians, friends of the ambassador, who were present, united with her in overwhelming Consuelo with praises and questions, which she succeeded in eluding with address and cheerfulness. But suddenly her countenance became grave, and even displayed symptoms of emotion, when, in the midst of a group of Germans who were gazing curiously at her from the extremity of the saloon, she recognized a face which had already troubled her elsewhere, that of the unknown friend of the canon, who had so minutely examined and questioned her 3 days before at the curate's of the village in which he had sung the Mass with Joseph Haydn. This unknown person again examined her with extreme curiosity, and it was easy to see that he was questioning his neighbors respecting her. Wilhelmina remarked Consuelo's absence of mind. "You are looking at Mr. Holtzbauer," said she. "Do you know him?" "I do not know him," replied Consuelo, "and I am ignorant if it be he whom I am looking at." "He is the first to the right of the mantelpiece," returned the ambassadress. "He is at present the director of the court theatre, where his wife is prima donna. He abuses his position," added she, in a low voice, "in order to favor the court and city with his operas, which, between ourselves, are good for nothing. Do you wish me to introduce you to him? He is a very agreeable man." "1,000 thanks, Signora," replied Consuelo. "I am of too little consequence here to be presented to such a personage, and I am certain beforehand that he will not engage me for his theatre." "And why so, sweet one? Can that beautiful voice, which had not its equal in all Italy, have suffered by your residence in Bohemia? For you have lived all this time in Bohemia, they say, the coldest and dullest country in the world. Such a climate must be very hurtful to the voice, and I am not astonished that you have experienced its bad effects. But that is nothing. You will soon recover your voice in our lovely Venetian clime." Consuelo, seeing that Wilhelmina was determined to consider her voice as deteriorated, abstained from contradicting this opinion, especially as her companion furnished both question and answer. She was not agitated at this charitable supposition, but at the antipathy she had a right to expect from Holtzbauer, in consequence of the somewhat rude and rather too sincere answer respecting his music, which had escaped her at the breakfast in the presbytery. The court maestro would not fail to revenge himself by relating in what costume and in what company he had met her on the road. And Consuelo feared that if this adventure should reach Porpora's ears, it might prejudice him against her, and especially against poor Joseph. It happened otherwise. Holtzbauer said not a word of the adventure, for reasons which will be known hereafter, and far from showing the least animosity toward Consuelo, he approached her with a good-humored, though arch and meaning smile. She pretended not to understand it. She feared even to seem to request his secrecy in the matter, and whatever might be the consequences of this meeting, she was too proud not to brave them firmly. Her attention was distracted from this incident by the countenance of an old man who had a hard and haughty expression, but who nevertheless evinced a strong desire to engage in conversation with Porpora. But the latter, faithful to his crusty humor, hardly answered him, and every moment made an effort or sought a pretext to get rid of him. That, said Wilhelmina, who was not displeased to point out to Consuelo the celebrities who adorned her saloon, is an illustrious composer, Buonocini. He has just arrived from Paris, where he himself played the violoncello in an anthem of his own composition before the king. You know that it is he who excited such enthusiasm in London, and who, after an obstinate contest of theatre and theatre with Handel, ended by vanquishing the latter in the opera. Do not say so, Signora, said Porpora, who had just disengaged himself from Buonocini, and approaching the two ladies, had heard Wilhelmina's last words. Oh, do not utter such a slander. No one has surpassed Handel. No one ever will surpass him. I know Handel. You do not yet know him. He is the first among us, and I confess it frankly, although I was foolish enough to struggle against him in my youth. I was crushed as I ought to have been, and it was right. Buonocini, more fortunate, but not more modest or skilful than myself, triumphed in the eyes and ears of fools and barbarians. Do not believe those who tell you of this triumph. It will be the eternal disgrace of my associate Buonocini, and England will one day blush for having preferred his works to those of a genius. What do I say of a giant such as Handel? The mode, the fashion, as they say there, bad taste, the skillful arrangement of the theatre, a clique, intrigues, and more than all, the wonderful talent of the singers whom Buonocini brought to his aid, apparently gained the day. But Handel has had his revenge in sacred music. As to Buonocini himself, I do not place great store by him. I am not fond of jugglers, and Buonocini has juggled in the opera just as much as in the cantata. Porpora alluded to a shameful theft which had put all the musical world in commotion. Buonocini, having taken to himself in England the credit of a piece which Lottie had composed 30 years before, and which the latter had succeeded in triumphantly proving his own, after a long dispute with the audacious maestro. Wilhelmina endeavored to defend Buonocini, and this contradiction excited Porpora's spleen still more. I tell you, and I will maintain it, he exclaimed, without caring whether Buonocini heard him or not, that Handel is superior, even in the opera, to all composers past or present. I shall prove it to you directly. Consuelo, seat yourself at the harpsichord, and sing the air I shall point out. I am dying to hear the wonderful Porporina, exclaimed Wilhelmina, but I entreat that she may not make her debut here in presence of Buonocini and Holtzbauer by singing anything of Handel's. They would not be flattered by such a selection. I believe it well, said Porpora. It is their condemnation, their death warrant. Well, in that case, replied she, let her sing something of your own, maestro. You are aware, doubtless, that would excite no one's jealousy, but for my part, I wish that you should sing from Handel. I will have it so." "Do not ask me to sing today, master," said Consuelo. "I've just arrived from a long journey." "Certainly it would be imposing on her good nature," said Wilhelmina, "and for my part, I do not press her to sing. In presence of the judges who are here, and Holzbauer in particular, who has the direction of the Imperial Theater, you must not compromise your pupil. Look you to it." "Compromise her? What are you dreaming of?" said Porpora, bluntly, shrugging his shoulders. "I heard her this morning, and I know whether she runs any risk before you Germans." His contention was happily interrupted by the arrival of a new personage. Everyone hastened to receive him, and Consuelo, who had seen and heard in her childhood at Venice this lean, effeminate-looking man, with his assuming manners and bravado air, although he was now old, faded, ugly, ridiculously frizzled, and dressed out with the bad taste of a superannuated celadon, recognized on the instant, so well had she remembered him, the incomparable, the inimitable soprano Caffarelli, or as he was more generally called, Caffariello. It would have been impossible to find a more impertinent, self-conceited fool than this good Caffariello. The women had spoiled him with their flatteries, and the applause of the public had turned his brain. He had been so handsome, or rather so pretty in his youth, that he had made his debut in Italy in female parts. But now, when he was bordering on 50, he appeared much older than he really was, as sopranos generally do, and one could not imagine him acting Dido or Galatea without a great inclination to laugh. To make the matter worse, he affected the bravo, and at every turn raised his sweet, clear voice, without being able to change its expression. There was, nevertheless, something good under all this vanity and affectation. Caffariello felt his superiority too much to be amiable, but he was also too well aware of the dignity of the artist to be a servile flatterer. He held his own, however, absurdly, with the highest personages, even with sovereigns, and therefore he was not liked by those whose flattery his own impertinence too severely criticized. The true lovers of art pardoned everything on the score of his genius, and notwithstanding the baseness which was imputed to him in his private life, they were forced to admit that he displayed courage and generosity as an artist. It was not voluntarily or deliberately that he had seemed ungrateful and neglectful toward Porpora. He recollected having studied 8 years with him, and having learned from him all that he knew. But he remembered still better the day on which his master had said to him, "I can now teach you nothing more. Va, figlio mio, tu sei il primo musico del mondo." Footnote: "Go, my son, thou art the first singer in the world." And from this day, Caffarello, who, after Farinelli, was really the finest singer in the world, ceased to trouble himself about anything except himself. "Since I am the greatest," said he to himself, "apparently I am the only one. The world has been made for me. Heaven has bestowed genius on poets and composers to enable Caffarello to sing. Porpora was thought the first master of singing extant, only because he was destined to form Caffarello. Now Porpora's work is ended, his mission is accomplished, and it is sufficient for his glory, his happiness, his fame, that Caffarello lives and sings." Caffarello had lived and sung. He was rich and prosperous. Porpora was poor and neglected. But Caffarello was very easy on that head, and said to himself that he had amassed so much gold and so much fame that his master should consider himself fully recompensed in having ushered such a prodigy into the world. End of chapter 84.
Chapter 85 of Consuelo. by George Sand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cafariello, on entering, saluted the company very distantly, but kissed Wilhelmina's hand tenderly and respectfully, after which he accosted his director, Holzbauer, with an affable and patronizing air, and shook Porpora's hand with careless familiarity. Porpora, divided between his indignation at his pupil's ingratitude and the necessity of being civil, for if Cafariello asked him to write an opera for the theatre and would take the first part, it would completely re-establish his affairs, began to compliment and question him somewhat maliciously on his recent triumphs in France, but in a tone of irony so guarded that Cafariello was not aware of his drift. "France," replied Cafariello, "do not speak to me of France. It is the country of paltry music, paltry musicians, paltry amateurs, and a paltry aristocracy. Only imagine a scoundrel like Louis XV, after having heard me in half a dozen admirable concerts, sending me by one of his lords, guess what? A miserable snuff-box." "But of gold, and ornamented with valuable diamonds, doubtless," said Porpora, ostentatiously taking out his own box, which was of the commonest description. "Oh, of course," replied the soprano, "but mark the impertinence. No portrait, a mere snuff-box, as if I required one to use in that manner. Fie! What royal vulgarity! I was so indignant." "I hope," said Porpora, taking a pinch to refresh his malicious old nose, "that you gave the little king a lesson." "Faith, I did not fail. I said to the gentleman who brought it," opening a drawer at the same time before his dazzled gaze, "there are 30 snuff-boxes, of which the meanest is 30-fold more valuable than that which you offer me, and you perceive, besides, that other sovereigns have not disdained to honor me with their miniatures. Tell your master that Cafariello is not in want of snuff-boxes. Heaven be praised." "Perbacco, you must have put the paltry monarch to the blush," replied Porpora. "Wait, that is not all. The gentleman had the insolence to reply that as regarded foreigners, his majesty gave his portrait only to ambassadors." "What a clown! And what did you say?" "Hark ye, sir," said I, "learn that all the ambassadors in the world put together would not make one Cafariello." "A most excellent reply. Ah, how well I recognize my Cafariello in such an answer. And you would not take the box?" "No, by Jupiter," replied Cafariello, drawing from his pocket in an absent manner a snuff-box set with brilliants. "It was not that one, perchance, was it?" said Porpora with a careless air. "But tell me, did you see our young Princess of Saxony there, her whom I placed at the harpsichord for the first time, when her mother, the Queen of Poland, honored me with her patronage? She was an amiable little princess." "Maria Josephine?" "Yes, the Grand Dauphiness of France." "Did I see her?" "Oh, very frequently. She is an excellent creature, a perfect angel. On my honor, we are the best friends in the world. Stay, she gave me this." And he displayed an enormous diamond ring on his finger. "But they say that she laughed immoderately at your reply to the king respecting his present." "Undoubtedly. She thought I answered very well, and that the king, her father-in-law, had acted toward me like a pedant." "She told you so, indeed?" "She gave me to understand so, and sent me a passport which she had made the king sign with his own hand." All who heard this dialogue turned aside to laugh in their sleeve. Bononcini, when speaking of Cafariello's braggadocio doings in France, had related only an hour before that the Dauphiness, on sending him the passport dignified with the royal signature, had remarked to him that it was available only for 10 days, a clear indication that he was to leave the kingdom with the least possible delay. Cafariello, fearing perhaps lest he should be questioned respecting this circumstance, changed the conversation. "Well, my dear master," said he to Porpora, "have you brought out many pupils at Venice in these latter times? Have you produced any who promise well?"
"Do not speak to me of them," replied Porpora. "Since yourself, heaven has been avaricious and my school sterile. Since Porpora made Cafariello, he has crossed his arms and has given himself up to weariness and disgust."
"My kind master," returned Cafariello, charmed by this compliment, which he took entirely in earnest, "you are too indulgent to my imperfections, but nevertheless you had some pupils of promise. When I saw you at the Scuola del Mendicanti, you had already formed there the little Corilla, who was approved of by the public. By my faith, a beautiful creature."
"A beautiful creature, nothing more."
"Nothing more? Are you serious?" asked Herr Holzbauer, who listened with open ears.
"Nothing more, I assure you,"
replied Porpora, authoritatively. "I am obliged to you for the hint," said Holzbauer in his ear. "She arrived here yesterday evening, very ill, as I am told, and yet this very morning I received a proposal from her to enter the court theatre."
"She is not what you want,"
returned Porpora.
"Your wife sings 10 times better than she does."
He had almost said less badly, but he corrected himself in time. "Many thanks for your information," replied the manager. "What, no other pupil than the plump Corilla?" resumed Cafariello. "Is Venice barren? I have a great mind to go there next spring with Madame Tesi." "Why not?" "But the Tesi is infatuated with Dresden. Can I not find some kitten to mew at Venice? I'm not very difficult to please, nor is the public, when it has a primo uomo of my quality to bear the weight of the whole opera. A tolerable voice, docile and intelligent, would satisfy me for the duets." "Ah, by the by, master, what have you done with a little Moorish-looking girl I saw with you?"
"I have taught many Moorish-looking girls."
"Oh, but this one had a prodigious voice, and I remember I said to you when I heard her, 'There is a little fright who will make some noise in the world.' I even amused myself by singing something to her. Poor child, she shed tears of admiration and delight." "Aha!" said Porpora, looking at Consuelo, who turned as red as the maestro's rubicund nose. "What the devil was she called?" resumed Cafariello. "A strange name. Come, you must recollect her, maestro. She was ugly as sin." "It was I," replied Consuelo, who, overcoming her embarrassment with frankness and cheerfulness, advanced and saluted Cafariello gaily, but at the same time respectfully. Cafariello was not to be disconcerted by such a trifle. "You?" said he quickly, taking her hand. "You are jesting, for you are a very handsome girl, and she of whom I speak—" "Oh, it was I indeed," returned Consuelo. "Look at me well. You will easily recognize me. It is indeed the same Consuelo." "Consuelo! Yes, that was her devil of a name. But I did not recognize you in the least, and I fear much that they have changed you. But, my child, if in acquiring beauty you have lost the voice and talent you gave promise of, you would have done much better to have remained ugly."
"I want you to hear her,"
said Porpora, who burned with impatience to display his pupil's talents before Holzbauer. And he pushed Consuelo to the harpsichord, a little against her will, for it was a long time since she had encountered a learned audience, and she was by no means prepared to sing that evening. "You are mystifying me," said Cafariello. "This is not the same person whom I saw at Venice." "You shall judge," replied Porpora. "Indeed, my dear master, it is cruel to make me sing when I still have the dust of a long and fatiguing journey in my throat," said Consuelo timidly.
"No matter. Sing," replied the maestro.
"Be not afraid of me, my child," said Cafariello. "I know what indulgence you require, and to encourage you, I will sing along with you, if you wish." "On that condition I consent," replied she, and the happiness I shall have in hearing you will prevent my thinking of myself." "What can we sing together?" asked Cafariello of Porpora. "Do you choose a duet."
"Choose one yourself. There's nothing she cannot sing with you."
"Well then, something in your style. I wish to gratify you today, my dear maestro, and besides I know that the Signora Wilhelmina has all your music here, bound and gilded with oriental luxury."
"Ah," grumbled Porpora between his teeth, "my works are more richly clad than I."
Cafariello took the books, turned over the leaves, and chose a duet from the Eumene, an opera which the maestro had written at Rome for Farinelli. He sang the first solo with that grandeur, that perfection, that maestria, which made his hearers forget in an instant all his ridiculous vanity, and left room in their minds only for admiration and enthusiasm. Consuelo felt herself animated and inspired with all the power of that extraordinary man, and sang in her turn the soprano solo better perhaps than she had ever sung before in her life. Cafariello did not wait till she had finished, but interrupted her with rapturous applause. "Ah, cara!" cried he several times, "now I recognize you. It is indeed the wonderful child I remarked at Venice. But now, figlia mia, you are a prodigy. It is Cafariello who tells it to you." Wilhelmina was somewhat surprised and a little disconcerted to find Consuelo's success even greater than at Venice. In spite of the pleasure she felt at having such a prodigy to produce in her saloons at Vienna, she saw herself, not without some degree of annoyance, silenced, and unable, after such a virtuoso, to display her own feebler powers to her guests. She affected great admiration, however. Holzbauer, secretly gratified, but at the same time fearing there would not be money enough in his coffers to requite such abilities, preserved amid his praises a diplomatic reserve. Buononcini declared that Consuelo surpassed even Hassa and Cuzzoni. The ambassador gave way to such transports that Wilhelmina was terrified, especially when she saw him take a large sapphire off his finger and give it to Consuelo, who dared neither accept nor refuse it. The duet was rapturously encored, but at that moment the door opened, and a lackey announced with respectful solemnity, "The Count Hoditz." Everyone rose with the instinctive deference which the world ever displays not for the worthiest, not for the most illustrious, but for the richest. "It is very unfortunate," thought Consuelo, "that I should meet here together without any preparation two persons who have seen me on the road with Joseph, and who doubtless have formed a false idea of my morals and conduct. No matter, I shall never deny in heart or word, whatever it may cost me, the friendship I feel for the excellent Joseph." Count Hoditz, glittering with gold and embroidery, advanced toward Wilhelmina and kissed her hand. Consuelo saw at a glance from his manner toward her the difference between a lady of her description and the proud patrician dames of Venice. There was more gallantry and gaiety with Wilhelmina, but the conversation was louder, the company more noisy, nor did the guests refrain from crossing their legs and standing with their backs to the fire. The company seemed to enjoy themselves the more from this want of formality, but there was something insulting in it, which Consuelo instantly felt and appreciated, although this something, concealed as it was by the habits of high life and the respect due to the ambassador, was almost imperceptible. Count Hoditz was remarkable for this delicate shade of manner which, far from offending Wilhelmina, seemed to please her. Consuelo felt for this poor woman, whose gratified vanity only made her seem more an object of pity. As to herself, she was in no wise annoyed. A Zingarella, she laid claim to no distinction, and it was of small importance to her whether a bow were deep or otherwise. "I came here," thought she, "in my professional capacity, and so that I give my employers satisfaction. I am content to sit quiet in my corner. But this woman who mingles love, if indeed there be love in the matter, with vanity, how she would blush could she witness the secret disdain and irony concealed under the ostentatious politeness and gallantry. Again she sang, and was applauded to the skies, literally sharing with Cafariello the honors of the evening. Every instant she expected to be saluted by Count Hoditz, and to be made the butt of some malicious pleasantry. But strange to say, Count Hoditz never approached the instrument, toward which she had kept her face turned so that he could not see her features, and when he inquired her name and age, he seemed as if he had never heard of her before. The fact was, he had never received the imprudent note which Consuelo had so boldly addressed to him by the deserter's wife. He was, moreover, short-sighted, and as it was not then usual to employ eye-glasses in private company, he discerned very imperfectly the pale features of the cantatrice. It may appear strange that, lover of the drama as he was, he had no curiosity to see more closely so remarkable a performer. But the reader must bear in mind that he loved only his own music, his own method, and his own singers. Great talents inspired him with no interest and no sympathy, and he rather loved to humble them in their pretensions. When he was told that Faustina Bordoni had made 2,000 guineas a year in London, and Farinelli 6,000, he merely shrugged his shoulders and said that for some £20 a year he had singers in his theatre at Wolfswald in Moravia that were worth Farinelli, Cafariello, and Faustina put together. Cafariello's pretensions and airs were particularly revolting and disagreeable to him just because, in his own sphere, Count Hoditz had precisely the same defects. If boasters displease modest and retiring persons, they inspire other boasters with still more aversion and disgust. The vain detest the vain. While listening to Cafariello's singing, no person thought of Count Hoditz and his pretensions, and while Cafariello retailed his gossip, Count Hoditz had unhappily no scope for his. No saloon was sufficiently vast, no audience sufficiently attentive, to satisfy two men so devoured, to use the phrenological term of the day, with such a love of approbation. A third reason prevented the Count Hoditz from recognizing the Bertoni of Passau, and that was that he had hardly looked at her at Passau, and even if he had, he would have had some difficulty in remembering her in her present change of costume. He had seen a tolerably handsome little girl, he had heard an agreeable and flexible voice, he had surmised an understanding susceptible of cultivation, but he felt nothing more, and he required nothing more for his theatre at Roswald. Extravagantly rich, he was accustomed to buy, without much examination, everything he took a fancy for. He had wished to purchase Consuelo's services, as we have seen, just as one would buy knives at Châtellerault or glassware at Venice. The bargain had not succeeded, and he thought nothing more of the matter, and experienced no regret. His serenity, indeed, had been a little ruffled on awaking at Passau and finding his pupils gone, but people who have so very high an opinion of themselves are not long dejected. They forget quickly, for is not the world their own, especially when they are rich? One chance is lost, thought he, but 100 others remain. He whispered with Wilhelmina during the last piece which Consuelo sang, and seeing that Porporo darted looks of fiery indignation at him, he soon took his leave, having found little pleasure among these pedantic and ill-instructed musicians. End of chapter 85. Chapter 86 of Consuelo by George Sand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The first impulse of Consuelo, on returning to her apartment, was to write Albert, but this was more easily said than done. In her first rough copy, she had commenced to relate to him all the occurrences of her journey, when suddenly it occurred to her that she might affect him too violently by depicting the perils and fatigue which she had undergone. She remembered the sort of delirious frenzy which had taken possession of him when she recounted in the subterraneous grotto the terrors she had braved in order to reach him. She destroyed this letter, therefore, thinking that so earnest and impressionable a being required the manifestation of some ruling and prominent idea, and resolved to omit the moving detail in order to express, were it only in a few words, the fidelity and affection which she had promised him. But these few words, if not precise and clear, would only arouse fresh apprehension, nor could she say that she experienced that deep-seated love and immovable resolve which would enable Albert to hope on with patience. Consuelo was all sincerity and honor, and could not stoop to utter an equivocation. She took her heart and conscience to task, and found from the calmness which she experienced that she had gained a complete victory over the remembrance of Anzoletto. She found also in her heart the most complete indifference toward every other man but Albert. But the sort of love and enthusiasm which she now experienced for him was just the same that she had felt when beside him. It was not sufficient that the memory of Anzoletto should be banished in order that Count Albert should become the object of a violent passion in her heart. Was she to be blamed for recalling poor Albert's malady, the dreary solemnity of the Castle of Giants, the aristocratic prejudices of the Canoness, the murder of Zdenko, the dreary cavern of the Schreckenstein? In short, all that strange and sombre existence which, after having breathed the free air of the Böhmerwald and enjoyed the melodies of Porpora, recurred to her memory as a frightful dream? Although she had opposed the maestro's cruel maxims as to an artist's career, she found herself in a mode of life so appropriate to her education, her intellectual faculties, and habits, that she no longer conceived it possible for her ever to become the Lady of Reisenberg. What could she say, then, to Albert? What new promise or statement could she make? Was she not in the same state of irresolution, a prey to the same fear, as when she left the chateau? If she had come to take refuge at Vienna rather than elsewhere, it was because she was there under the safeguard of the only legitimate protection that had ever been vouchsafed to her. Porpora was her benefactor, her father, her support, her master, in the most religious acceptation of the word. Near him she no longer felt herself an orphan, or recognized the right of disposing of herself according to the sole inspiration of her heart or her judgment. But Porpora blamed, ridiculed, and repelled with energy the idea of a marriage which he considered as the grave of her genius, as the immolation of a splendid career on the altar of romantic and childish affection. At Reisenburg, also, there was a generous, noble, and affectionate old man, who offered himself as a father to Consuelo. But can we change fathers according to the necessities of our position? And when Porpora said no, could Consuelo accept Count Christian's yes? That neither could nor ought to be, and she felt she must wait for the decision of Porpora, when he had better examined the facts of the case and the feelings of the different parties concerned. But while waiting for this confirmation or reversal of his judgment, what could she say to the unhappy Albert? How give him sufficient hope to enable him to wait her decision with patience? To acquaint him with the first storm of Porpora's dissatisfaction would be to overthrow all his security. To conceal it was to deceive him, and Consuelo could not bring herself to practice the least dissimulation toward him. Had the noble young man's life depended on a falsehood, Consuelo would not have spoken that falsehood. There are some beings whom we respect too much to deceive, even in saving them. She began again, therefore, and destroyed 20 letters when scarcely commenced, without being able to decide on continuing a single one. In whatever manner she made the attempt, at the third word she always fell into a rash assertion, or a doubt which might produce evil effects. She went to bed, overpowered by fatigue, sorrow, and anxiety, and lay long awake, shivering with cold, without being able to come to any resolution or to trace out any fixed plan for her future career. At last she fell asleep, and remained in bed so late that Porpora, who was an early riser, had already departed on his rounds. She found Haydn busy as on the previous day, brushing the clothes and arranging the furniture of his new master. "Welcome, fair sleeper," cried he on seeing his friend appear at last. "I die of ennui, of sadness, and especially of fear, when I do not see you appear like a guardian angel between that terrible professor and me. It seems as if he were always about to penetrate my intentions, to discover the plot, and shut me up in his old harpsichord to perish there of harmonic suffocation. He makes my hair stand on end, your Porpora, and I cannot persuade myself that he is not an old Italian demon, the evil spirits of that country being known to be much more wicked and crafty than our own." "Be reassured, my friend," replied Consuelo. "Our master is only unhappy. He is not ill-natured. Let us begin by bestowing our utmost care to procure him a little happiness, and we shall soon see him soften and return to his true character. In my childhood I have seen him cordial and cheerful. He was even noted for the wit and gaiety of his repartees. But at that period he was successful. He had friends and hope. If you had known him at the time when his Polyphemus was sung at the St. Moses Theatre, when he took me on the stage with him and placed me in the wing, from which I could see the back scenes and the head of the giant, how beautiful and yet how terrible all that seemed to me from my little corner. Crouching behind a rock of pasteboard or clambering upon a lamp-ladder, I hardly breathed, and involuntarily I imitated with my head and my little arms all the gestures and motions which I saw the actors make. And when the maestro was recalled 7 times before the curtain, I imagined that he was a god. He was grand, he was majestic in such moments. Alas, he is not yet very old, and yet so changed, so cast down. Come, Beppo, let us to work, that on his return he may find his poor lodging a little more agreeable than when he left it. In the first place, I will make an inspection of his clothes to see what he wants." "What he wants will make rather a long catalogue, and what he has a very short one," replied Joseph, "for I don't know that my wardrobe is in a much worse condition." "Well, I shall take care to furnish yours also, for I am your debtor, Joseph. You fed and clothed me during our entire journey. But let us first think of Porpora. Open that press. What? Only one suit? That which he wore yesterday at the ambassador's?" "Alas, yes, a maroon suit with cut steel buttons, and that not very new either. The other suit, which is old and miserably ragged, he put on to go out. And as to his dressing gown, I don't know if he ever had one. At all events, I have hunted an hour for it in vain." Consuelo and Joseph, having searched in every corner, ascertained that Porpora's dressing gown was a chimera of their imagination, as well as his overcoat and muff. Taking an inventory of the shirts, they found there were but 3 in tatters, the ruffles all in rags, and so of all the rest. "Joseph," said Consuelo, "here is a beautiful ring which was given me yesterday evening in payment for my songs. I do not wish to sell it. That would draw attention to me and perhaps prejudice the donors against what they would consider my avarice. But I can pawn it and borrow on its security the money which is necessary for us. Keller is honest and intelligent. He will know the value of this jewel, and must certainly be acquainted with some broker who will advance me a good sum on the deposit. Go and return quickly." "It will not take long," replied Joseph. "There is a sort of Israelitish jeweler who lives in Keller's house, and as he is well accustomed to transact such matters for some of our court ladies, he will have the money with you in half an hour. But I want nothing for myself, do you understand, Consuelo? You, however, whose equipment made the whole journey on my shoulder, have great need of a new toilet, and you will be expected to appear tomorrow, perhaps this very evening, in a dress a little less rumpled than this is. We shall settle our accounts by and by,
And as I please, Beppo.
As I did not refuse your services, I have a right to demand that you do not refuse mine. Now run to Keller's." In less than an hour, Haydn returned with Keller and 1,500 florins. Consuelo having explained her intentions, Keller disappeared again and soon came back with one of his friends, a skilful and expeditious tailor, who, having taken the measure of Porpora's coat and other parts of his dress, engaged to bring in a few days 2 other complete suits, a good wadded dressing-gown, as well as linen and other articles necessary for the toilet, which he promised to order from workwomen whom he could recommend. "In the meantime," said Consuelo to Keller, when the tailor had gone, "I wish to have the greatest secrecy observed respecting all this. My master is as proud as he is poor, and he would certainly throw my poor gifts out of the window if he ever suspected that they came from me." "How will you manage, then, Signora," observed Joseph, "to make him put on his new clothes and abandon his old ones without remarking the change?" "Oh, I understand his ways, and I promise you that he will not perceive it. I know how to manage him." "And now, Signora," resumed Joseph, who, except when tête-à-tête, had the good taste to address his friend very ceremoniously, in order not to give a false opinion of the nature of their friendship, "will you not think of yourself also? You brought scarcely anything with you from Bohemia, and your dresses, moreover, are not fashionable in this country." "I had almost forgotten that important affair. Good Mr. Keller must be my counselor and guide." "Oh," returned Keller, "I understand. And if I do not procure you a most tasteful wardrobe, I shall give you leave to call me ignorant and presumptuous." "I will trust to you, my good Keller, and will only observe in general that my taste is very simple, and that very gay dresses and decided colors do not agree with my habitual paleness of complexion and quiet manners." "You do me injustice, Signora, in supposing that I require such a warning. Am I not obliged from my calling to know what colors correspond to particular complexions and style of features? And do I not see from yours what will suit you? Rest easy. You shall be satisfied with me, and in a short time you can appear at the court, if you please, without ceasing to be as modest and simple as you are now. To adorn the person, and not to change it, is the art of the hairdresser and of the milliner." "Another word, dear Mr. Keller," said Consuelo, drawing the hairdresser aside. "You will also have Mr. Haydn dressed anew from head to foot, and with the rest of the money you will offer to your daughter from me a beautiful silk dress for the day of her wedding with him. I hope it will not be long delayed, for if I am successful here, I can be useful to our friend, and help him to make himself known. He has talent, great talent, be assured of that." "Has he really, Signora? I am happy to hear you say so. I have always thought so. What do I say? I was sure of it from the first day I remarked him, quite a little boy, in the choir of the cathedral." "He is a noble youth," returned Consuelo, "and you will reap an ample reward in his gratitude and loyalty for all that you have done for him. For you also, Keller, as I know, are a worthy man, and possess a noble heart. In the meantime," added she, approaching Joseph along with Keller, "tell us if you have already done what we agreed upon respecting Joseph's protectors. The idea came from you. Have you put it in execution?" "Have I done so, Signora?" replied Keller. "To say and to do are one and the same thing with your humble servant. On going to dress my customers this morning, I first informed His Excellency, the Venetian ambassador. I have not the honor to dress his own hair, but I curl his secretary. Then the Abbé Metastasio, whom I shave every morning, and Mademoiselle Mariana Martinez, his ward, whose head is also entrusted to my care. She lives, as he does, in my house. That is to say, I live in their house, but no matter. Lastly, I saw 2 or 3 other persons who likewise know Joseph's face, and whom he is exposed to meet at Master Porpora's. Those who were not my customers I visited under some pretext or other, such as the following. I have been informed that Madame the Baroness has sent to some of my neighbors for the genuine bear's grease for the hair, and I have hastened to bring her some, which I can warrant. I offer it gratis to distinguished personages as a sample, and only ask their custom for the article if they are pleased with it. Or else, here is a prayer book which was found at St. Stephen's last Sunday, and as I dress the hair of the cathedral, that is to say of the scholars, I have been requested to ask your excellency if this book does not belong to you. This book was an old, worm-eaten concern of gilt and blazoned leather, which I had taken from the stall of some canon or other, knowing that no one would claim it. In fine, when I had succeeded in making myself heard under one pretext or another, I commenced to chat with that ease and spirit which is tolerated in persons of my profession. I said, for example, I have often heard your lordship spoken of by one of my friends who is a skilful musician, Joseph Haydn. It was this that emboldened me to present myself in your lordship's honourable mention. What, they said to me, little Joseph? A charming performer, a young man of great promise. Ah, truly, replied I, enchanted to come to the point, your lordship will be amused by the singular and advantageous position in which he is at this moment placed. What has happened to him, then? I have heard nothing of it. Oh, there can be nothing more comical and at the same time more interesting. He has become a valet de chambre. How, a valet? Fie, what a degradation, what a misfortune, with so much talent as he possesses. Then he is very poor? I will certainly assist him. It is not on that account, your lordship, replied I. It is the love of art which has made him adopt this singular resolution. He was most anxious at any sacrifice to procure the lessons of the illustrious Master Porpora. Ah, yes, I know that. And Porpora refused to hear him and admit him. He is a very fanciful and most morose man of genius. He is a great man, a great heart, replied I, according to the instructions of the Signora Consuelo, who in all this does not wish her master to be blamed or ridiculed. Be assured, added I, that he will soon recognize little Haydn's genius, and will bestow on him all his care. But, not to irritate his gloomy temper and to obtain admittance to his house without exciting his anger, Joseph has hit upon nothing more ingenious than to enter his service as a valet, and to pretend the most complete ignorance of music. The idea is touching, charming, replied they, quite moved. It is the heroism of a real artist, but he must hasten to obtain the good grace of Porpora before he is recognized and mentioned to the latter as an already well-known artist. For young Haydn is liked and protected by some persons who frequently visit at Porpora's house. But those persons, said I then, with an insinuating air, are too generous, too high-minded, not to keep Joseph's little secret for him, and even to dissemble a little with Porpora in order to preserve his confidence in him. Oh, cried they, I certainly will not be the one to betray the good and learned Joseph, and I shall forbid my people to drop an imprudent word which might find its way to the maestro's ears. Then they sent me away with a trifling present, or an order for bear's grease, and as for the gentleman secretary of the embassy, he was greatly interested in the adventure, and promised to entertain Signor Corner with it at breakfast, in order that he, who is a particular admirer of Joseph's, may be the earliest on his guard with Porpora. Thus my diplomatic mission has been fulfilled. Are you satisfied, Signora? If I were a queen, I would appoint you my ambassador on the spot, replied Consuelo. But I see the maestro returning. Fly, dear Keller, do not let him see you. And why should I fly, Signora? I will begin to dress your hair, and it will be supposed you sent your valet Joseph for the nearest hairdresser. He has more wit 100 times than we, said Consuelo to Joseph, and she abandoned her ebon tresses to the skilful hands of Keller, while Joseph resumed his duster and apron as Porpora heavily ascended the staircase, humming an air of his forthcoming opera. End of chapter 86. Chapter 87 of Consuelo. by George Sand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. As he was naturally very absent, Porpora, on kissing the forehead of his adopted daughter, did not even remark Keller, who had possession of her hair, and began to search in his music for the written fragment of the air which was running through his brain. On seeing his papers, usually scattered upon the harpsichord in indescribable disorder, ranged in symmetrical piles, he roused himself from his reverie and exclaimed, "Wretch that he is! He has had the impertinence to touch my manuscripts. These valets are all alike. They think they arrange when they heap up. I had great need, by my faith, to take a valet. This is the commencement of my punishment." "Forgive him, master," replied Consuelo. "Your music was in a perfect chaos."
"I knew my way in that chaos. I could get up at night and find any passage in my opera by feeling in the dark. Now I know nothing about it. If I am lost, it will cost me a month's hard work to put it to rights again."
"No, master, you will find your way at once. Besides, it was I who committed the fault, and although the pages were not numbered, I believe I have put every sheet in its place. Look, I am sure you will be able to read more easily in the book I have made than in all those loose sheets which a gust of wind might carry out of the window."
"A gust of wind? Do you take my chamber for the lagoons of Fusina?"
"If not a gust of wind, at least a stroke of the duster or a sweep of the broom."
"But what need was there to sweep and dust my chamber? I have now lived here a fortnight, and have never let anyone enter it."
That was plain enough indeed, thought Joseph. "Well, master, you must allow me to change that habit. It is unhealthy to sleep in a chamber which is not aired and cleaned every day. I will undertake myself to arrange your papers every day in the exact order in which they were before Beppo commenced to sweep."
"Beppo? Who is Beppo? I know no Beppo."
"There is Beppo," said Consuelo, pointing to Joseph. "He has a name so difficult to pronounce that you would have been shocked by it every instant. I have given him the first Venetian name I thought of. Beppo is a good name. It is short and can be sung."
"As you will," replied
Porpora, who began to soften on turning over the leaves of his opera and finding it arranged with exactness and stitched into a single book. "Confess, master," said Consuelo, seeing him smile, "that it is more convenient so."
"Ah, you wish to be always in the right," returned the maestro. "You will be obstinate all your days."
"But, master, have you breakfasted?" resumed Consuelo, whom Keller had now restored to liberty.
"Have you breakfasted yourself?" replied Porpora, with a mixture of impatience and solicitude.
"Oh, yes. And you, master?
And this boy, this Beppo, has he eaten anything?"
"He has breakfasted. And you, master?"
"Then you found something here? I did not remember that I had any provisions."
"We have breakfasted very well. And you, master?"
"And you, master, and you, master. Go to the devil with your questions. What is it to you?"
"You have not breakfasted, my dear master," replied Consuelo, who sometimes permitted herself to treat Porpora with Venetian familiarity.
"Ah, I see plainly that some wicked spirit has entered my house. She will not let me be quiet. Come here now and sing this air for me. Attention, I beseech you."
Consuelo seated herself at the harpsichord and sung the air, while Keller, who was a decided dilettante, remained at the other end of the chamber with comb in hand and mouth half open. The maestro, who was not satisfied with his air, made her repeat it 30 times in succession, sometimes making her lay the emphasis upon certain notes, sometimes upon certain others, seeking for the shade he dreamed of, with an obstinacy that could only be equaled by Consuelo's patience and docility.
In the meanwhile,
Joseph, upon a signal from the latter, had gone to get the chocolate which she herself had prepared during Keller's absence. He brought it, and guessing the intentions of his friend, placed it softly upon the music desk without attracting the notice of the master, who an instant afterwards took it mechanically, poured it into the cup, and swallowed it with great appetite. A second cup was brought and swallowed in the same manner with the supply of bread and butter. And Consuelo, who was a little mischievous, said to him on seeing him eat with pleasure, "I knew, master, that you had not breakfasted."
"It is true," replied he, without evincing any anger. "I think I must have forgotten it. That often happens to me when I am composing, and I do not recollect it till later in the day, when I have gnawings at my stomach and spasms."
"And then you drink brandy, master?"
"Who told you so, you little fool?"
"I found the bottle."
"Well, what is that to you? You're not going to forbid me brandy."
"Yes, I shall. You were temperate at Venice, and you always enjoyed good health."
"That is the truth,"
said Porpora sadly.
"It seemed to me that everything went badly there, and that here would be better. Nevertheless, everything goes on from bad to worse with me. Fortune, health, ideas, everything."
And he dropped his head on his hands. "Shall I tell you why you find a difficulty in working here?" returned Consuelo, who wished to distract his thoughts by matters of detail from the desponding humors that weighed him down. "It is because you have not your good Venetian coffee, which gives so much strength and spirits. You excite yourself after the manner of the Germans with beer and liquors. That does not agree with you."
"Ah, that is also the truth. My good Venetian coffee! It was an inexhaustible source of witty phrases and great ideas. It was genius, it was wit, which flowed through my veins with gentle warmth. Everything that I drink here makes me sad or crazy."
"Well, master, return to your coffee."
"Coffee? Here? I won't have it. It gives too much trouble. You need a fire, a maidservant, a coffee pot which has to be washed and moved about and gets broken, making a most discordant noise in the midst of a harmonious combination. No, no.
My bottle on the floor between my legs. That is more convenient and sooner done." "That is sometimes broken, too. I broke it this morning when I was going to put it into the wardrobe."
"You have broken my bottle?" "I don't know what hinders me, you little fright, from breaking my cane over your shoulders."
"Pshaw, you've been saying that to me for 15 years, and yet you have never given me a single slap. I am not at all afraid."
"Chatterbox, will you sing? Will you get me out of this cursed air? I would wager you do not know it yet. You're so absent this morning."
"You shall see," said Consuelo, quickly shutting the book, and she sang the air as she conceived it, that is to say, differently from Porpora. Knowing his temper, although she had seen plainly from the first attempt that he had become confused in his ideas, and that he had consequently given it a labored and unnatural turn, she had not permitted herself to give him any advice. He would have rejected it from the spirit of contradiction, but by singing the air in her own manner, while pretending all the while to make a mistake of memory, she was very sure he would be struck by it. Hardly had he heard it than he bounded from his chair, clapping his hands and exclaiming, "That is it! That is it! That is what I wanted, and what I could not find! How the deuce did it come to you?" "Is it not what you have written? Or can I by chance— But no, that is certainly your phrase."
"No, it is yours, you cheat!" cried Porpora, who was candor itself, and who, notwithstanding his diseased and immoderate love of glory, would never have appropriated anything from vanity. "It was you who found it. Repeat it to me. It is good, and I will profit by it."
Consuelo recommenced several times, and Porpora wrote from her dictation. Then he pressed his pupil to his heart, saying,
"You are a fairy. I always thought you were a fairy."
"A good fairy, believe me, master," replied Consuelo, smiling. Porpora, delighted at having found what he wanted, after a whole morning of fruitless disturbance and musical torment, sought mechanically on the floor beside him for the neck of the bottle, but not finding it, he felt about upon the desk and swallowed what he happened to find there. It was delicious coffee, which Consuelo had skillfully and patiently prepared at the same time as the chocolate, and which Joseph had just brought in piping hot at a fresh signal from his friend.
"Oh, nectar of the gods! Oh, tutelary genius of musicians!" exclaimed Porpora as he sipped it. "What angel, what fairy brought thee from Venice under his wing?"
"It was some sprite," replied Consuelo.
"Thou art at once angel and fairy, my child," said Porpora, mildly returning to his desk. I see that you love me, care for me, and would make me happy. Even this poor youth feels an interest in me," he added as he perceived Joseph standing at the threshold of the outer chamber and looking at him with moistened eyes. "Ah, poor children, you wish to cheer my unhappy life. Foolish creatures, you know not what you do. I am fated to be solitary and miserable, and a few brief days' sympathy and happiness will only make me feel more sensibly my wretched fate when they are fled." "I shall never leave you. I will always be your daughter and servant," said Consuelo, throwing her arms round his neck. Porpora bent his aged head over the paper before him and burst into tears. Consuelo and Joseph wept also, and Keller, whose passion for music had kept him spellbound, and who, to give a color to his delay, had busied himself in arranging the master's periwig, seeing through the half-open door this affecting picture of grief, Consuelo's filial piety, and Joseph's enthusiasm, let fall his comb, and in his agitation mistaking Porpora's wig for a handkerchief, rubbed his eyes with it in a distracted manner. Consuelo was confined to the house for some days by a cold. During her long and adventurous journey she had braved every vicissitude of weather, and all the changes of the autumn, sometimes burning, sometimes wet and cold, according to the regions which she traversed. Lightly clothed, a straw hat upon her head, and having neither cloak nor coat to change when her garments were wet, she had never sustained the least injury. But hardly was she shut up in Porpora's dark, damp, and badly aired abode, than she felt cold, and indisposition paralyzed her energy and her voice. Porpora was out of sorts at this untimely occurrence. He knew that to obtain an engagement for his pupil at the theatre, he must lose no time. For Tessie, who had wished to go to Dresden, afterward hesitated, owing to the entreaties of Cavaliero and the brilliant promises of Holzbauer, who were desirous to secure so celebrated a singer for themselves. On the other hand, Corilla, still confined to bed, was intriguing with the directors through such of her friends as she found at Vienna, and declared she would be able to appear in 8 days should they require her services. Porpora devoutly wished that Consuelo should be engaged, as well for her own sake as for that of his forthcoming opera. Consuelo, on her part, did not know what to resolve. To accept an engagement was to protract the possibility of her union with Albert, was to carry terror and consternation into the family of the Rudolstadts, who certainly did not expect she would resume the career of the stage. It would be to renounce the honor of the connection and make known to the young count that she preferred glory and liberty to him. On the other hand, by refusing this engagement she would destroy the last hopes of Porpora, and evince in her turn the ingratitude which had been the despair and misery of his life. It would be a dagger-stroke to his happiness. Consuelo, terrified at this dilemma, and seeing that whatever part she took she would inflict a mortal blow, fell into a deep melancholy. Her vigorous constitution preserved her indeed from serious illness, but during this fit of anguish and terror, preyed on by alternate chill and fever, crouching over a miserable fire, or dragging herself from chamber to chamber to attend to domestic duties, she secretly wished and hoped that some serious malady might free her for a time from the duties and difficulties of her situation. Porpora's temper, which had been softened for a moment, became once more gloomy, querulous, and inquiet when he saw Consuelo, his hope and stay, become sorrow-stricken and irresolute. Instead of supporting and animating her with enthusiasm and tenderness, he manifested a morbid impatience which completed her dismay. Alternately weak and violent, the tender and irritable old man, devoured with that spleen which was in a short time to inflict a fatal blow on Jean-Jacques Rousseau, saw on all sides enemies, persecutors, and ingrates, without being aware that his suspicions, his anger, and his false accusations furnished a pretext for the evil intentions and misconduct which he ascribed to them. The first impulse of those whom he thus mortified was to look upon him as mad, the second to believe him ill-natured and malicious.
the third to have nothing to say to him or to study revenge. Between cowardly submission and savage misanthropy there is a happy medium which Porpora never dreamed of, and which he certainly never realized. Consuelo, after making several vain efforts, seeing that he was less disposed than ever to hear of love or marriage, resolved no longer to provoke explanations which merely served to sour her unfortunate master more and more. She never mentioned Albert's name, and held herself ready to sign any engagement that might be proposed by Porpora. It was only when she was alone with Joseph that she experienced some solace in opening her heart to him. "What a strange destiny is mine," she said to him frequently. "Heaven has gifted me with talents, a soul for art, a love of liberty, and of a proud and lofty independence. But at the same time, instead of that fierce selfishness which imparts the necessary firmness to meet the unavoidable difficulties and seductions of life, the same celestial power has implanted in my breast a tender and sensitive heart, which beats only with affectionate emotion. Thus divided between two opposing impulses, my existence is annihilated and my prospects destroyed. If I am born for devotion, may the Almighty blot out from my soul that love for art, for poetry, and that desire for liberty which is an agony and a torment. But if I am born for art and for liberty, let him then take away that pity, that devotion, that anxiety, and fear of giving offense, which will ever poison my triumphs and embarrass my career." "If I had any advice to give you, my poor Consuelo," said Haydn, "it would be to listen to the voice of genius, and to stifle the impulses of your heart. But now I know your position, and I know that you are unable to act thus." "No, Joseph, I am not able. It seems to me that I never shall be able. But see my misfortune, consider my strange and unhappy lot. My heart is torn in opposite directions, and I cannot go whither it would impel me, without, on the right hand or the left, breaking a heart that leans upon me for support. If I give myself up to the one, I abandon and destroy the other. I am betrothed to one whose wife I cannot be without killing my adopted father, and if I fulfill my duties as a daughter, I abandon those of a wife. The wife, it has been written, shall leave father and mother to cleave to her husband, but in reality I am neither wife nor daughter. The law has not pronounced its authoritative dictum. Society has not concerned itself with my lot. To my heart must be left the choice. I am not influenced by human passion, and in the dilemma in which I stand, duty and devotion throw no light upon my path. Albert and Porpora are equally unfortunate, equally threatened with the loss of reason or of life. I am necessary to them both, yet I must sacrifice one or other." "And wherefore, if you were to marry the Count, would not Porpora go and reside with you? You would thus rescue him from poverty. You would revive him by your care and solicitude, and thus accomplish your twofold aim." "Were it thus, Joseph, I swear to you I should renounce both art and freedom. But you do not know Porpora. It is glory, not happiness, which he desires. He is destitute, and yet he does not know it. He suffers without knowing whence arises his pain. Besides, ever dreaming of triumph and admiration, he knows not how to stoop to accept pity. Be assured that his distress is mainly the result of his carelessness and his pride. Were he but to say the word, he has friends who would hasten to his assistance. But besides that, he never looks whether his pocket be full or empty, and you are aware that he is little better informed as to his stomach. He would rather die of hunger in his solitary chamber than seek a dinner from his best friend. It would be to degrade music in his estimation were anyone to suspect that Porpora needed aught but his genius, his harpsichord, and his pen. Thus the ambassador and his lady, who cherish and respect him, never suspect his destitution. Were they to see him in a confined and mean abode, they would ascribe it to his habits of seclusion and carelessness. Does he not say himself he could not compose otherwise? I, who know better, have seen him clamber upon the roofs of Venice to drink in inspiration from the music of the waves and the stars of heaven, and when they received them in his soiled attire, his rusty wig and tattered shoes, Do they not think they are gratifying his whim? He likes to be dirty and ragged, they say. It is the failing of artists and old men. He could not walk in new shoes. He also says so, but I remember the time when he was neat, clean, shaven, perfumed, with his lace ruffles sweeping the keys of the organ or pianoforte, just because he could be so without being obliged to anyone. Never would Porpora consent to live an indolent and obscure life in the recesses of Bohemia and at the expense of his friends. He would not be there 3 months without abusing everyone and asserting that all around him had conspired with his enemies to prevent the production and publication of his works. Some fine morning, therefore, he would shake the dust from off his feet and return to his garret, his rat-gnawed harpsichord, his fatal bottle, and darling manuscripts. And do you not think it possible to bring your count to Vienna, Dresden, Prague, or some other musical town? With your resources you could establish yourselves anywhere, cultivate art, surround yourselves with musicians, and give a free course to Porpora's ambition, without ceasing to watch over him. After what I have told you of Albert's character and state of health, how could you ask me such a question? He who could not bear a strange face, how could he face the crowd of evil-minded and foolish wretches which we call the world? And what ridicule, what aversion, what contempt would not the world shower upon a man so rigidly pious, who would understand nothing of its laws, its customs, or its manners? All that were as hazardous to attempt with Albert as what I now try in order to make him forget me. Be assured, nevertheless, that all these evils would seem lighter than your absence. If he truly love, he will bear everything, and if he does not love you sufficiently to put up with everything, he will forget you. Therefore I pause and decide upon nothing. Inspire me with courage, Beppo, and stay beside me, that I may at least have one heart unto which I can pour my sorrows, and from which I can seek a common hope. Oh, my sister, trust in me, said Joseph. If I am so happy as to afford you this slight consolation, I shall cheerfully put up with Porpora's tirades. Were he even to beat me, I would bear it, if that would turn him aside from tormenting and afflicting you. In planning thus with Joseph, Consuelo labored incessantly in preparing their common repast, or mending Porpora's worn-out garments. She introduced by degrees into the sitting apartment some necessary articles of furniture. A large easy armchair, well stuffed, replaced the straw one in which he was wont to rest his old limbs, weakened by age, and after having enjoyed a comfortable nap in it, he was surprised, and asked with beetling brows where this good seat had come from. "The mistress of the house sent it up," replied Consuelo. "It was in her way, and I allowed it a corner till she should ask for it again." Porpora's mattress was changed, and he made no other remark on the goodness of his bed, save that for some nights past he had slept better. Consuelo replied that he might attribute this improvement to his coffee and to his refraining from brandy. One morning, Porpora, having put on an excellent dressing-gown, asked with an anxious air where it had been found. Joseph, who had received his lesson, replied that in settling an old trunk he had found it stuffed in a corner of it.
"I did not think I had brought it with me here," said Porpora. "It is, nevertheless, the one I had at Venice. At least it is the same color."
"And what other could it be?" replied Consuelo, who had taken care to match the worn-out garment carefully.
"Why, the fact is, I thought it was more worn," said the maestro, looking at his elbows.
"You are right," she replied. "I put in new sleeves." "And with what?" "With a part of the lining."
"Ah, you women are wonderful creatures for making everything of use."
And when the new coat had been worn a couple of days, although it was the same color as the old one, he was surprised to see it so fresh, and the buttons especially, which were very pretty, set him thinking.
"This coat is not mine," said he in a grumbling tone.
"I desired Beppo to get it scoured," replied Consuelo, "as it was much soiled. They have refreshed it, that is all."
"I tell you that it is not mine," said the maestro, enraged. "They have changed it. Your Beppo is a fool."
"That could not be, for I marked it."
"And these buttons, Do you think to make me swallow them?"
"I changed the trimming and sewed them on myself. The old were entirely worn out."
"You are pleased to say so, but it was still very decent. How stupid! Am I a celadon to deck myself out in this fashion and pay 12 sequins at least for a trimming?"
"It does not cost 12 florins," replied Consuelo. "It was picked up by chance." His garments were gradually renewed with the help of such dexterous fibs, which gave Consuelo and Joseph many a hearty laugh. Some things passed unobserved, thanks to Porpora's absence of mind. The lace and linen found their way by degrees into his drawers, and when he looked attentively at them, Consuelo took credit to herself for having renovated them so well. To give a semblance of truth to what she had said, she mended some of his things before his eyes, and placed them with the rest.
"That will do," said Porpora one day, tearing a ruffle out of her hands. "What nonsense! An artist must not be a drudge, and I will not have you bent double all day with a needle in your fingers. Put it past her, I shall throw it into the fire. Nor will I suffer you to go on cooking and swallowing the fumes of charcoal. Do you wish to lose your voice? Would you be a scullion? Would you make me miserable?"
"Far from it," replied Consuelo. "Your things are now in good order, and my voice is quite recovered."
"Good!" exclaimed the maestro. "In that case, you shall sing tomorrow at the palace of the Countess Hoditz, Dowager Margravine of Brize."
End of chapter 87. Chapter 88 of Consuelo by George Sand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dowager Margravine of Brize, widow of the Margrave George William, by birth Princess of Saxe-Wiesenfeld and subsequently Countess Hoditz, had, it was said, been beautiful as an angel, but she was so changed that hardly a trace of her charms remained. She was tall, and appeared to have had a fine figure, but time, that great destroyer, had made sad ravages upon it. Her face was long, as well as her nose, which latter feature disfigured her greatly, being red and frostbitten. Her eyes, accustomed to give law to those with whom she associated, were large, brown, and well set, but so dim that their vivacity was much impaired. She had false eyebrows, very thick and black as ink. Her mouth, though large, was well formed and full of expression, her teeth regular and white as ivory. Her complexion, though clear, was sallow and leaden-colored, and her air and carriage were dignified but somewhat affected. She was the Lais of her time, and could only have pleased by her looks, for as to mind she had none. If you find this portrait rather severe, do not ascribe it to me, dear reader. It is word for word from the hands of a princess remarkable for her misfortunes, her domestic virtues, her petulance, and her pride, the Princess Wilhelmina of Prussia, sister of Frederick the Great, married to the hereditary Prince of Brize, nephew of the Countess Hoditz. She had the most caustic tongue, perhaps, that royal blood ever produced, but her portraits, it must be confessed, are masterly, and it is difficult in reading them not to believe they are correct. When Consuelo, her hair arranged by Keller and dressed, thanks to his care and zeal with elegant simplicity, was introduced by Porpora into the Margravine's salon, she seated herself with him behind the harpsichord, which had been placed in a corner so as not to incommode the company. No one had yet arrived, so punctual was Porpora, and the valets had just finished lighting the candles. The maestro commenced to try the instrument, and had hardly sounded a few notes when a fair and exquisitely graceful young woman entered and approached him with graceful affability. As Porpora saluted her with the greatest respect and called her princess, Consuelo took her for the Margravine, and according to the usual custom kissed her hand. That cold and colourless hand pressed the young girl's with a cordiality which is rarely found among the great, and which immediately gained Consuelo's heart. The princess appeared to be about 30 years of age. Her form was elegant without being faultless. Indeed, there might be remarked in it certain deviations which seemed the result of great physical sufferings. Her features were remarkably noble and regular, but frightfully pale, and it seemed as if some concealed sorrow had imparted to them a worn and anxious expression. Her toilet was exquisite, but simple and decent, even to severity. An air of melancholy sweetness and timid modesty was diffused all over her actions, and the sound of her voice had something humble and affecting which touched Consuelo to the heart. Before the latter had time to comprehend that this was not the Margravine, the true Margravine appeared. She was then more than 50, and if the portrait which has been given at the beginning of this chapter, and which was drawn 10 years before, was at that period a little overcharged, it certainly was no longer so at the present moment. It even required a great stretch of good nature to imagine that the Countess Hoditz had been one of the beauties of Germany, although she was painted and adorned with the skill of a finished coquette. The embonpoint of riper years had destroyed the shape which the Margravine still persisted in imagining had still retained all its pristine beauty, for her neck and shoulders braved the eye of a spectator with all the proud confidence of an antique statue. She wore flowers, diamonds, and feathers in her hair like a young lady, and her dress rustled with precious stones. "Mamma," said the princess, who had caused Consuelo's error, "this is the young person whom Master Porpora informed us of, and who will afford us the pleasure of hearing some of the fine music of his new opera." "That is no reason," replied the Margravine, measuring Consuelo from head to foot, "why you should hold her by the hand in that manner. Go and seat yourself at the harpsichord, mademoiselle. I am delighted to see you. You will sing when the company has assembled. Master Porpora, I salute you. Will you excuse my not attending to you? I perceive that something is amiss in my toilet. My daughter, converse a little with Master Porpora. He is a man of talent, whom I esteem." Having thus spoken, in a rough and masculine voice, the portly Margravine turned heavily on her heel and re-entered her apartment. Hardly had she disappeared when the princess, her daughter, approaching Consuelo, once more took her hand with a delicate and touching kindness, as if to make it apparent that she protested against her mother's impertinence. She then engaged in conversation with her and Porpora, and testified a graceful and unaffected interest in them. Consuelo was still more sensible of this kind proceeding when, several persons having been introduced, she remarked in the habitual manners of the princess a coldness and reserve at once proud and timid, which she evidently laid aside when addressing the maestro and herself. When the saloon was almost filled, Count Hoditz, who had dined from home, entered in full dress, and, as if he had been a stranger in his own house, proceeded respectfully to kiss the hand and inquire after the health of his noble spouse. The Margravine pretended to be of a very delicate constitution. She reclined upon a couch, inhaling every instant the perfume of a smelling bottle, and receiving the homage of her guests with an air which she thought languishing, but which was only disdainful, and in short, she was so completely ridiculous that Consuelo, although at first irritated and indignant at her insolence, ended by being highly amused, and promised herself a hearty laugh in drawing her portrait to her friend Beppo. The princess had once more approached the harpsichord, and did not lose an opportunity of addressing either a word or a smile to Consuelo when her mother was not observing her. This situation allowed Consuelo to overhear a little family scene which disclosed the state of matters in the household. Count Hoditz approached his daughter-in-law, took her hand, carried it to his lips, and kept it there for some instants with a very expressive look. The princess withdrew her hand and addressed a few words to him in a cold and deferential manner. The count did not listen to them, and continuing to gaze upon her, "What, my beautiful angel," said he, "always sad, always severe, always muffled to the chin? One would imagine that you wish to become a nun." "It is quite possible I shall come to that," replied the princess in a low voice, The world has not treated me in such a manner as to inspire me with much attachment for its pleasures. The world would adore you, and would throw itself at your feet if you did not affect to keep it at a distance by your severity. And as to the cloister, could you endure its horrors at your age, and with your charms? In more joyous days, and when far more beautiful than I am at present, replied she, I endured the horrors of a more rigorous captivity. Can you have forgotten it? But do not talk to me any longer, my lord. Mamma is looking at you. Immediately the count, as if moved by some piece of mechanism, quitted his daughter-in-law and approached Consuelo, whom he saluted very gravely. Then, having addressed some words to her as an amateur respecting music in general, he opened the book which Porpora had placed upon the harpsichord, and pretending to be in search of something which he wished her to explain to him, he leaned upon the stand and spoke thus to her in a low voice. I saw the deserter yesterday morning, and his wife gave me a note. I request the beautiful Consuelo to forget a certain meeting, and in return for her silence I will forget a certain Joseph whom I just now saw in my antechamber. That certain Joseph, replied Consuelo, whom the discovery of the conjugal jealousy and constraint to which the count was subjected had made quite easy, respecting the consequences of the adventures at Passau, is an artist of talent who will not long remain in antechambers. He is my brother, my comrade, and my friend. I have no reason to blush for my sentiments toward him. I have nothing to conceal in that respect, and I have nothing to request from your lordship's generosity, but a little indulgence for my voice, and a little protection for Joseph in the outset of his musical career. My interest is pledged for the said Joseph, as my admiration is already so for your beautiful voice. But I flatter myself that a certain jest on my part was never taken as serious. I was not so stupid, my lord, and besides, I know that a woman has never any reason to boast of having been made the subject of a jest of that nature. It is enough, signora, said the count, from whom the dowager never removed her eyes, and who was in a hurry to change his position in order not to excite her suspicion. The celebrated Consuelo must know how to make allowances for the gaiety and abandonment of a journey, and she may depend in future upon the respect and devotion of Count Hoditz. He replaced the book upon the harpsichord, and hastened to receive most obsequiously a personage who had just been announced with much pomp. It was a little man who might have been taken for a woman in disguise, so rosy was he, so curled, trinketed, delicate, genteel, and perfumed. It was he of whom Maria Teresa had said that she wished she could have set him in a ring. It was also he whom she said she had made a diplomatist because she could make nothing better of him. It was the Austrian plenipotentiary, the prime minister, the favorite, some even said the lover of the empress. It was no less a personage, in short, than the celebrated Kaunitz, that statesman who held in his white hand, ornamented with rings of 1,000 colors, all the tangled strings of European diplomacy. He appeared to listen with a grave air to the would-be grave personages who were supposed to converse with him on serious and important subjects, but suddenly he interrupted himself to ask Count Hoditz, "Who is that young person I see there at the harpsichord? Is that the little girl I have heard of Porpora's protégé? That Porpora is an unfortunate wretch. I wish I could do something for him, but he is so exacting and so fanciful that all the other artists fear or hate him. When I speak to them of him, it is as if I showed them a Medusa's head. He tells one that he sings false, another that his music is good for nothing, and a third that he owes his success to intrigue, and he expects, with these savage and cutting remarks, that people will listen to him and do him justice. What the devil! We don't live in the woods. Frankness is no longer in fashion, and we cannot lead men by truth. That little one is not amiss. I rather like her face. She is very young, is she not? They say that she had great success at Venice. Porpora must bring her to me tomorrow." "He wishes," said the princess, "that you would procure her the honor of singing before the empress, and I hope that you will not refuse him this favor. I ask it of you on my own account." There is nothing so easy as to procure her an audience of the Empress, and it is sufficient that your Highness desires it to induce me to exert myself to forward the matter. But there is a personage more powerful at the theatre than even the Empress. It is Madame Tessy, and even if Her Majesty should take this girl under her protection, I doubt if the engagement would be signed without the approval of the all-powerful Tessy. They say it is you who spoils these ladies, my lord, and that without your indulgence they would not exert so much influence. What can I do, princess? Everyone is master in his own house. Her Majesty understands very clearly that if she were to interfere by an imperial decree in the affairs of the opera would go all astray. Now Her Majesty wishes that the opera should go on well, and that people should be amused there. But how could that be if the prima donna takes cold on the very day she is to make her debut? Or if the tenor, in the very middle of a scene of reconciliation, instead of throwing himself into the arms of the bass, gives him a smart cuff on the ear? We have quite enough to do to satisfy the caprices of Monsieur Cafariello. We have enjoyed some tranquillity since Madame Tessy and Madame Holzbauer have come to a good understanding with each other. But if you throw an apple of discord upon the stage, our cards will be in a worse confusion than ever. But a third woman is absolutely necessary, said the Venetian ambassador, who warmly protected Porpora and his pupil, and here is an admirable one who offers her services. If she be admirable, so much the worse for her. She would excite the jealousy of Madame Tessy, who is also admirable and wishes to be so alone. She would enrage Madame Holzbauer, who wishes to be admirable also. And who is not so? Retorted the ambassador. She is very well born. She is a person of good family, replied Monsieur de Kaunitz diplomatically. But she cannot sing two parts at a time. She must needs let the mezzo-soprano take her proper part in the operas. There is a lady called Corilla, who offers herself, and who is certainly one of the most beautiful creatures I have seen. Your Excellency has already seen her, then? The very day she arrived. But I have not heard her yet. She is ill. You will hear this candidate, and you cannot hesitate to give her the preference. It is possible. I even confess to you that her face, although less beautiful than that of the other, seems to me more agreeable. She has a gentle and modest manner, but my preference will do her no good, poor child. She must please Madame Tessy, without displeasing Madame Holzbauer, and hitherto, notwithstanding the close friendship that unites those two ladies, everything that has been approved of by the one has always had the misfortune to be strongly disapproved of by the other. A very trying crisis indeed, said the princess with a slight expression of irony on seeing the importance which these two statesmen attributed to green-room dissensions. Here is our poor little protégé weighed in the balance with Madame Corilla, and it is Monsieur Cafariello, I wager, who will throw his sword into one of the scales. When Consuelo had sung, everyone was unanimous in declaring that, since Madame Hasse, they had heard nothing like it, and Monsieur de Kaunitz, approaching her, said with a solemn air, Young lady, you sing better than Madame Tessy, but let this be in strict confidence, for if such a judgment get abroad, you are lost, and will not appear this season at Vienna. Be prudent, therefore, very prudent, added he, lowering his voice and seating himself beside her. You have to struggle against great obstacles, and you cannot triumph except by address. Thereupon the great Kaunitz entered into the 1,000 windings of theatrical intrigue, and acquainted her minutely with all the little passions of the company, giving her, in short, a complete treatise on diplomatic science with reference to the stage. Consuelo listened to him, her eyes wide open with astonishment, and when he had finished, as he had repeated it 20 times in his harangue, the words, "My last opera, the opera which I had played last month," she imagined that she had been mistaken on hearing him announced, and that this personage, who was so well versed in all the mysteries of the dramatic career, could only be a director of the opera or a fashionable composer. She therefore felt quite at ease with him, and talked to him as she would have done to a person of her own profession. This freedom from constraint rendered her more gay and unreserved than the respect due to the all-powerful prime minister would have permitted her to be, and Monsieur de Kaunitz found her charming. For a whole hour he attended to no one else. The Margravine was highly offended at such a breach of propriety. She hated the liberty of great courts, accustomed as she was to the solemn formalities of little ones. But she could no longer act the Margravine, as she was no longer one. She was tolerated and passably well treated by the Empress because she had abjured the Lutheran faith to become a Catholic. This act of hypocrisy was sufficient to excuse every sort of misalliance, even of crime, at the court of Austria, and Maria Theresa, in acting thus, only followed the example which her father and mother had given her of welcoming whomsoever wished to escape from the rebuffs and disdain of Protestant Germany by taking refuge within the pale of the Romish Church. But princess and Catholic though she was, the Margravine was nothing at Vienna, and Monsieur de Kaunitz was everything. End of chapter 88. Chapter 89 of Consuelo by George Sand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. As soon as Consuelo had sung her third air, Porpora, who knew the usual custom, made her a signal, rolled up his music, and retired with her through a little side door, without inconveniencing by his exit those noble persons who had been pleased to open their ears to her divine accents. "All goes well," said he to her, rubbing his hands as soon as they were in the street, where Joseph stood ready to escort them with a lighted torch. "Kaunitz is an old fool who understands how the land lies, and will push you on." "And who is Kaunitz? I did not see him," said Consuelo. "You did not see him, you stupid girl. He talked with you for more than an hour." "But it cannot be that little gentleman in a rose and silver vest, who retailed so much gossip to me that I took him for an old box-opener?" "The very same. What is there surprising about that?" "It is very surprising to me," replied Consuelo, "and such was not the idea I had formed of a statesman." "That is because you do not know how kingdoms are governed. If you did, you would consider it very surprising that statesmen should be anything else than old gossips. However, let us keep silence on that head, and play our part in the masquerade of this world." "Alas, my dear master," said the young girl, who had gradually become pensive while crossing the vast esplanade of the rampart, in order to reach the suburb in which their modest dwelling was situated, "I was asking myself just now what our profession will become in the midst of such a cold and deceitful world." "And what do you wish it should become?" returned Porpora in his rough and abrupt manner. "It is not to become this or that. Happy or unhappy, triumphant or despised, it will ever remain the most fascinating as well as the noblest vocation on the earth." "Oh, yes," said Consuelo, taking the maestro's arm and causing him to moderate his rapid strides. "I understand that the grandeur and dignity of our art cannot be raised or lowered by the frivolous caprice or bad taste which governs the world. But why should we allow our persons to be debased? Why should we expose ourselves to the contempt, sometimes even to the more humiliating encouragements of the profane? If art be sacred, are not we also sacred, we who are her priests and her Levites? Why do we not live retired in our garrets, happy in feeling and comprehending the beauty of music? And what business have we in those saloons where they whisper together during our performance, applaud us absently and unmeaningly, and would blush to retain us a moment, and treat us like fellow creatures, after we have done exhibiting like actors?" "Ha!" growled Porpora, stopping abruptly and striking his cane on the pavement. "What foolish vanities and what false ideas are coursing through your brain today? What are we, and what need we be but actors? They call us so in contempt. And what matters it if we be actors by taste, by vocation, or by the choice of heaven, as they are great lords by chance, by constraint, or by the suffrages of fools? Ha! Ha! Actors? All cannot be so who wish it.
Let them try to be actors, and we shall see what a figure they make. Those minions who think themselves so fine. Let the Dowager Margarivine of Baraith put on the tragic mantle, case her huge misshapen leg in the buskin, and make 3 steps across the stage, and we shall see a strange princess. And what do you think she did at her little court of Erlangen when she thought she reigned there? She tried to dress herself like a queen, and moved heaven and earth to play a part above her powers. Nature intended her for a sutler, and destiny, by a strange mistake, has made her a highness. Therefore she deserved 1,000 hisses when she preposterously undertook the part. And you, foolish child that you are, God made you a queen. He has placed upon your brow a diadem of beauty, intelligence, and power. Carry you into the midst of a free, intelligent, and sensible people, supposing that such exist, and you would be at once a queen, because you have only to show yourself and sing in order to prove that you are queen by divine right. Well, it is not so. The world is constituted otherwise, but being as it is, what do you wish to do with it? Chance, caprice, error, and folly govern it. What change can we make in it? Its rulers are for the most part counterfeit, slovenly, foolish, and ignorant. Thus are we placed. We must either die or accommodate ourselves to its ways, and as we cannot be monarchs, we are artists and have a kingdom of our own. We sing a heavenly language which is forbidden to vulgar mortals. We dress ourselves as kings and great men. We ascend the stage. We seat ourselves upon a fictitious throne. We play a farce. We are actors. Corpo Santo, the world sees us, but understands us not. It does not see that we are the true powers of the earth, and that our reign is the only true one, while their reign, their power, their activity, their majesty is a parody at which the angels weep, and which the people hate and curse. And the greatest princes of the earth come to look at us and take lessons in our school, and admiring us in their own hearts as models of true greatness, they strive to resemble us when they exhibit themselves before their subjects. Go to, the world is turned topsy-turvy, and they know it well, they who govern it. And although they themselves may not be aware of it, although they may not confess it openly, it is easy to see from the contempt they display for our persons and our vocation that they feel an instinctive jealousy of our real superiority. It is only when I am at the theatre that I see clearly our true relations to society. The spirit of music unseals my eyes, and I see behind the footlights a true court, real heroes, lofty inspirations, while the miserable idiots who flaunt in the boxes upon velvet couches are the real actors. In truth, the world is comedy, and that is the reason I said to you just now, my noble daughter, to play our parts in it with gravity and decorum, although conscious of the hollow pageant which surrounds us on every side. Plague take the blockhead! Cried the maestro, pushing Joseph from him, who, greedy to hear his glowing words, had insensibly approached, so as at last even to elbow him. He treads on my toes and covers me with pitch from his torch. Would you not imagine that he understood what we are talking about, and wishes to honor us with his approbation? Cross over to my right, Beppo, said the young girl, making a sign of intelligence. You annoy the maestro with your awkwardness. Then addressing Porpora, all that you have said, my dear friend, resumed she, though noble and inspiring, is shadowy and unreal. Moreover, it does not answer what I have urged, for the intoxication of gratified pride cannot afford a balm to the wounded heart. Little matters it to me that I am born a queen, and yet do not reign. The more I see of the great, the more does their lot inspire me with compassion. Well, is that not what I said? Yes, but that is not what I asked you. They are greedy of show and power. That is at once their folly and misery. But we, if we be greater and better and wiser than they, why do we strive with them? Pride against pride, royalty against royalty. If we possess more solid advantages, if we enjoy more precious and desirable treasures, what means this petty struggle in which we engage with them, and which, subjecting our worth and our strength to the mercy of their caprices, reduces us to their own level? The dignity, the holiness of art require it, cried the maestro. They have made the world a battleground and our life a martyrdom. We must fight. We must shed our blood at every pore to prove to them, even when dying of misery, even when sinking under their hisses and contempt, that we are as demigods compared with them, that we are legitimate sovereigns, while they are vile mortals, mean and shameless usurpers.
"Oh, my master," replied Consuelo, shuddering with surprise and terror. "How you hate them, and yet you bend low before them, you flatter them, you speak them fair, and you take your leave by a side door after having served up to them 2 or 3 courses of your genius."
Yes, yes, replied the maestro, rubbing his hands with a sardonic smile. I mock them, I pay my court to their diamonds and crosses, overwhelm them with a few airs after my fashion, and turn my back upon them, well pleased to effect my escape and rid myself of their foolish faces.
"Then," replied Consuelo, "art is a combat?"
"It is even so. Honor to the brave."
"It is a sarcasm on fools?"
"Yes, it is a sarcasm. Honor to him who can make it deep and withering."
"It is a perpetual war, a war to the knife?"
"Yes, it is a war. Honor to the man whose arm is not weary, and whose anger pardons not."
"And it is nothing more?"
"It is nothing more in this life. The glory and the crown are for another world."
"It is nothing more in this life, maestro? Are you very sure?"
"Have I not told you?"
"In that case, it is indeed little," replied Consuelo, sighing and raising her eyes to the serene and starlit heavens.
"Do you call that little? Do you dare to say so, you weak and fainting heart?"
exclaimed Porpora, stopping afresh and angrily shaking his pupil's arm, while the terrified Joseph let fall his torch. "Yes, I repeat it. It is a paltry and worthless aim," she replied, calmly and firmly. "And I told you so once before at Venice, on that melancholy and fatal occasion which has tinged my whole afterlife with its sombre hue. I have not changed my opinion. My heart is not made for such a struggle, and it cannot support the double weight of hatred and anger. There is not a corner in my bosom where rancor and vengeance can find a resting place. Far from me all evil passions, far from me all feverish excitements. If, as the sole condition of my possessing genius and glory, I must yield up my bosom to you, adieu, genius and glory, forever adieu. Crown other brows with laurels, melt other hearts with your wondrous magic. You shall never extort a sigh of regret from me." Joseph expected to see Porpora burst into one of those terrific yet ludicrous fits of anger which prolonged contradiction was apt to awaken in him, and he had already seized Consuelo's arm in order to snatch her from the maestro's side and protect her from those furious gestures with which he often threatened her, but which led to no other result than a smile or a tear. And thus it was on the present occasion. Porpora stamped on the ground, growled hoarsely like a caged lion, clasped her hand, and raised it vehemently toward heaven. But immediately afterward he let his arms fall by his side, uttered a deep sigh, and preserved an obstinate silence until they reached home. Consuelo's generous and unshaken mildness, energy, and uprightness had inspired him with involuntary respect. Possibly he reproached himself bitterly in secret, but if so, he did not allow it to appear, for he was too old, too hardened and bitter to amend. Nevertheless, when Consuelo approached to bid him good night, he looked at her with a melancholy air and said in a subdued voice, "And is it indeed so? You are no longer an artist because the Margravine is an old coquette and Kaunitz an old gossip?" "No, my dear master, I did not say so," replied Consuelo gaily. "I did not say so. I can submit cheerfully to the folly and impertinence of the world. I do not require either hatred or anger to induce me to do so, but only a good conscience and good humor. I'm still an artist and shall always be an artist, but I conceive a different aim. I shadow out a different destiny for art than the rivalries of pride and the vengeance of humiliation. I have another spring of action, and it will sustain me."
"What spring? What motive?"
exclaimed Porpora, placing the light which Joseph had brought on the table of the antechamber.
I would make art loved and understood without making the artist himself either feared or hated.
Porpora shrugged his shoulders.
Dreams of youth, said he. I had the same dreams once myself.
Well, if they be dreams, replied Consuelo, the triumphs of pride are dreams also. Dream for dream, I like mine best. And then I have another motive, my dear master, the desire of pleasing and obeying you.
I do not believe it. I do not believe a word of it, exclaimed Porpora, snatching up the light and turning toward the door. But ere he had seized the handle, he returned to embrace Consuelo, who waited with smiles this reaction of feeling. From the kitchen, which adjoined Consuelo's chamber, there ascended a little stair which led to a sort of terrace some 6 feet square on the roof. It was here that she dried Porporo's bands and ruffles when she had done them up. It was here that she sometimes climbed to have a chat with Beppo, when the maestro retired to rest too soon or earlier than she felt any inclination to sleep. Unable to remain in her own room, which was too low and narrow to admit a table, and fearing to rouse her old friend by occupying the antechamber, she mounted to the terrace, sometimes to indulge in lonely reverie and gaze upon the heavens, sometimes to relate to her devoted companion the little incidents of the day. This evening they had 1,000 things to say to each other. Consuelo wrapped herself in a pelisse, the hood of which she pulled over her head in order to avoid taking cold, and hastened to rejoin Beppo, who awaited her with impatience. These nocturnal conversations reminded her of her meetings with Anzoletto when both were children. But it was no longer the full and cloudless moon of Venice which looked down upon them with her serene smile, no longer its fantastic and picturesque roofs which called such a throng of images, nor its nights glowing with love and hope. It was the cold and shadowy night of a German land, the dim and vapor-shrouded moon of a northern clime, and the sweet and healthful pleasure of friendship without the dangerous intoxication of passion. When Consuelo had mentioned all that had amused, annoyed, or interested her at the Margravines, it was Joseph's turn to speak. "You have seen the secrets of the court," said he, "the envelopes and armorial bearing, as it were, but as lackeys are accustomed to read their master's letters, it is in the antechamber that I have learned the hidden life of the great. I shall not tell you half the remarks of which the Margravine was the subject. Oh, if great people only knew how their valets speak of them, if in these gorgeous saloons where they parade themselves with so much dignity they could hear what was said on the other side of the wall of their manners and characters, while Porpora just now on the ramparts set forth his theory of strife and hatred against the lords of the earth, his was not the true standard of dignity. His bitterness perverted his judgment. Ah, you were in the right when you said that he reduced himself to their level in seeking to crush them with his contempt. Had he heard the conversation of the valets in the antechamber, he would have seen that pride and contempt of others are the characteristics of base and perverse minds. Thus Porpora evinced grandeur, originality, and power of mind just now, when he struck the pavement with his cane and uttered as his war cry, "Courage, strife, bitter irony, eternal vengeance." But your wisdom was lovelier than his frenzy, and I was the more struck with it that I had just seen the tribe of domestics, timid victims, demoralized slaves, who also whispered in my ears with accents not loud yet deep, "Trickery, perfidy, eternal vengeance and hate toward our masters, who believe themselves our superiors and whose baseness we betray." I have never been a lackey, Consuelo, but since I have become one in the same manner as you became a boy during our journey, I have reflected, as you may see, on the duties of my present situation. "You have done well, Beppo," replied Porporina. "Life is a great enigma, and we ought not to overlook the slightest fact without commenting and reflecting upon it. It is always so much discovered. But tell me, did you learn anything from the household about this princess, the daughter of the Margravine, who of all these starched, painted, and frivolous puppets seemed to me alone natural, amiable, and serious?" "Oh, yes. Not merely this evening,
but often from Keller, who waits upon her governess and is well acquainted with the facts. What I am going to tell you, therefore, is not a story of the antechambers, a lackey's tale. It is a true story of public notoriety. The Princess of Kulmbach was educated at Dresden by the Queen of Poland, her aunt, and it was there that Porpora knew her and gave her, as well as the Grand Dauphiness of France, her cousin, some lessons in music. The young Princess of Kulmbach was as beautiful as she was prudent. Brought up by a severe and exacting queen, far from a depraved mother, she seemed destined to be honored and happy through life. But the Dowager Margravine, the present Countess Hoditz, would not have it so. She brought her home and kept her with her under pretense of marrying her, now to one of her relatives, also a Margrave of Bereth, now to another, also Prince of Kulmbach. For the Principality of Bereth-Kulmbach reckons more princes and margraves than it has villages and castles to belong to them. The beauty and modesty of the princess aroused in her mother's breast a violent feeling of jealousy. She burned to disgrace her, and for this purpose fabricated the most atrocious slanders against her, and by her representations to the other members of the family caused her to be imprisoned in the fortress of Plesenberg, where she passed several years in the most rigorous captivity. She would have been there still, had she not been induced by the promise of the Empress Amelia's protection to abjure the Lutheran faith. She yielded, however, solely from her ardent wish to recover her liberty, and the first use she made of it was to return to the religion of her ancestors. The young Margravine of Bereth, Wilhelmina of Prussia, received her with kindness in her little court. She was beloved and respected there for her virtues, her mildness, and the correctness of her demeanor. If broken-hearted, she is still an admirable creature, and although she is not in favor at the court of Vienna on account of her Lutheranism, no one ventures to insult her. No one, not even the lackeys, dares to utter the least slander against her. She is here on some business at present, but she usually resides at Bereth. That is the reason, replied Consuelo, why she spoke so much of that country and wished me to go there. Oh, what a history, Joseph, and what a woman that Countess Hoditz is! Never shall Porpora drag me to her house again. Never shall I sing for her more. Nevertheless, you would meet there the best and most estimable women at court. Such, they say, is the world. Rank and wealth cloak every vice, and provided you go to church, everything else is tolerated. This court of Vienna would seem somewhat hypocritical, said Consuelo. I fear, between ourselves, replied Joseph, lowering his voice, that the great Maria Theresa is somewhat of a hypocrite herself. End of chapter 89. Chapter 90 of Consuelo by George Sand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A few days afterward, Porpora, having busied himself and intrigued in the affair in his own way, that is to say, in threatening, scolding, and railing right and left, Consuelo was introduced to the Imperial Chapel by Rottger, Haydn's old enemy, and sang before Maria Theresa the part of Judith in the oratorio Betulia Liberata, a poem of Metastasio's set to music by the aforesaid Rottger. Consuelo was magnificent, and Maria Theresa deigned to be pleased. When the sacred concert was over, Consuelo was invited, with the other singers, Cafariello among the number, to partake of a collation in the palace, at which Rottger was to preside. Hardly had she taken her seat between Rottger and Porpora than a murmur at once hurried and reverential from an adjoining gallery caused all the guests to start except Consuelo and Cafariello, who were busied in discussing a chorus, which the one would have in quick, the other in slow time. "There is no one who can settle the question but the maestro himself," said Consuelo, turning toward Rottger. But she no longer found Rottger on her right side, nor Porpora on her left. All the company had risen from the table and had ranged themselves in a row with an air of deep respect. It was then that Consuelo found herself standing face to face with a woman of about 30 years of age, beaming with health and energy, dressed in black, the usual costume for chapel, and followed by 7 children, one of whom she held by the hand. This was the heir apparent, the young César Joseph II, and this handsome young woman, so gracious and affable, was no other than Maria Teresa, the Empress Queen. "Ecco la guidita?" inquired the Empress, turning to Rottger. "I am highly pleased with you, my child," added she, surveying Consuelo from head to foot. "You have afforded me real pleasure, and never have I felt so deeply the sublime verses of our admirable poet as when uttered by your harmonious voice. You pronounce perfectly, a thing to which I attach great importance. What age may you be, mademoiselle? You are a Venetian, I believe, a pupil of the celebrated Porpora, whom I am pleased to see present. You wish to enter the court theatre? You are formed to shine there, and Herr Kaunitz takes an interest in your welfare." Having thus interrogated Consuelo without waiting for her replies, Maria Teresa, looking alternately at Metastasio and Kaunitz, who accompanied her, beckoned to one of her chamberlains, who presented the songstress with a rich bracelet. Before the latter had time to utter her thanks, the Empress had already left the salon, and the splendor of royalty had vanished from her sight. The Empress retired slowly, followed by her train of princesses and archduchesses, addressing a kind word to each of the musicians as she passed them, and leaving behind her, as it were, a luminous track, which dazzled the eyes of the spectators with her glory and her power. Cafariello was the only one who pretended to preserve his equanimity. He resumed the discussion just at the point where he had left off, and Consuelo, thrusting the bracelet in her pocket without so much as looking at it, met him with the same objections, to the astonishment and scandal of the other musicians, who, bewildered by the fascination of the imperial presence, could think of nothing else for the rest of the day. We need hardly add that Porpora, both from habit and from principle, was an exception to this general prostration. He knew how to conduct himself respectfully toward the sovereign, but in his heart he hated and despised slaves. Rottger, now appealed to by Cafariello on the subject of the debated chorus, screwed up his lips in a hypocritical style, and it was only on being repeatedly questioned by Cafariello that he at last replied, with marked coldness, "I confess, sir, that I did not follow your conversation. When Maria Teresa is present, I forget the whole world, and even long after she has disappeared, I remain under the influence of an emotion which does not suffer me to think of myself."
"Mademoiselle does not appear at all dazzled by the honor she has procured us," said Holzbauer, who was present, and whose veneration for royalty evinced more acuteness and reserve than that of Rottger. "It would seem an everyday matter with you, signora, to converse with crowned heads. One would think you had done nothing else all your life." "I never spoke to a crowned head in my life," replied Consuelo quietly, and without seeming to perceive the ill nature of Holzbauer's insinuations. "And Her Majesty did not procure me this felicity, for her mode of questioning denied me the honor as well as the trouble of replying."
"You would perhaps have wished to chat a little with the Empress," said Porpora in a reproving tone.
"No, indeed," replied Consuelo. "I never thought of such a thing."
"Mademoiselle is more careless than ambitious," observed Rottger with cold disdain.
"Master Rottger," said Consuelo with frank confidence, "are you dissatisfied with the manner in which I rendered your music?"
Rottger confessed that no person had ever sung it better, even under the reign of the august and ever-to-be-lamented Charles VI.
"In that case," said Consuelo, "do not reproach me with indifference. I am ambitious to satisfy my masters, to perform my part well. What other ambition could I have? What other would not be absurd and ridiculous for me to entertain?" "Oh, you are too modest, mademoiselle," said Holzbauer. "There is no ambition too lofty for talents such as yours." "I accept that as a polite compliment," replied Consuelo, "but I shall not believe I have satisfied you till the day when you invite me to sing in the court theatre."
Holzbauer, caught in his own trap, pretended to cough in order to avoid the necessity of replying, and got out of the scrape by a courteous and respectful bow. Then, bringing back the conversation to the point at which it had commenced,
"Your calmness and disinterestedness," said he, "are truly unexampled. You do not seem even to examine Her Majesty's beautiful present."
"Ah, it is true," said Consuelo, drawing it from her pocket and handing it round for the inspection of her neighbors, who were eager to estimate its value.
"It will serve to buy wood for my dear master's stove," thought Consuelo, "if I have no engagement this winter. A little additional comfort in lodging will stand by us in better stead than toys and trinkets."
"What a celestial beauty is Her Majesty," said Rottger, with a touching sigh, as he glanced a hard and sidelong look at Consuelo.
"Yes, she seems very beautiful," replied Consuelo, not understanding and not heeding Porpora's nudges with his elbow.
"Seems?" replied Rottger. "You are hard to please."
"I scarcely saw her, she passed so rapidly."
"But then her dazzling intellect, the genius which is revealed at every word she utters."
"I had scarcely time to hear her, she spoke so little."
"You must be made of brass or adamant, mademoiselle. I do not know what would touch your feelings."
"I felt deeply touched when singing your Judith," replied Consuelo, who could give a tolerably cutting retort when occasion required it, and who began to comprehend the unfriendly feelings of the Viennese composers toward her. "This girl has wit and spirit with all her simplicity," whispered Holzbauer to Master Rottger.
"Yes, she is of Porpora's school," replied the other. "Nothing but disdain and mockery."
"If we do not take care, the old recitatives and such antiquated stuff will flood us worse than ever," replied Holzbauer. "But do not fear, I know how to prevent this minion of Porpora's from ever raising her voice in my theatre."
When they rose from table, Cafariello whispered in Consuelo's ear,
"Look you, my child, these fellows are all a set of paltry scoundrels. You will have great difficulty in making your way here. They are all against you. They would oppose me too, if they dared."
"And what have we done to annoy them?" said the astonished Consuelo.
"We were both educated by the greatest professor of singing on earth. They and their creatures are our natural enemies. They will prejudice Maria Teresa against you, and all you have said here will be repeated with malicious commentaries and additions. They will tell her that you did not think her beautiful, and that you despised her gift as mean and unworthy of you. I know their tricks. Take courage, nevertheless. The opinion of Cafariello as regards music is well worth that of Maria Teresa."
"Between the ill nature of the one party and the folly of the others, I am fairly meshed," thought Consuelo to herself. "Oh, Porpora!" exclaimed she in her heart, "I will do all that I can to return to the stage, but, oh, Albert, heaven grant that I may be unsuccessful in my attempts." The following day, Master Porpora, having business in the city which would occupy him during the whole day, and finding Consuelo rather pale, requested her to take a walk outside the town to the Spinnerin am Kreuz with Keller's wife, who had offered to accompany her whenever she wished. As soon as the maestro had gone out,
"Beppo," said the young girl, "go quickly and hire a carriage, and we will both take a drive to see Angela and thank the canon. We promised to do so earlier, but my cold must be our excuse."
"And in what dress will you present yourself to the worthy man?" said Beppo.
"In the one I have on," replied she. "The canon must know and receive me under my real character."
"The excellent canon! I shall sincerely rejoice to see him again."
"And I too."
"The poor canon! It vexes me to think—"
"What?"
"That his head will be completely turned."
"And why so? Am I a goddess? I did not flatter myself so far."
Consuelo, remember he was almost crazy when we left him. And I tell you that it is only necessary for him to know that I am a woman, and to see me as I really am, to recover all his self-possession, and again become what God made him, a reasonable man. It is true that the dress does something. Therefore, when I saw you again transformed into a young lady after having been accustomed for a fortnight to treat you as a boy, I experienced a vague sense of terror and constraint for which I cannot account. And it is certain that during our journey, if you had permitted me to fall in love with you— but I am talking nonsense. Certainly, Joseph, it is nonsense. And besides, you lose time while you're chatting. It's 10 leagues to the Priory and back. It's now 8 o'clock, and we must be back here again by 7 in the evening, in time for the Meister's supper. 3 hours afterward, Beppo and his companion alighted at the gate of the Priory. The day was lovely, and the canon was contemplating his flowers with a melancholy air. When he saw Joseph, he uttered a cry of joy and advanced hastily to meet him, but he remained speechless on recognizing his dear Bertone in a woman's dress.
"Bertone, my well-beloved child!" cried the simple and venerable old man. "What means this masquerade, and why do you appear disguised in this manner? We are not now in the carnival."
"My respected and revered friend," replied Consuelo, kissing his hand, "you must forgive me for having deceived you. I never was a boy. Bertone never existed, and when I had the happiness of becoming acquainted with you, I was really disguised." "We thought," said Joseph, who feared to behold the canon's consternation change to dissatisfaction, "that your reverence was not the dupe of our innocent artifice. That disguise was not assumed to deceive you. It was a necessity imposed upon us by circumstances, and we have always thought that your reverence had the generosity and the delicacy to overlook it."
"You thought so?" resumed the canon, astonished and terrified. "And you, Bertone, I should say, mademoiselle, did you think so too?"
"No, reverend sir," replied Consuelo. "I did not think so for an instant. I saw plainly that your reverence had not the least suspicion of the truth."
"And you only did me justice,"
said the canon in a tone of severity tempered with regret.
"I cannot tamper with my good faith, and if I had guessed your sex, I should never have thought of insisting, as I did, on your remaining with me. There has indeed been circulated in the neighboring village, and even among my own flock, a vague report, a suspicion which made me smile, so determined was I to deceive myself respecting you. It was said that one of the 2 little musicians who sang the Mass on the day of our patron saint's fete was a woman in disguise, and then it was asserted that this report was only a malicious falsehood circulated by the shoemaker Gottlieb to annoy and vex the curate. I myself contradicted it stoutly. You see that I was completely your dupe, and that no one could be more sincerely mistaken."
"There has been a great mistake, sir," replied Consuelo with modest dignity, "but there has been no dupe. I do not think I departed for a single instant from the respect due to you, nor from the proprieties which sincerity and self-respect impose. I was overtaken by night on the road, without shelter, overcome by thirst and fatigue after a long journey on foot. You would not have refused hospitality to a beggar woman under such circumstances. You granted it to me from your love of music, and I paid my scot in kind. If I did not depart the next day, in spite of your persuasions, it was owing to unforeseen circumstances which imperatively demanded of me a paramount duty. My enemy, my rival, my persecutor, fell, as it were, from the clouds at your gate, and, deprived of the care and assistance of others, had a right to my assistance and my care. Your reverence must well remember the rest. You know that if I took advantage of your benevolence, it was not on my own account. You know also that I departed as soon as my duty was accomplished, and if I return today to thank you in person for the kindness you have shown me, the reason is that sincerity and good faith made it incumbent on me to be myself the means of undeceiving you and giving you the explanations which were necessary to your dignity as well as my own."
"In all this," said the canon,
half convinced,
"there is something very mysterious and extraordinary. You say that the unfortunate woman whose child I have adopted, was your enemy, your rival. Who are you then yourself, Bertoni? Forgive me if that name continually recurs to my lips, and tell me how I must call you from henceforth."
"I am called the Porporina," replied Consuelo. "I am the pupil of Porpora. I am a singer. I belong to the stage."
"Ah, yes," said the canon with a deep sigh. "I ought to have guessed so from the manner in which you performed your part. And as to your prodigious talent for music, I am no longer astonished at it. You have been educated in a good school. May I ask if my friend Beppo is your brother or your husband?"
"Neither the one nor the other. He is my brother by affection. No closer tie binds us, reverend sir, and if my soul had not felt itself as chaste as your own, I should not have stained by my presence the sanctity of your dwelling." Consuelo's manner was in truth irresistible, and the canon yielded to its power, as pure and upright minds always do to the words of sincerity. He felt as if an enormous weight had been taken from his breast, and while walking slowly between his two young protégés, he questioned Consuelo with returning gentleness and affectionate sympathy against which he had gradually ceased to struggle. She related to him rapidly, and without mentioning any names, the principal occurrences of her life: her betrothal at the deathbed of her mother to Anzoletto, the latter's infidelity, the hatred of Corilla, Giustiniani's outrageous designs, Porpora's advice, her departure from Venice, the attachment which Albert had conceived for her, the offers of the Rudolstadt family, her own hesitations and scruples, her flight from the castle of the giants, her meeting with Joseph Haydn, her journey, her terror and compassion at Corilla's bed of suffering, her gratitude for the protection granted by the canon to Anzoletto's child, and lastly her arrival at Vienna, and even her interview with Maria Theresa the day before. Joseph had not until then known all Consuelo's history. She had never spoken to him of Anzoletto, and the few words she had just said of her past affection for that wretched man did not strike him forcibly. But her generosity toward Corilla and her solicitude for the child made such a deep impression on him that he turned away to hide his tears. The canon did not attempt to restrain his. Consuelo's narrative, concise, energetic, and sincere, produced the same effect upon him as if he had read a stirring romance. But this was a style of reading which the canon had never ventured on, and this was the first time in his life that he had been thus initiated into the feelings and emotions of others, as evinced in their lives and actions. He seated himself upon a bench in order to listen better, and when the young girl had finished all, he exclaimed, "If all you have said is true, as I believe and feel in my heart it is, you are truly a sweet and angelic creature. You are Saint Cecilia come once more to visit the earth. I confess to you frankly," added he after an instant of silence and reflection, "that I never had any prejudice against the stage, and you prove to me that one's salvation can be secured there as well as elsewhere. Certainly, if you continue to be as pure and generous as you have been hitherto, you will have deserved your reward in heaven, my dear Bertoni. I speak with perfect sincerity, my dear Porporina." "And now, sir," said Consuelo, rising, "give me some news of Angela before I take leave of your reverence."
"Angela is very well, and thrives wonderfully," replied the canon. "My gardener's wife takes the greatest care of her, and I see her constantly as the good woman carries her about in my garden. A flower herself, she will shoot up in the midst of flowers under my eye, and when the time to make her a Christian shall have come, I will not spare either time or pains on her education. Trust me for that care, my children. What I have promised in the face of heaven I will religiously perform. It seems as if her mother did not intend to dispute this care with me, for though she is at Vienna, she has not once sent to ask tidings of her daughter."
"She may have done so indirectly and without your knowledge," replied Consuelo. "I do not believe that a mother can be so completely indifferent about her offspring. But Corilla is soliciting an engagement at the court theatre, She knows that her Majesty is very severe, and does not grant her protection to persons of a blemished reputation. She has an interest in concealing her faults, at least until her engagement is signed. Let us keep her secret, therefore." "And yet she is opposing you," cried Joseph, "and they say that she will succeed by her intrigues, that she has already spread unfounded and scandalous reports concerning you in the city. The matter was spoken of at the embassy, so Keller told me. Your friends were indignant at it, but they feared lest she should persuade Herr Kaunitz, who willingly listens to such stories, and who cannot say enough in praise of Korea's beauty." "Did she act so?" said Consuelo, reddening with indignation. Then she added calmly, "To be sure, I might have expected it." "But there needs only one word to counteract her calumnies," returned Joseph, "and that word I will say myself. I will say that—" "You will say nothing, Beppo. It would be mean and cruel. You will not speak it either, reverend sir, and if I nourished a desire to say it, you would prevent me, would you not?"
"Upright and pious girl," cried the canon, "but reflect that this secret cannot be one long. There are servants and country people enough who have known and can report the fact to inform the world of the real state of the case."
"Before that time, Korea or myself will be engaged. I should not wish to succeed in the contest by an act of vengeance. Until then, Beppo, keep silence, or I withdraw from you my esteem and my friendship. And now, sir, farewell. Tell me that you forgive me. Grant me once more the pleasure of pressing that kind and fatherly hand, and allow me to depart before your people have seen me in this dress."
"My people may say what they please, and my benefice may resort to my successor, if so it please heaven. I have just received an inheritance which gives me courage to brave the thunders of the ordinary, so do not take me for a saint, my children. I am tired of constantly obeying and living under restraint. I wish to live honestly and without childish and unmanly terrors. Since I am no longer under Brize's sway, and especially since I see myself the possessor of an independent fortune, I feel as brave as a lion. So now then come and breakfast with me. We will baptize Angela afterward, and then have some music until dinner."
He led the way to the priory.
"Here, Andre, Joseph," cried he to his servants on entering, "come and see the Signor Bertoni metamorphosed into a lady. You did not expect that? Well, nor I neither. But make haste to recover from your surprise, and prepare breakfast quickly."
The repast was exquisite, and our young people saw that if serious changes had taken place in the canon's mind, they had not operated against his habits of good cheer. After breakfast, the child was carried to the chapel of the priory. The canon put off his quilted dressing-gown, arrayed himself in cassock and surplice, and performed the ceremony. Joseph and Consuelo assumed the office of godfather and godmother, and the name of Angela was finally bestowed on the little girl. The rest of the afternoon was consecrated to music, and then followed the leave-takings. The canon regretted that he could not detain his friends for dinner, but he yielded to their reasons, and consoled himself with the idea of seeing them again at Vienna, whither he intended to proceed in a short time to spend a part of the winter. While their carriage was getting ready, he conducted them to his greenhouse, that they might admire several new plants with which he had enriched his collection. It was already twilight, but the canon, whose sense of smell was exquisite, had no sooner taken a few steps under the glass roof of his transparent palace than he cried out, "I perceive an extraordinary perfume here. Can the glaïeul vanilla have flowered? But no, that is not the odor of my glaïeul. The strelitza is not fragrant. The cyclamens have a less pure and less penetrating aroma. What can have happened here? If my Volca Maria, alas, were not dead, I should think it was its fragrance that I inhaled. My poor plant! But I will not think of it again." But suddenly the canon uttered a cry of surprise and admiration on beholding in a box before him the most magnificent Volca Maria he had ever seen in his life, all covered with its clusters of small white roses tinged with rose color, the sweet perfume of which filled the greenhouse and overpowered all the vulgar scents around.
"Is this a miracle? From what celestial garden has this lovely flower descended?" cried he, in a fit of poetic rapture.
"We brought it in our carriage with the utmost care," replied Consuelo, "and allow us to offer it to you as some reparation for a most unfriendly wish respecting its predecessor, which fell from my lips on a certain occasion, and which I shall repent all my life."
"Oh, my dear daughter, what a gift! And with what delicacy is it offered?"
said the canon, much affected.
"Oh, my dear Volca Maria, like all my especial favorites, you shall have a particular name, and I shall call you Bertoni, in memory of one who is no longer in being, and whom I loved with all the affection of a father."
"My dearest father," said Consuelo, clasping his hand, "you must learn to love your daughters as well as your sons. Angela is not a boy."
"And Purpurina is my daughter also," said the canon. "Yes, my daughter, yes, yes, my dear daughter," repeated he, looking alternately at Consuelo and the Volca Maria Bertoni, with eyes swimming in tears. By 6 o'clock, Joseph and Consuelo were once more in their lodging. The carriage had dropped them at the entrance of the suburb, and nothing betrayed their innocent escapade. Porpora, however, was a little astonished that Consuelo had not a better appetite after her walk in the lovely meadows which surrounded the capital of the empire. The canon's breakfast had probably made Consuelo rather dainty that day, but the free air and exercise procured her an excellent sleep, and on the morrow she felt herself in better voice and spirits than she had been since her arrival at Vienna. End of chapter 90.